often there's criticism of tactics by a captain, Craig Brathwaite has come under the microscope, but all credit to him in entrusting this second new ball to Reefer in support with Simmons. And he goes into the new batsman, Williams, who is also a left-hander. And this is Alvin Williams. There's also another Williams in the squad, and that's Orion Williams, who is the 12th man. So 301 for 4, and Reefer, the medium pacer, given the second new ball, supporting Ramon Simmons, and striking by bowling off stump Paul Palmer for 76 before adding to his overnight score. It's 301 for 4. In goes Reefer again, and Williams head well over the ball, and he pushes it out into the covers. There is no run, 301 for 4. So at the end of a successful over, Campbell has 124, having added 1. Williams yet to score, and Jamaica Scorpions resuming day 2 on 299 for 3. Now 301 for 4. Reefer's figures 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 16.
Yeah, another tight over by Raymond Reefer. He's an experienced cricketer. He will know that he will not be able to blast the Jamaican Scorpion batsman out on this pitch, and particularly with the score over 300. So he's just really going to try and settle into a good line in length and try to keep the batsman as quiet as possible while you try and attack from the other end.
So we welcome the viewers on the live stream with David Green and his team working extremely hard. So those of you following on the stream, we welcome you. 2 slips and a gully. Here's Simmons, and this one again at the last minute just wanted to take the bat away, and it's played down into the area of gully by Campbell. There is no run. West Indies now 36 for 1, make that 40 for 1. Calmeers has struck 6 fours in his 27 from 19 balls. Nicholas Pooran has 8 from 9 deliveries, and they are 40 for 1 after 5 overs and 3 balls in the first T20 international against India at Kolkata. West Indies haven't been put in, and they've lost Brandon King for 4. Here at Kensington Oval, Simmons is into Campbell outside of the off stump, and he doesn't play. 2 slips and a gully are waiting. Campbell having added 1 so far to his overnight 123. And yesterday Leroy Lugg was caught by Harden off Warwican for 39. Jermaine Blackwood caught Warwican bowl Springer 1, and Nkrumah Bonner caught Warwican bowl Carter 49. At stumps, Campbell was joined by Palmer, who was on 76. Campbell has added 1. And here is Simmons outside of the off stump, just shadowing it, allowing it to go through to the keeper. Dowrich is Campbell, and repeating that Palmer was bowled by Reefer for 100, correction, for 76 in the previous over. 114 balls, 133 minutes, 9 fours and 2 sixes. It's 301 for 4. 2 slips a gully. There's a point out on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and the fine leg. Here's Simmons, left arm fast over the wicket, outside of the off stump. Again, no stroke from Campbell as Dowrich takes. He's operating from the Joel Garner end, but much better line as well as the length in this over, Roland.
Yeah, that last delivery was a much more testing delivery. Really, the left armour perhaps getting that start around off stump, going towards the slips with the angle, but good judgment by Campbell. He's been very watchful outside the off stump, right throughout the innings, not just today.
In he goes again, outside of the off stump. No stroke from Campbell when compared with his previous over, as he took the second new ball after 82 overs with the score on 300 for 4. He was down the leg side for roughly 4 or 5 deliveries, but this time finding his line and the length much better there or thereabouts outside of the off stump. He just needs to get it on the stumps now. Slanting away from the batsman, 2 slips and a gully awaiting, and Simmons is in and shadowed just outside of the off stump by Campbell. Dowrich takes, so the end of the over a maiden. Simmons 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 53. And Jamaica Scorpions from an overnight 299 for 3, now 301 for 4, with Paul Palmer bowled by Reefer for 76 if we add in to his overnight score. John Campbell, the captain, has 124, and Alvin Williams is yet to score.
Yes, and runs coming rather slowly this morning. That was not the case yesterday. We saw Luck going on the attack right from the start, putting the Barbadian bowlers under pressure. Today, a little reversal here, Keith. You've got Raymond Reefer bowling pretty tight and runs hard to come by.
He's into Williams, who's a left-hander, and Williams drives through the covers. Good shot, keeping it along the ground. A chase here for Mosley. He's now onto the ball and off the mark then with a couple. Williams, as Jamaica Scorpions move to 303 for 4 in their first innings.
Yeah, nice shot to get off the mark. Left armour, 2 left-handed batsmen, just slightly over pitching. And Williams showing as if if the ball is there, he's going to be aggressive. Just comes onto the front foot and played a nice shot.
Reefer with 2 slips and a gully rather fine. As he moves in again from the Marshall end, and that beats him. He pushed at it, Williams, and it goes through to Dorwich, 303 for 4.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. Just the sort of delivery you want to give to a batsman when he first comes to the crease. Searching length, one he's got to play at. Reefer's got 3 slips in place, and he's fortunate not to get an outside edge, but good bowling by Reefer.
So Reefer at the top of his mark. He is in his 9th over, 3 maidens, 1 for 18. As he goes in again, passes umpire Brathwaite to Williams, and Williams drives uppishly, and a brilliant catch taken diving to his left low by Mosley out at that short extra cover. So 2 strikes in successive overs by Reefer. First he had the overnight batsman Paul Palmer bowled for 76, and now removes another left-hander in Alvin Williams, caught at short extra cover by Mosley for 2. And suddenly, from an overnight 299 for 3, Jamaica Scorpions are 303 for 5 after 85 overs and 3 balls, and Reefer now with 2 for 18 in his 9th over.
Yeah, good catch there by Mosley. The ball wasn't quite there for the drive. He was certainly driving on the up. Williams didn't get over the ball and ended up just hitting it to the left of Mosley, who was placed in that short extra position. And he took the catch. And we've got another left-hander coming to the crease. And it looks as if Jamaica has brought all left-handers to Barbados. Another one comes in now.
Yes, the pretty word that is used in such a sequence is proliferation. And let me say good morning to Mrs. Ashton Ford Reefer, the wife of the bowler of the morning in Raymond. And we missed you yesterday, Ashton, but we understand the circumstances. And Zaki, I'm certain you know him well, Susan, as a wanderer. Of course, she says. How old is he? How old is Zaki? Zach is 5. Okay, you see all these wanderers, people know 6 and 7. Well. The first delivery from Morris is pushed out to short extra cover, and there's no one. I get the impression, Roland, that these wanderers scores, Susan Bell, Ashton Ford, Reefer, Melissa King, they keep profiles not only on the players but also on their offsprings.
Yeah, it appears so.
She says he's a few months younger than her grandson. Oh, your grandson just turned 6. Wonderful, Susan. Pushed into the covers. Yes, if I was sharp enough, I should not have been querying you to that extent, because good morning to you again, Ashton. She sent me the age 5. Good listenership. They say that we educate each and every one here on the commentaries. Well, we have some more information to give to you over the next 10-15 minutes. I will take it down to about 10:30, and then we'll welcome Adriel Woody Richard as this push out on the offside square by Morris. And there's no run. The end of another successful over for Raymond Reefer, the left arm seamer. Playing for Barbados Pride for the first time at this level. Spent the last 6 seasons parading for Guyana Jaguars, they were then named. And out of those 6 seasons, they won the tournament 5 years in succession, emulating Barbados and Jamaica in terms of that wonderful record from a first-class perspective in the region. And Reeford's figures now 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 18. Jamaica Scorpions are 303 for 5. Runs hard to come by after they resumed on 299 for 3, with Palmer bowled by Reefer without adding to his overnight 76. And then Alvin Williams well caught low at extra cover by Mosley off Reefer for 2. Here's Simmons, the left arm pacer outside of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Question for you, Roland. You've been around for a long time, albeit that you spent so many years in England playing for Middlesex. But I'm trying to wrap my brain as to when last I would have seen 2 Barbados left arm bowlers in tandem with a second, well, let's say with a new ball. This is the second new ball.
Well, certainly in recent times, I can't remember any such thing taking place. So, and also 2 left-handers bowlers to 2 left-handed batsmen.
Okay, excellent observation as well. Outside of the off stump is Simmons and no stroke from Campbell. The thing about it is that if I again had to look back over the years, unlike Guyana, which really has a lot of left-handers from the top down to the middle, and you can go back to the days of Lloyd and Fredericks and Calitran, etc. Jamaica, not with that sort of reputation, but Campbell on strike, and then Palmer, Williams, and Morris, who was at the non-strikers end as Simmons is in, and he pads it away, stifle appeal for leg before wicket. The height, I reckon, would have taken it over the stumps, not upstairs umpire blades. 303 for 5. So an interesting observation by Roland in that there are 2 left-arm seamers bowling, and at the crease there are 2 left-handers. Yes, Roland?
And there were 2 before that.
Yeah.
So it's the morning of the lefties.
The morning of the lefties. So sunny conditions at Kensington Oval. Jamaica Scorpions 303 for 5. 2 slips in a gully, and this one a big appeal for leg before wicket. Umpire Blade says not out. They're all dumbfounded, and poor 20-year-old Ramon Simmons goes down on his knees, still on his knees, hands akimbo. He cannot believe it. The slips and gully region. We are going to get a replay soon from David Green and company, but they felt certain that that one would have struck the stumps. Dorich comes up, has a quiet word with Campbell to say, boy, you're a lucky man to be still out there, sir. Let's watch it closely, Roland. Your take.
Right, I would like to have seen it from a different angle.
From a different angle. Okay, Mr. Green, after this delivery, you'll try to give us again. I think you explained yesterday some of the issues, as this is a tumbling take here by Dorich. It was down the leg side, one of the rare deliveries since his first over with the second new ball, when he was all down the leg side, save 1 ball. It's 303 for 5, and a good morning so far. Let's go again, Roland.
I really want to see where it pitches. Right, looks as if it's pitched just outside. The question is going to be whether it came back or went away from the batsman.
Campbell was on the walk. This time it's down the leg side again by an over-enthusiastic Ramon Simmons. And Dorich takes the end of the over with Jamaica Scorpions 303 for 5 from an overnight 299 for 3. Play started at 9:45. So we've had roughly 25 minutes so far, and they've only added 4 while losing 2 wickets to be 303 for 5. John Campbell, the captain, who started on 123, has added one on the wickets of Paul Palmer, bowled or stumped by Reefer with the second new ball. He didn't add to his overnight 76, 114 balls, 133 minutes, 9 fours and 2 sixes. And Alvin Williams well caught at short extra cover, low to his left by Mosley as he drove at Reefer. He went for 2, 5 balls, 8 minutes. Another left hand on strike. Romain Morris, the keeper. And outside of the off stump is Reefer with 2 slips and a gully waiting. He doesn't play 303 for 5. Updating you on the first T20 international between India and West Indies in Kolkata. West Indies sent in 53 for 2 in the 8th over. Brandon King was caught Yadav, bowled by Kumar for 4. His opening partner Kyle Mears was leg before wicket, bowled by Shahal for 31 from 24 balls with 7 fours. Nicholas Pooran is on 16 from the same number of balls with 2 sixes, and he's just been joined by Roston Chase, who is yet to score after 1 delivery. 54 for 2 after 7 overs and 4 balls. Here at Kensington, Reefer is in outside of the off stump. No stroke from Morris, and it's taken by Dowrich. Harding, 11 overs, no maidens, none for 50. Simmons, 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 53. Warwick, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57. Springer, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 44. Reefer in his 10th over, 3 maidens, 2 for 18. Shem holded the off spinner, 12 overs, none for 54. Carter, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. Here is Reefer, and it's played defensively back down on the onside by Morris as the mid-on and Simmons does the fielding. There is no run, and Craig Brathwaite, the captain, 2 overs, none for 15, 303 for 5. Roland.
Yeah, Keith, just having a look at Morris's setup at the crease. He looks very much like Larry Gomes. If you see how he prepares before the bowler comes in there.
Yes, as Reefer is in again and trying to flick it. It comes off the pads and goes down to the area of short leg, the short mid wicket, and Springer to do the fielding. No run, 303 for 5.
Yeah, we were talking about the LBW shout. The umpire would have been of the opinion that the left armer is getting the ball to shape away from the left-handed batsman. I thought it pitched just outside off, and he would have taken the view that perhaps it would continue on its way.
So Reefer is in again to bowl to Morris, and his head is well over this ball, coming on the front foot, bottom pad close together, and with a bit of a little flare, pushes it up towards mid-off. Mosley intercepts from extra cover, and there is no run. So you see a bit of Larry Gomes in him with
in his setup. I mean, the way he sets up at the crease and looks to just get forward. If he's half as successful as Larry Gomes, then he will have a good career. But he's certainly got a bit of Larry Gomes about him.
So Reefer is outside of the off stump. No stroke from Morris as it goes through to Dowrich. The end of the over, 303 for 5. Just 4 runs added to the overnight score while losing 2 wickets. And Reefer's figures now read 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 18. John Campbell is on 124. He's added only 1. And after 9 deliveries, Romain Morris, the captain, who's also left-handed, yet to get off the mark. Here's Roland Butcher.
Yeah, and a good job done so far by Barbados this morning. Very much under the 8 ball when play started, but they've been able to just hold things in check this morning, and in the process also picked up a couple of wickets as well. So at the moment, things going very much to plan.
So here is Simmons with 2 slips and a gully, and pitched up, and it's a drive down towards the deep forward square, and Campbell virtually just ambling through for a single. He moves to 125 off, 223 balls. He's in for 372 minutes, 12 fours and 1 6. 304 for 5 in the 89th over. West Indies 55 for 2 in the 8th over, with Pooran 16, Chase yet to score, Brandon King 4, and Kyle Mears 31. The batsmen out with Morris on strike as he takes his guard from umpire Jonathan Blaze. The slips cordon has been strengthened. There are 3 slips and a gully. Cover extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a deep backward square. So here's Simmons, left arm fast, over the wicket from the Joel Garner end outside of the off stump. No stroke from Morris and taken by Dowrich. Roland, the last couple of weeks, doing the commentaries here from Kensington Oval, we've been found in a position where, apart from describing the cricket and going down memory lane, you name it, with bringing you some sad news, and it continues today. As here is Simmons, and he goes and bowled him. Stump plucked out, looks like the middle as he essayed a drive. And ecstasy for Ramon Simmons, the 20-year-old, in his second first-class match. The third wicket this morning for Barbados Pride. Simmons' first of the innings, and spectacularly, his middle stump plucked out. We'll check for that replay. 304 for 6. And he went for drive, and that middle stump sent cartwheeling. What a dismissal, as Roland Butcher critiques it now yet again with the wonderful replays being offered. Oh, that would make any headline news, even at the very bit with the news proper, because that stump went cartwheeling in spectacular fashion. Roland Butcher.
Yeah, and Barbados continue to have a dream morning. Really, they would not have expected this sort of start. And this delivery is pitching outside the off stump, but on this occasion it's coming into the left-handed batsman, who goes for an expensive drive. And the ball goes through the gate and just plucked out the middle stump. So good ball in there by Simmons. He's got good pressure being added by Reefer at the other end, and these two left-armers now have picked up 3 wickets this morning, and I think this one has scored 5 runs. So I think Jamaica Scorpions they've got to make a decision very soon as to what's going to happen. I mean, are they going to just try to hang in there, or, you know, is Campbell going to try and transfer some of the pressure back to the Barbados bowlers? At the moment, the pressure is all one way. It seems as if the batsmen are the ones under pressure. And starting the day at 299 for 3, that really should not be the case, Keith Holder.
Yes.
You know, really, is it because of good bowling by Barbados this morning, or is it because of a negative mind frame by the Scorpions? That's something you would have to really think about. I would say it's a combination of both. I think Barbados have bowled well within themselves to try to contain the batsman, and at the same time I don't really think the Scorpions have made a great deal of effort to get some impetus into their batting.
Yes. Well, the new batsman is Jimmy Merchant. A bit of refreshment for the players after that wicket fell. And Romain Morris, the keeper, bowled by Simmons without scoring. Faced 11 balls, was in for 12 minutes. It's 304 for 6. Barbados Pride on a roll here with the second new ball on day 2 at Kensington Oval. Round 2 of the Regional First Class Championship. More support for Simmons, the 20-year-old bloke, in his second first-class match. There are 3 slips of gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the fine leg. He goes over the wicket, down the leg side, and it's flick. And a very fast outfield, taking it into the boundary, now being signalled by umpire Jonathan Blades. Not with the style and flair like his partner at square leg, Gregory Brathwaite. But the first boundary on day 2 coming up after a matter of 19 plus 15, 34 minutes. And off the mark immediately, Jamie Merchant, as he flicked it into the fine leg boundary. It's 308 for 6.
Yeah, first delivery to a right-hander today. Would have been a nice ball for a left-hander, but unfortunately it was on Merchant's pads. And he just put that away quite easily.
Here is Simmons with 2 balls left in the over, searching for the Yorker. Forward is Merchant, and he drives it into the covers, and there is no run. So as I was saying, during the course of this over, Roland, we heard overnight of the passing of Roger Blaze, a stalwart at St. Catherine Club, at the age of 58. And I have a tribute from his former Combermere captain, Pearson Bovell, which I will read to you. St. Catherine Club, they've really had a spate of deaths over the last year and a half or so. You are a St. Philip man from near that club, and we'll talk more about Roger Blades in a minute. Simmons is in and on the front foot, searching for the drive, and the ball is through to Dorich Merchant, the batsman, looking busy quite early. He has 4. His captain, John Campbell, remains there, having added only 2 to his overnight 123, while seeing 3 wickets tumble in quick succession, 2 to Reefer and the other to Simmons. It's now 308 for 6. Here's Roland, and then we'll talk a bit about Roger Blades in between overs.
Yeah, good strike by Simmons. His pace started to increase after those first couple of overs. I think that probably would have helped him, the fact that Raymond Reefer picked up a couple of wickets. That would have added a bit of energy and adrenaline to his bowling, and he got a very good wicket there. Merchant has shown early signs, Keith, as to how he's going to play. Looks as if he's not going to hang around.
Yes, well, I was aware that he was ill a bit, but it's still very sad news. A very faithful clubman for St. Catherine, Roger Blades. There are 3 slips in place, and here is Reefer into bowl to Campbell, and he defends it, plays it into the offside. There's no run, 308 for 6. I tell you what, apart from being a faithful member of St. Catherine Club with his medium pace bowling and effective batting, well-built individual, Roger Blades, he represented Bermuda and also played in the ICC 1997 trophy. And I remember, and I can see him all like now before me with that Bermudian side in Guyana during the 1996 Regional One Day Tournament. The red stripe ball. Here at Kensington Oval is Reefer, and a drive powerfully down to mid-on, fielded cleanly by Simmons. The batsman Campbell, there is no run, 308 for 6. As a matter of fact, dressed as Roland, you would know, in his Bermuda shorts. When you were living in Bermuda, how often did you wear Bermuda shorts?
Not that often, Keith.
Okay, you dress in the traditional Barbadian or English way.
Well, I had to work in an office, so
okay.
I don't think the shorts would be.
You were calling time, man. It's okay, Roland. We'll talk about Roger Blades. A drive here uppishly but safely by Campbell off Reefer out into the covers. And they will come back now for the second run as the return from Shemholder goes full to the bowler, caught by Reefer. 310 for 6, and Campbell goes to 127. But I remember Roger Blades being well attired in the Bermuda shorts. And in fact, in a nerve-jangling match against the Windward Islands, which Bermuda lost by 2 runs, he had the fine bowling figures of 4 for 30 from 9 overs and 5 balls, and that was at Enmore. Next delivery is defended by Campbell, and there is no run. But I spoke with Pearson Bavell. Good morning to you again, Pearson, who was Roger Blades' captain at Combermere. And he sent me a wonderful tribute, which I will read before another Combermerian and Woody Richard takes over. 310 for 6, but a lovely, rather friendly, at the same time quiet guy, Roger Blades, passing last evening at the age of 58. This one is swung, bam, and into the hands of the deep square leg, just inside of the boundary. Harding takes the catch. Raymond Reefer, the hero of the morning, comes down, shakes the hands of Campbell. About 5-6 of his teammates converge as well, as they really acknowledge a brilliant knock of 127, ended by a flick down to deep square leg, caught just a couple meters inside of the boundary by Harding. He judged it well. It fell neatly into his hands, and Jamaica rapidly subsiding from an overnight 299 for 3 now to 310 for 7. Campbell caught Harding, bowled Reefer for 127, was in for 381 minutes, faced 228 balls, counted 12 fours and 1 6. And Reefer's figures now 10 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens, 3 for 20. Here is Roland Butcher.
Yes, and Campbell's long vigil comes to an end. It's been a very good knock by him, particularly yesterday. Today has been a little bit more circumspect. Started the day at 123. So he's only really scored 4 runs in the period of 20. Well, played some nearly 45 minutes so far. He scored 4 runs. He'd be disappointed in the way that he got out, because it was a leg side half volley that he intended to clip over square legs. Found the man at the back of square, who took quite a straightforward catch. He didn't have to move very far. Delight for Raymond Reefer, because he's now picked up his 3rd wicket of the day. Now has figures of 3 for 20. And more importantly, Barbados have picked up 4 wickets in this morning period, and they've only conceded 11 runs.
Yes, well, let me add a ball, or the ball that he dismissed Campbell with. So his figures now 10 overs and 5 balls, 4 maidens, 3 for 20. At the end of this over, we will read you that wonderful tribute by Pearson Bevell on the passing of his old Combermere schoolmate Roger Blades, a St. Catherine stalwart. Lived and worked in Bermuda. I remember when he was also in the banking service, working at the Barbados National Bank, as it was then called, and now it's Republic Bank. But an excellent guy, and when you think of the likes of Terry Watson, Ian Chatterton, and your old neighbor Tape. You remember what was Tape's full name? When you get hooked into these nicknames. Anyway, back to the action in the middle. Marquino Minley, who's played club cricket here in Barbados for Gladiator, pushes his first delivery up through forward square. Reefer is so enthusiastic and alive that he has run all the way to forward square leg and reached the ball before Shem Holder. And who's that as well? The captain, Brathwaite. The end of another successful over, 311 from an overnight, 299 for 3, 311 for 7 Jamaica, and Reefer's figures now 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 21. So here we go with that tribute. It's a lengthy one. Bear with us, from Pearson Bevell on Roger Blades, who died last evening. And Pearson Bevell says, "It is with profound sadness and grief that I mourn the death of my friend Roger Blades. In spite of my knowledge of Roger's grave medical condition and a prognosis that provided me with minimal confidence in Roger to win his battle with his ailment, receiving the news of his passing from his St. Catherine clubmate Ezra Stewart still sent me into an emotional wave of deep sorrow." More after this delivery from Simmons, and it goes through outside of the off stump as he starts his 16th over, 311 for 7. And Pearson Bevell goes on, "It was though Roger bowled the delivery at me that suddenly rose from a good length and crashed into my chest, which was devoid of any protective gear. There are 3 slips and a gully cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and the fine leg. Jamaica Scorpions 311 for 7, having resumed day 2 on 299 for 3. And this next delivery from Simmons is pushed into the covers. Reefer, like a hawk, comes in from mid-off to do the fielding, and there's no run. Pearson Bevell continues, "I first met Roger, who is 3 years my junior, when he entered my alma mater Combermere School in 1974. Roger was a pleasant youngster who spent the majority of his lunchtime playing cricket with his peers and overwhelming them with his all-round ability. Subsequently, as I assumed the role of the school's intermediate cricket captain," more after this delivery from Simmons, pitched up and driven straight and misfielded. Bad bit of work by an enthusiastic Shamar Springer, moving from mid-off and allowing the batsman to take an extra run as the score now moves to 313 for 7, with Minley going on to 3. So continuing with this tribute from Pearson Bevell on the passing of Roger Blades. And he was saying, "Subsequently, as I assumed the role of the school's intermediate cricket captain, and as Roger developed and progressed nicely from the under-15 Ronald Tree competition, I selected and integrated a comparatively young Roger Blades to the school's intermediate side, outside of the off stump, Simmons to Minley, and it goes through to Dorridge." Right, so into the school's intermediate team. Pearson Bevell continues, "Roger was somewhat chubby, but he was very mobile and athletic and performed his role as a lower order number 8 batsman and handy medium pacer competently. I pause. There are 3 slips and a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, wide mid-on, and a fine leg. Bright sunny conditions at Kensington Oval. Ramon Simmons, left arm fast, over the wicket from the Garner end, and this a drive played with a bit of extravagance by Minley down to mid-off, fielded cleanly by Springer, and there is no run, 313 for 7. He continues, due to his chubby, cuddly-like appearance while at school. These sounds like words that Richard would put down, but they all come from Marians. He earned the nickname among his teammates of Teddy, which was short for Teddy Bear. Here is Simmons with 1 ball left in his 16th over as he goes in to bowl to Minley. Short, Minley pulls uppishly but safely out through forward square. 2 fielders converge and Harding gets there before the fine leg in Shamholder. Moving from the wide mid on, a couple runs for Minley. He goes to 5, 315 for 7 at the end of the over. Minley 5, Merchant on 4. Simmons 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 62. Woody Richard is hovering over me. Woody, I'll soon complete it. This is a tribute by Pearson Bevell on the passing of the St. Catherine's stalwart Roger Blaze last evening. And he continues, Pearson. Roger was a highly skilled cricketer who played a pivotal role in the St. Catherine Club's consistent performances in Barbados Premier Cricket competitions. Roger emigrated to Bermuda and eventually played cricket for Bermuda in the West Indies Red Stripe Bowl competition. However, I was filled with much pride and admiration on hearing about Roger represented Bermuda in the 1997 ICC competition. My boy was on the international stage, and I just have one more paragraph to complete from Pearson Bevell before giving away to Woody Richard, who knew Roger Blaze pretty well as well. 315 for 7. And a drive here up to mid-off, Reefer the bowler. Simmons does the fielding and fires it on the first bounce down to Dorridge as a single is taken, and both Minley and Merchant now on 5. Minley coming on strike, 316 for 7. And this is the final paragraph from Pearson Bevell. Roger was best known as well as a very competent and competitive cricketer, but first and foremost, he was a wonderful and congenial person. Well said, Pearson. I just have 5 more lines to complete. This has been a brilliant tribute, which I shall place on barbadoscricket.org. 316 for 7. Outside of the off stump, Reefer to Mindy, doesn't play, taken by Dorridge. And the final words from Pearson Bevell: my sincere condolences to all his family, friends, and the Barbados and Bermuda cricket communities, especially to the St. Catherine Club. Of course, that's based in Bayfield, St. Philip. May he rest in peace. Thank you very much, Pearson Bevell. And Woody will have his 2 cents worth to add as an orator as well. 316 for 7 here with 2 slips in the gully. Reefer outside of the off stump, 2 wide for a stroke from Minley. Roland was talking about the fact that St. Catherine Club, dear to your heart as well, they've lost quite a few individuals. I mentioned Terry Watson, who was an attacking batsman. I talked about Ian Chatterton in December. And then Tate, who was one of their most faithful supporters, and who came from your district, I believe, in Marleyville. What was Tate's first name again, Woody?
I think it's Cleveland.
Yeah, as a sort of somebody will message, but I knew him all the time as Tape. So I never tried to actually find out.
Yeah, it was Cleveland, I think.
Yes, Tape. 316 for 7. Here is Reefer outside of the off stump. Just a tentative little push at it as it goes through to the keeper. In all of that, Woody too will update you with what's going on in the region and the first T20 international between India and West Indies. West Indies, after 10 overs and 3 balls, 74 for 3. With the wickets of Brandon King 4, Kyle Mears 31, Nicholas Pooran 27. Not out. Roston Chase went for 4 from 10 deliveries, and Robin Powell is on 2 from just 1 ball. 74 for 3. Woody will be your next commentator. Today we are missing the likes of Andrew Mason and Lyndon Yard. Reefers outside of the off stump. They are in bigger company today, Roland. They've gone somewhere to do commentaries on this first T20 international. Yeah, well, have no fear. I will help your cause. I will shift to that part, and Woody will do the ball-by-ball commentaries. Yes. Right, and hopefully we'll get Philip Spooner to come and join to ease the workload off. They had no consideration for us, but that's okay, Roland. Thanks for Woody for coming. 316 for 7. I believe it's Andrew Mason, Lyndon Yard, Philip Hackett, and Tahir Bubulia, who are all doing that T20 International. Here is Rifa, dug into the turf wide. He would perhaps tell himself that's the worst delivery he's bowled in this wonderful spell as he completes now the left arm medium pacer, his 12 over 4 millions, 3 for 22. Jamaica Scorpions, 316 for 7 from an overnight 299 for 3. Both Jeremy Merchant and Marquino Minley are on 5. Another word from Roland, and then let's welcome and give him a big welcome to Adriel Woody Richard, himself having grieved in December with the passing of his beautiful wife, Yolanda, at the age of 45. Roland.
Yes, and yeah, Keith, good morning so far for Barbados. They're now bringing the changes as Simmons comes out of the attack and Keon Harding will take up the bowling from the Joe Garner end. And it has been a good morning so far. Barbados have picked up 4 vital wickets, which really puts the game very much back in the balance. And yes, it's good to see your mate, Adriel Woody Richards. And he's now going to take you, I guess, to the next session. And Keith is, I'm sure you'll be shifting over to this side. Woody, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Roland. Just let me take off the mask first. Oh boy. Oh, this is a whole job to be able to take off the mask. Got the glasses, the mask, the string has gotten caught up in the glasses. The glasses have lost the glasses. They've gone on the floor. Oh my golly! Thanks, Keith.
Not the greatest start.
No, not the greatest start. But Barbados have had a good start this morning. They've picked up 4 wickets so far, including the hero for the Jamaicans, John Campbell. Good morning wherever you are. 316 for 7 it is then. With Harding replacing Simmons at the Garner end and bowling a delivery which the Merchant turns out into the onside where it's fielded by Mosley and there's no run. 2 slips of gully. There's a squarish cover mid-off, mid-on. Forward short leg, deep square leg, backward square leg you may want to call him, and then there's a field on the long leg boundary. That's the field, that's the operating theatre for Harding. Got partly cloudy weather here, or maybe hazy weather, maybe some of the African dust has come across the island as Harding moves in and bowls, delivery which is shortish outside the off stump and Merchant onto the back foot, forces it out through cover for a single, and the fielder from that point position, that's Shane Holder, moves to his right, and there's a single there for Merchant. He now moves up to 6 and Minley 5, total 317 for 7. Keith said he was going to offer a few words on Roger Blades, and that's all he can offer after such a glowing tribute from his former schoolmate and Pearson Bovell. As we watch Harding moving in once more, past the umpire in the stumps, bowls a short ball, and Minley swaying out of the way. He was looking to play what we will colloquially call a duck hook, and got himself into a bit of a tangle, and the ball taken by Dowrish behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think Minley will go for the pull shot. He got into the position to do it, and at the last minute obviously realised the ball was not in his hitting arc and allowed it to go through. I think both of these batsmen will look to score. They've seen the more senior batsmen this morning try to stay in, lost their wickets, so obviously I think their approach is going to be one of getting runs on the board.
Harding again in bright sunshine, bowls a short ball outside the off stump. A wide is called by umpire Jonathan Blades after it was signalled by Gregory Brathwaite at square leg, and so another extra to the total, 318 for 7. The West Indies have lost another wicket. Hussain has come in. So they've lost King for 4, Mears 31, Chase 4 and Powell 2. And it's Pooran there on 28 and Hussain yet to score. And, well, I think the less said about the West Indies at this stage with a lot of the foolishness that you can see in. How could Hussain be coming at number 6? But here we are. That's what the cricket has come to. And this is a delivery that's pitched up, and a lovely drive here by Mosley, responding to the succession of short balls here from Harding. A delivery which is pitched up, and he got stuck into it and slapped it away through mid-off for 4 runs. So he goes up now to 9. Merchant is there on 6, and the Scorpions roll up to 322 for 7.
Yeah, good thinking there. Good strategy by Mosley. With that set field, they've got a lot of men behind the bat. If the ball's in your arc, yeah, put bat to ball. And on that occasion, it came off the middle of the bat, and it's now forced a fielding change. Mosley comes up from the short leg position.
2 slips of gully go down now as Harding is in. Bowls to Mosley, who's beaten by a good delivery. Pitched up again. This time, maybe just held its own, or maybe left the right-hander, and the ball through to be taken by Dowrich behind the stump. So if you're just joined the broadcast, say good morning to you or hello to you wherever you may be. At the moment, it's 322 for 7, Jamaica Scorpions. They have so far lost this morning after resuming at 299 for 3. Paul Palmer bowled by Reefer for 76. Alwyn Williams bowled by Reefer for 2. Romain Morris bowled by Simmons without scoring. And Campbell caught Harding bowled Reefer for 127. Delivery outside the off stump taken by Dowrich. No run. End of the over. 322 for 7. And let's have a quick look at the bowling figures for you. Those bowlers used so far today. Well, Reefer started off from the Marshall or southern end of the ground. He's taken 3 for 22 from 12 overs. Simmons, who shared the new ball with him, he's bowled 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 62. And Keon Harding, who's just completed his 12th over, 12 overs, no maidens, none for 56. The Jamaicans, 322 for 7.
Yes, and I think Merchant, like Mosley's going to follow suit. He's going to be aggressive as well. Barbados still maintaining quite an attacking field, even though they've now put a man out on the deep square leg boundary. Mid-off is fairly deep. The point's being taken away. Now he's going in almost. He's halfway to the boundary as well.
I'm going to ask you about this field as we watch Reefer from the Marshall end bowling to Merchant. The delivery outside the off stump, which the batsman steers towards the third man region. We'll get a single as Harding has to run around from backward point. And so he now rolls up to 7 and the total up to 323 for 7. You've got a deep backward square. Raymond Reefer's the bowler. I don't know that Raymond Reefer's got the pace to really, kind of force the batsman to hit the ball down there. What is he really down there to cover?
I think he might be there for if Raymond pitches it up on the pads and he goes for the big hit, similar to when Campbell got out.
Here's Reefer bowling to Mosley, who's wrapped to the pad on a goodish length, and that one seemed to just maybe come back into the right-hander. He was looking to work it into the onside, and coming off the pad, stifled the peel. Umpire Brathwaite says not out.
Yeah, I think height also will be a consideration there. He was on the back foot, appears to be certainly striking him high on the thigh area. Reefer, after his initial appeal, suddenly stopped after asking how was that. Didn't prolong the appeal.
Turns and comes trotting in again from the Marshall end and bowls to that's Mosley. He's up caught at point. Look at the drive and the ball peeling off the outside edge and going straight to Harding. He really didn't have to move, right into his lap. And so Jamaica lose another wicket this morning. They have now sunk to 323 for 8, with Mosley being caught by Harding at point of Reefer for 9. Jamaica 323 for 8.
Yeah, and this has been a real collapse by Jamaica from an imposing total yesterday at 299 for 3. They're now 323 for 8, and really in danger of being bowled out for under 350. And that really, from their point of view, would very much put Barbados back into the game, because you would not have really made any headway. They had the opportunity, really, starting the day, only 3 wickets down, of being way ahead of Barbados in this game by later on during this day. What has happened so far in this first session, it has changed that completely. It means really that Barbados is still very much in the game, because 323, while might look a good score, is not that good a score based on what we've seen so far of this pitch where batting has looked relatively easy. And good effort by Rimmery for this morning. He's picked up 4 wickets bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. Just nothing more than medium pace, but using some variations. And really Barbados have done an excellent job.
Yeah, they've taken 5 wickets this morning, Roland, since the new ball. They've taken 5 wickets for 22 runs in a space of 10 overs, if my maths is correct. So that's pretty good going for the Pride so far this morning. We talk about this pitch, Roland, and from the time I saw it, Roland, I think this pitch on the square is probably the truest pitch that we have at Kensington Oval. Whenever we play on this pitch, there's always runs. I think this is the truest pitch. The pitch, I think, which is probably the most, the one with the fast bowlers will probably relish a delivery outside the off stump from Reefer. And the new batsman, who is Nicholson Gordon, offers no shot, and it's taken by Durridge. Is the one to the west of the pitch that we played on last week, which is the test pitch. They had the test pitch got a run out last week because obviously they want to see how it's playing, and the one to the west of that one, immediately to the west, I think that's the best pitch on the square. In recent seasons, since we've played a lot of our first class cricket now at Kensington Oval, had a chance to see that pitch and all the pitches in use, and that one seems to offer the most bounce and movement to the bowler, especially to the pace bowlers. Delivery which brings the batsman onto the front foot, play defensively into the onside, and looks like Mosley's coming from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Merchant there on 7, and Gordon yet to score. It's 323 for 8.
Yeah, this one is pretty good for batting. He looked at yesterday. I don't think it's changed in any way today. I think Barbados have bowled a little bit better today, just picked up wickets at the right time, and it's been going perfect for them.
Here's Reefer over the wicket, bowling to Gordon, who was coming forward and maybe just got maybe it might have been some kind of a slow delivery.
Yeah.
And the ball dropped down on his toes. He was into the shot quite early and then had to adjust. No run. The end of the over, 323 for 8 with Merchant on 7. Gordon yet to score. And I'm going to ask you a question about the way that the Pride team has bowled so far in this game. I'm going to ask you, one of the things I always find, that I don't think that young bowlers understand is that sometimes you just got to bowl well. It's not about trying to get wickets, it's about just bowling well at times. If 2 bowlers bowl well, then the wickets may come, because if you keep the pressure on, then, as they say, pressure bursts pipes. We watch Harding in bright sunshine at Kensington Oval, bowling to Merchant, who looks to drive. The ball is in the air, and field is circling on it. That's shame holder, but won't get there. It falls safely into the outfield at somewhere the backward point region, close towards the scoreboard on the far side. 2 runs there for Merchant, who's now up to 9, and the total up to 325 for 8.
Yeah, you're right. I think what Barbados have done well this morning is that they're able to build pressure really from both ends, restricted the scoring of Jamaica, and once they got the breakthrough, that pressure really then told on the team, and they were able to pick up other wickets. So they've done an excellent job this morning.
Here's Harding moving in again to bowl to Merchant, who just leaves alone. The delivery was just short outside the off stump. A knock-quist delivery taken by the keeper behind the stumps, and there's no run. 325 for 8. If you want to find out what's happening in that game with the West Indies and India, the West Indies at the moment in over number 14. They are 88 for 4. Puran is on 31 and Hussain is on 9. So let's see how they get on. They've got 6 overs and 4 balls, and see Kyron Pollard is padded, and so too Odin Smith. Some revealing comments yesterday on the Mason and Guest program by the secretary of Weeper, a delivery which is bringing the batsman onto the front foot, and he plays defensively into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I didn't listen yesterday.
Yeah, I have to go and listen back to it again too.
So what was the?
Seems Weeper do have some genuine concerns, and that Cricket West Indies may have been a bit hasty in what they had to say, and so there's a bit of an exoneration for your fellow commentator Andrew Mason. As we watch Harding moving in again from the Garner end, bowls a short ball looking to pull his Merchant. Doesn't make any contact because it really was a long hop really from Harding. He tends to bowl these short balls that are more long hops than really threatening the batsman. That's maybe a aspect of his bowling that maybe Vaspert Drakes may need to look at. In addition to the fielding, I think Vaspert in that 2-month break will have to spend a lot of time working on the fielding because the catching has been not up to the mark in these first 2 games. I think they dropped about 3 in the first game and they dropped another 3 yesterday alone. Here is Harding moving in again to bowl to Merchant. Another short ball. And I say short, but again, more closer to Harding than to the batsman. And Merchant looking to help it around behind square, makes no contact, and the ball goes through to be taken by the keeper. It remains at 325 for 8. 2 slips, a third man. There's a squarish cover. There's an extra cover mid-off. Fielder halfway to the boundary. Well, he's now being brought up into more orthodox mid-on position. There's also a deep backward square and there's also a long leg. Soon have a refreshments break. We'll be going for just over an hour so far. Remember, play started 15 minutes earlier than regularly scheduled because of the rain yesterday. As you watch Harding again from the Garner end, bowls an over-pitch delivery and it is whipped away through forward the square. There'll be runs here for Merchant. He's got 2. He's going to come back for the third now as Shamar Springer had a long chase around from the backward square boundary towards more a deep mid-wicket, and that allowed Merchant to get 3 runs. So he's into double figures, Merchant. He's up to 12. And Nicholson Gordon there yet to score. And Jamaica at the end of the over with the refreshments, the refreshments being brought out onto the field. The Scorpions 328 for 8.
Yeah, an attempted Yorker there by Harding turned out to be quite a leg side half volley. And with the leg side field, there's a deep square leg and a mid-on. So the ball went up to deep mid-wicket. So 3 easy runs. And I think Keith Holder is going to come a-calling as Barbados take a welcome drink here. They've had a good session so far this morning. Really, they've picked up 5 wickets for some 29 runs, so that's excellent returns. So they'll be very, very, very pleased with what's happened so far.
So, as I said, if you've missed what's taken place so far for the day, remember that the Jamaica Scorpions started the day at 299 for 3 with Campbell and Palmer there. Campbell on 123, Palmer there on 76. Palmer didn't add to his overnight score before. He was bowled by Raymond Reefer for 76, 133 minutes, 114 balls, 9 fours in that 76. Alwyn Williams was caught by Shane Mosley off Reefer for 2. Then Romain Morris was bowled by Simmons without scoring. Then Campbell was caught by Harding off the bowling of Reefer for 127. 381 minutes, 228 balls, 12 fours and 1 6. And Marquino Minley was caught by Harding off Reefer for 9. And the total, and so the total at the moment 328 for 8 with Merchant there not on 12 and Gordon yet to score. Let's have a look at the overall bowling figures. Harding, 13 overs, no maidens, none for 61. Simmons, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 62. Warrican, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57. Springer, 16 overs and 4 balls, 1 for 44. He hasn't bowled this morning, neither has Jamel Warrican. Reefer, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 23. And the first wicket that he took, Roland Butcher, was his 150th in the West Indies Championship. So a bit of a milestone there for Raymond Reefer.
Yeah, obviously great, and to have done it for Barbados, as we know that in the past, you know, his service really to CCC and Guyana, that's really he's made his mark.
Let me finish the bowling figures. Shame Holder, 12 overs, no maidens, none for 54. Carter, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. He hasn't bowled neither as Holder, and Craig Brathwaite, the Barbados Pride captain, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 15. Yes, as you said, he would have played for both the combined campuses and colleges, as well as the Guyana Jaguars, as they were previously known, but now they're known as the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I really wonder where that name came from, Roland. That's a really one. That's a really funny one there. Let me just tell you, he's played Reefer 23 matches for the CCC, and he also played 42 matches for the Jaguars. So, so he's been around for a little bit, just for a little bit, and he's been around for a little bit, and so he will definitely be a player who has got a lot of experience and bringing it to bear here this morning, picking up the 4 wickets, which has really helped turn the situation around for the Pride. Here he is bowling to Merchant outside the line of the off-stump, no shot offered, and the ball through to be taken by the keeper, and there is no run. 328 for it. It was when the drinks came out for the players. As I said, we've started a little bit earlier because of the adverse weather that we had yesterday. It seems as though another wicket has gone down for the West Indies, and the struggles with the bat continues as Reefer comes trotting in from the Marshall end, bowls to Merchant, who comes onto the front foot and lifts the bat over his head. Roland, your name is Butcher, not Manning. 96 for 5 it is, so Kyron Pollard is come in. He's on 1. Puran is there on 37. And it's 96 for 5 in the 15th over. That's the West Indies total. And so some struggles. The struggles continue for the West Indies batting. As Reefer bowls, and he's bowled him, and that's another 5-wicket haul for Raymond Reefer. The off stump has been rocked by Raymond Reefer as Merchant looked for the big drive, and so he departs, bowled by Reefer for 12, and the Scorpions lose their 9th wicket. They're 328 for 9, and this is Reefer's 6th 5-wicket haul in the West Indies Championship, Keith.
Yes, Woody, I know you pay very close attention to your stats, but what a wonderful display with the second new ball. And I mentioned in my first commentary stint, as we look at that replay again, dragged on, Woody. He searched for a big drive, and I reckon he got a neck onto the off stump. Yes, that Craig Brathwaite showed that confidence in him after he bowled 3 balls to complete his figures from last evening, to complete his 7th over. And once the second new ball was taken, he shared it with the 20-year-old Ramon Simmons in only his 2nd match. And he's rather experienced, Reefer, at this level, and this has been a wonderful spell from the Malcolm Marshall end at the south. And going to bed last evening, Barbados Pride would have been wondering what tricks that they could pull. They've more than pulled a trick. They have come out. The bowlers have bent their backs, and from an overnight 299 for 3 to subside so dramatically to 328 for 9. That would give Barbados confidence, but the batters still have to come out and do their job when this innings is completed.
So he's actually taken, Keith, 5 for 8 in the space of 7 overs, exactly 7 overs, because he had bowled 6 overs and 3 balls overnight, and he's so far bowled 13 overs in total, 13 overs and 3 balls in total. So in 7 overs this morning, 7 full overs, he's taken 5 for 8. That's really a fantastic spell.
Definitely.
He'll continue from the Marshall end, and the new batsman in is Patrick Hardy, who's facing up. He edges and he's uncaught. Caught at second slip by Carter. Fanning at a delivery outside the off stump. The edge found, and Raymond Reefer finishes with 6 wickets. 6 for 23 from 13 overs and 4 balls. And this is easily his best bowling performance in a West Indies Championship game. His previous best was 6 for 74, but he ends with 6 for 23 from 13 overs and 4 balls. And so a fine bowling effort from Raymond Reefer. 6 wickets this morning for 8 runs in the space of 7 overs and 1 ball. And a very fine bowling performance from the left-arm seamer. Really a strange decision. That he was let go by the Guyana Jaguars, but now the Harpy Eagles. But the Harpy Eagles' loss has been the Pride's gain, and it seems as though West Indies have lost another wicket, the wicket of their captain, Kieran Pollard, who has been. I'm not going to talk about that delivery, which seems to be the googly. He was struck playing forward. It's umpire's call. It was a not out. Well, actually, he's been very fortunate. The umpire had ruled not out, and the review went in his favor. 97 for 5. The West Indies are at the moment in the 16th over. So you're being brought up to date on that game. Let's just go back through the scorecard here at Kensington Oval for you, with the Pride finishing off the Jamaica Scorpions this morning. The Scorpions starting the day at 293 for 3, 399 for 3, and losing 7 wickets with the addition of just 29 runs. And let's go through the full scorecard for you. Campbell was caught by Harding off Reefer for 127. Lugg was bowled by Harding off Warrican for 39. Blackwood was bowled by Warrican off Springer for 1. Bonner was caught by Warrican off Carter for 49. Palmer was bowled by Reefer for 76. Williams was caught Mosley off Reefer for 2. Morris was bowled by Simmons without scoring. Merchant was bowled by Reefer for 12. Mindley was caught Harding off the bowling of Reefer for 9. Gordon was not out on no score, and Patrick Harty was caught by Carter off Reefer without scoring. First ball, 328 all out, 95 overs and 4 balls, 13 extras in that total, 4 byes, 1 leg by, 4 wides and 4 no balls. And the fall of wickets for the Scorpions: first wicket made at 71, the second at 77, the third at 160. That's a partnership of 91 for the third wicket between Bonner and Campbell. Then a big partnership between Palmer and Campbell of 133 before Palmer made the score at 301 for 4. And then after that, it really just all fell apart for the Scorpions. The 5th going on at 303, the 6th at 304, the 7th at 310, the 8th at 323, and the 9th at 328, and then of course being all out on 328. Bowling for the Pride: Harding none for 61 from 13 overs. Simmons 16 overs 4 maidens 1 for 62. Warrican, who did not bowl today, 18 overs 5 maidens 1 for 57. Springer, who also did not bowl today, 16 overs 4 maidens 1 for 44. Reefer the star, 13 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens 6 for 23. And as I just told you, he took 6 for 8 this morning from 7 overs and 1 ball. Holder, who did not bowl today, 12 overs, no maidens, none for 54. Carter, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. And Brathwaite, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 15. So the Scorpions all out for 328 in 95 overs and 4 balls. The Pride will get full bowling points, and the Scorpions will get, if my memory serves me correctly, they will get 3 batting points, having scored 328. The 110th over has not been completed, and you get the thresholds have now changed slightly. It's 250 for the first, for 2 batting points, and then 300 for the 3rd batting point. And then the 4th batting point goes up at 350, and the 5th batting point at 400. So that is both teams picking up 3 points bonus, batting and bowling respectively. And then for the Pride, they would also add another 1.8, having with the seamers or the pace bowlers having picked up 9 of the 10 wickets that have fallen in the Scorpions innings. So in total, that is 4.8 points that they would have been able to acquire. The Scorpions would have collected 3. I'm going to make some way for Keith Holder, and he's going to be joined by the marketing manager of the Barbados Cricket Association, Stephen Leslie. And just to remind you once again that the Jamaica Scorpions start in the morning at 299 for 3, all out for 328. As Stephen will get into position so that we can make a smooth transition. Let's see if we can hear you first, or you may need to come into the other microphone here. Use this next one here. That'll for sure be the right thing to do. And see. Yes. Good morning to you, Stephen.
Good morning, Woody. Hope everything's well with you.
Yes, I am. And how's all on the marketing front with the BCA? I'm sure you have a lot to share with Keith.
Yeah, definitely. We are actually preparing today for a very important presentation ceremony for the Lord Gavin Awards, which is going to be held here at Kensington Oval in the presidential suite at midday. And interestingly enough, this annual award given to some of the most talented cricketers that we identify here at Kensington Oval. Miss Alison Gordon is going to be creating history by being the first female to be given that prestigious award.
Yes, Stephen, I'm very much looking forward to it, and you have it set for the lunch break. There is one of the annual BCA accounts and statements book which is laced with winners over the years, and if you can just talk a bit more while I search in my bag. I believe I have it with me. I have a major story in relation to that, but I just want to highlight those individuals. So just give me 30 seconds, Stephen, as you talk, as though you were chairing one of those recent Barbados Labour Party meetings.
Good morning to you, Keith. It's always good seeing you. And certainly, as you said, there's a good record of the number of cricketers over a long period that have received the Lord Gavin Awards. Many of them, which I would obviously afford you the opportunity to name them, would have gone on in most cases to play for the national senior men's side, and there were a few who've gone on to the West Indies senior men's team. And as I said a little bit earlier, having Miss Alison Gordon as the first female, she in herself was skilled enough to debut for the national senior women's team while she was just age 17. And as it stands, she also has the record, well, not the record, she had the privilege of captaining the national under-19 side, I believe it was in 2017 and 2018. So young Gordon, who is a graduate of the Ellerslie School and also has an associate degree in physical education from the Barbados Community College, will be joining that long list of individuals that you will be naming very shortly who have had the opportunity to have been given the Lord Gavin Award.
And Stephen, I believe she has Jamaican roots, as the surname alone should tell you.
I did hear that, but as again, sometimes the information that is shared around with the Jamaica roots, etc. She's a very nice young lady. I saw her actually in the main area watching the first hour of this particular game. So a very keen student of the game, and I'm very pleased just at the Barbados Cricket Association to continue giving these opportunities to the young talented cricketers.
Do you care to give us the other names as the Jamaicans are on the field soon to be bowling to the likes of the Barbados opening pair from the Wanderers Club at Devils Road, the captain Craig Brathwaite and Shane Mosley, who are now reaching the middle? The other names you care to share with us, Stephen?
That is fine. What we did since the advent of COVID-19, we weren't able to perform the actual physical ceremony where today we are. So the group of individuals will be in the case of Miss Alison Gordon for the year 2020-2021. We have a pair of Mr. Rayshawn Williams and Naeem Young, who would have been the awardees for 2019. And the other two individuals who would receive their physical presentation today will be Mr. Kamari Boyce and Mr. Jarion Hoyt. And those two individuals will be for the year 2018.
Yes, Stephen, I have kept very, very proudly a copy of the Barbados Cricket Association's annual report and statement of accounts April 1, 2014 to March 31st, 2015. And on the front cover as well as the back cover, there are photos of the Lord Gavin Award winners from the inception way back in 2001. And the then President Joel Big Bird Garner is featured on the front cover, along with the late Lord Gavin and his beautiful wife, Lady Gavin, who will be very much present for the awards here this afternoon. Am I on the ball with that?
Yes, you're certainly on the ball. Lady Gavin is already here at the venue with a group of other guests, and she would certainly be part of that important presentation later this afternoon.
Yes, well, I know Michael Sobers was telling me that he was hoping that we could carry it live, but we'll see what we can do. Here's the first delivery from Minley. Pitch is short, and immediately off the mark is Brathwaite by turning it down to fine leg. And Barbados Pride on their way. Love coming off the boundary to do the fielding. He's a big chap who made a brisk 39 yesterday. And responding then to first innings total of 328 all out from an overnight 299 for 3 Barbados Pride, 1 for no wicket off the first ball. So effectively they lost their last 7 wickets for 29 runs in 14 overs and 1 ball, with the record being Raymond Reefer, 6 for 23, career best, 13 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens. And John Campbell, the captain, with his 6th first-class 100 from an overnight 123. He finally fell to Reefer for 127. Mosley is on strike, and he finds 3 slips of gully, cover rather square, wide mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg, and a fine leg. Here's Minley, right arm fast, outside of the off stump, bowling from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end, and it's no stroke from Mosley. But looking at some of these names, let's go back to the very first winner in 2001. Ryan Chicken Breast, and there is a birdie fast bowling all-rounder, right arm pacer, left-handed batsman who could really give the ball a clout. Strong guy, 1 for no wicket, Barbados Pride. Minley from around the wicket to Mosley, pitches short and back he goes and turns it down to the short forward square, and there's no run, 1 without loss. Yes, and then in 2002, Stephen, none other than a character as far as I'm concerned. I always call him a character, Jason Smith. What is it? What is his nickname?
Spinal.
Spinal.
I keep if I may, just as you mentioned, Ryan Chicken Breast Nurse, and now in 2002, Spinal. I'll continue after this ball.
Minley's into Mosley, the left-hander. Back he goes and pushes it down to gully. There's no run. 1 for no wicket. Barbados Pride, Jamaica Scorpions all up for 328 in their first innings. Yes, Stephen?
I remember seeing Ryan Nurse, who, as you know, went on after representing Barbados and playing club cricket to be a current coach. But I remember seeing Ryan Nurse bowling a spell of 14 on-change overs.
How many?
14, 1-4.
Wow.
In the first-class match at the 3Ws Oval, and I think he got either 4 or 5 wickets, but it was an exciting spell of medium-fast bowling.
Here's Minley to Mosley, outside of the off stump. He picks up the line, and with good pace, it goes through to the keeper. Barbados Pride, 1 for no wicket.
Yeah, and Ryan Nurse in that particular spell exemplified all the things you just mentioned, being big and burly, being big-hearted, strong, and it was an exciting spell of medium-fast bowling. And I remember not only that spell, but he during a lot of the club games in Barbados would have been one of the more exciting cricketers, especially with his enterprising left-handed batting.
Morrison is the keeper, 3 sips and a gully. Mosley defends mainly down to mid-on and cannot score at the end of the first over. Barbados Pride 1 for no wicket in reply to a first innings total of 328 all out by the Jamaica Scorpions, having resumed on 299 for 3. That run to the captain, Craig Brathwaite. We are talking with Stephen Leslie, the manager of marketing communications here at the Barbados Cricket Association. There's a big function on at lunch next door in the President's Suite, the Lord Gavin Awards, and we mentioned the names of Ryan Chicken Breast Nurses win in 2001. And then Spinal, good afternoon, good morning to you, Spinal. He probably is going to get now onto his chat here, there, and thither. And in a jiffy, he will have about 10,000 followers.
10,000 more, Keith.
10,000 more. He's a very busy man on Facebook. Am I correct?
You're correct. And when we go to the 2002, as you say, with Jason Smith, a.k.a. Spinals, one of the most interesting cricketing characters I certainly have ever met. And when you saw Spinal bowling his off spin at club level, effective whenever he took wickets, he would make sure that he lets everyone know that he was successful on that particular day. And Jason Smith, a very talented cricketer and a very interesting character.
Here's the start of over number 2. It's Nicholson Gordon and a bit of misfield out at mid-off, allowing the batsmen to go through for a single, mainly not picking up cleanly. So Brathwaite goes to two without loss. And then, Stephen, as I look at my treasured BCA annual reports and statement accounts for 2014-15 on the front cover, a rather pleasant looking Martin Nurse. Like his namesake Ryan, another big guy, left-hander, who played for Barbados as a teenager.
Yeah, I remember seeing Martin being very explosive, making his first-class appearances here at Kensington. A swashbuckling cricketer. I mean, he still plays T20 cricket, I believe, for Gladiola. And Martin Nurse is one of those exciting cricketers who many would have thought would have gone on to higher heights.
Outside of the off stump, Gordon to Mosley, and he lets it go to Morrison. And followed after Martin Nurse in 2003, actually, then there were 2 winners when they started to increase the numbers. And one finds none other, 2004 correction, in Ronaldo Baby Paris.
Yeah, Ronaldo Paris, one of the more exciting fielders that we've ever seen in Barbados. I'll continue after this ball.
Gordon is around the wicket, outside of the off stump. Looks like he can bowl fairly briskly, and he's bowling from around the wicket at the Jewel Garner end, 2 for no wicket. So you were talking about Ronaldo Baby Paris, who played for Maple, and a nice little exciting cricketer, batting coming first.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the visits that I've made to Jamaica, the Jamaicans still rate Ronaldo Paris very highly. He would have done quite well at the Barbados on the 19 level, and they would have seen him in Kingston, and they wanted to know where is Ronaldo Paris.
Mosley, 2 wide of the off stump from Gordon. He lets it go. And in 2005 came a chap by the name of Javon Searles, who also played at the first class level, fast bowler.
Yeah, Javon Searles, right-handed, medium fast, right-handed batsman. Still plays his trade in the Caribbean Premier League, and he plays a lot of his cricket, certainly not only here domestically, but also in Trinidad. Very talented all-round player, and a recent player within the Barbados Pride setup as well.
Again, a bit too wide of the off stump from Gordon, bowling from around the wicket. Mosley doesn't have to play. It goes through to Morrison. 2 for no wicket. Barbados Pride, both runs to Craig Brathwaite. They are replaying to first innings total of 328 all out by the Jamaica Scorpions. We'll update you as well in the other 2 matches. West Indies now 135 for 6 with a couple overs left in the innings in the first T20 against India in Kolkata. Yet again, he's outside of the off stump. Gordon completes his first over as Mosley doesn't have to play. Mosley yet to score. Barbados 2 without loss. Both runs to Craig Brathwaite. We're talking to Stephen Leslie, the marketing manager. And a big one came in 2004
2006 in Kemar Roach. Little or no introduction, but I'm certain you want to talk a bit about him.
I mean, everyone knows Kemar would have gone on to international West Indies representation, has taken over 200 test wickets, and one of the Alexandra School alumni, just like Renata Baby Paris, who would have been given that prestigious award back, as you said, in 2005.
So after the 20 outside of the off stump, the start of a new over from Mindy to Brathwaite, and he lets it go. So he actually gave you Ryan Chicken Breast Maris in 2001, followed in 2002 by Jason Spinal Smith, 2003 Martin Nurse, 2004 Ronaldo Paris, 2005 Javon Serves, and we had reached Kemar Roach 2006. And I'm giving you these from the book. I have to go into my profiles on my laptop. Brathwaite forces it square on the offside, and there is no run. But before doing that, on the back cover, this is really a lovely book that I treasure. On the back cover, the 2007 winners. That's when they started awarding 2 winners per year as the money increased from Lord and Lady Gavron. And here we see the 2 Bs from Spartan, Rashidi Boucher and Shamar Brooks. They were the joint winners in 2007, Stephen. Here is Minley to Brathwaite, bowls short, and he tucks it down towards fine leg in that familiar style of jumping, and then playing it down to the fine leg area where the big opener in Leroy Lug does the fielding. Brathwaite takes another single. He's on 3. That's the Barbados Pride score without loss.
Yeah, Rashidi Boucher, exciting right-hand opening batsman. I think would have recorded the most runs in the local domestic competition some 3 years ago. So he's still...
Yes, as a matter of fact, in the last season that was played, he was the only player with over 500 runs, and Spartan won that championship. Seems a long time away now, though, Stephen. The next delivery, lovely shot by Mosley to get off the mark. A drive through straight mid-on, down the ground in front of the Cozier, Coppin Cozier and short media center. What a way to get off the mark, Mosley. That will do his confidence the world of good after he failed in both innings of the opening round match against the Leeward Islands here. So he's on 4 from 11 deliveries, 7 without loss. That shot would have pleased you a lot, Stephen, I'm certain.
Yeah, wonderful shot by Shane Mosley, making sure that he kept everything in place and playing it, passing it on into the boundary. And Mosley, like Craig Brathwaite, would want to be able to consolidate the good morning, I should say, that Barbados has had so far, but a wonderful shot by Shane Mosley.
3 slips of gully, cover, wide inviting gap, and then a mid-off. Mosley is forward, and I tell you, I don't believe it. Has he edged again into the hands of first slip, all too familiar, as though he put goat mouth on him. Very next ball, and man of dismissal from Mosley. Allah, the second innings against the Leeward Islands here. Minley strikes, Barbados Pride lose their first wicket. John Campbell gobbles up the cash at first slip, and Mosley goes for 4 from 12 deliveries. It's 7 for 1 in the third over, responding to the first innings total of 328, all out by the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, Mosley there actually being...
Look at the replay there, Stephen.
Yes, and playing a little bit away from his body, getting a healthy edge that was taken, going to the left by the first slip. And Mosley would be like anyone else, hoping to get their feet wet and spend some time at the crease. But I find that for the 3 innings that he's played so far this year, he's really hoping to spend some time at the crease. And as I was saying earlier, Keith, you have a situation with Boucher, who would have played club cricket only just 2-3 years ago and making over 500 runs. And then Shamar Brooks, who is a current West Indies representative, who would have scored some centuries and is one of the most elegant, stylish players in Barbados. And interesting enough, when it comes to Shamar Brooks, well loved by most Barbadians, and hopefully he can translate a lot of the potential that he has into high international scoring for the West Indies.
Yes, and we talk about him as he now is in the middle, having replaced Mosley, so being a Lord Gavron winner along with his Spartan club mate in Rashidi Boucher for 2007, and that was the first time there were 2 award winners in the same year. followed in 2008 by Kyle Corbin, a batsman who also kept wicket, and the non-striker here now in Craig Brathwaite. So here is mainly with 3 slips on the gully. Brooks goes back to his first delivery and defends it down to short leg. There is no run. So Craig Brathwaite and Kyle Corbin, the winners, Stephen, of the Lord Gavin Award, prestigious as it is, back in 2008.
Yes, Kyle Corbin would have attended the Lord School, and in the case of Craig attending the Commonwealth School, Corbin would have played quite a bit of his cricket, not just at first class level for Barbados, but also was wicketkeeper, batsman and captain for the combined campuses and colleges. One of the more talented, stylish players that we've seen on the circuit over a number of years. And in the case of Craig Brathwaite, I mean, his record speaks for himself. He's current West Indies captain. He's played just over 70-odd test matches, and I believe that those two names, like the others that we've spoken about, going on not just to play first-class cricket, but to really show that the investment made was well worth it.
So 7 for 1 Barbados Pride. 3 overs have been bowled, and this one is pitched up at the start of the 4th over. Nicholson Gordon driven down to mid-off by Brathwaite, the Barbados Pride captain, and he cannot score as Merchant does the fielding. The winners of the Lord Gavin Award in 2009 were Jason Holder and Jomel Warrican.
Wow, interesting. Jason Holder, ICC Test #1 ranked all-round, I believe still. Former West Indies captain in all 3 formats.
As Gordon is into Brathwaite, back he goes and tucks it wide of mid-on. Misfielded badly by Lug, and the ball trickling down towards the boundary in front of the Garfield Source Pavilion, but he will pick it up now as it virtually comes to stop. An ample time for the batsman to go through for 3 runs, easing the pressure off somewhat big Leroy Lug. And Brathwaite moves to 6. Brooks get to score. Barbados Pride 10 for 1, replaying to a first innings total of 328 all out from 95 overs and 4 balls by Jamaica Scorpions. Raymond Reefer, the record, with a career best 6 for 23 from 13 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens, a wicket each for Simmons, Warrican, Springer, and Carter, and John Campbell, the Jamaica captain, top scoring with 127. 76 to Paul Palmer. He didn't add his overnight score. Brooks, the one pitch short, tucks it out on the onside, and the bowler, very athletic, follows through and runs all the way before Lug at mid-on. He has no faith in Lug, so he does the fielding himself, and there's no run. 10 for 1. Stephen Leslie.
Yeah, and Jason, as you know, a graduate of the St. Michael's School as well, and recently purchased for a hefty sum in the IPL, one of the most exciting cricketers that has come out to Barbados, and certainly one of the leading all-rounders, if not the best, in international test cricket.
Nicholson pitches up, and Brooks drive through the covers, through extra cover. Not the best of timing as he took his bottom hand off, but nevertheless able to pick up a couple runs to get off the marks and running for Merchant from mid-off. So he has 2 from 3 deliveries, 12 for 1. And Warrican, the joint winner then with Jason Holder, Stephen, in 2009. And it seems as though the Lord Gavin Award winners started to go up in terms of the ante being raised and individuals that we are getting into as winners going on to play at the highest level. Here is Gordon into Brooks, pitches short and comfortably. He's in behind it rather stylishly as well. Goes past the left hand of the bowler, and Merchant at mid-off picks up. There is no run. A little word on Warrican before we quickly get into the winners for the next year.
Yeah, Jamal Warrican, one of the more consistent left-arm spinners at club level. He's done very well for the Barbados Pride and currently is within the West Indies test setup. He's actually involved in this game here today and one of the more consistent left-arm spinners that Barbados has produced in recent years.
Gordon with 3 slips and the gullies into Brooks, pitched up, and a lovely drive down to the extra cover boundary. Oh, sweet touch of class, elegance. A half volley, and given the treatment by Brooks, his first boundary, he goes to 6. The same score as his captain, Craig Brathwaite, and Barbados Pride 16 for 1 after 4 overs. Jamaica Scorpions made 328 all out in their first innings, losing the last 7 wickets today for just 29 runs in 14 overs and 1 ball. We are talking with Stephen Leslie, the marketing guru here at the Barbados Cricket Association. The Lord Gavin Awards set for a 12 o'clock at lunch presentation today. And the next year, the winners were Roston Chase and Shane Dowrich in 2010, Stephen.
Again, it exemplifies again Roston Chase, a current West Indies Test and ODI player, also T20, and Shane Dowrich, who would have done quite well over the years here for Barbados and a West Indies Test keeper.
So Mendy starts his third over, 16 for 1. Following Chase and Dowrich in 2010 were Anthony Allen, who you would know quite well, playing for Surgical Life UWI, and Kyle Mears, currently representing West Indies in India in that first T20 international today, Stephen. So Anthony Allen and Kyle Mears.
Yeah, Anthony Allen, a very solid left-handed opening batsman. Would have loved to see him play a lot more first-class cricket for Barbados, but certainly one of the more talented left-hand openers that we produce.
Menley's in, tucks him up, calls for a leg before wicket. Brathwaite, the batsman, tucked up, and not out, says umpire Brathwaite. As we quickly go through, Woody Richard is coming, and he and Roland Butcher will take you up to the break. But Woody, just give me a couple minutes, please. I know you like to take it as you did at Queen's Park when you were much younger during a regional under 19 game. They had no commentator available at the time, Stephen, and Woody turned and said, "I'll take it," and he took it and never looked back.
A very exciting personality, Woody is, so you would expect him to behave like that each and every time that he can express himself for West Indies cricket.
Yes, 3 sips in the gully. When he gets hyper, I have to cool him down, you know. He's a very hyper guy, as you can see. Now he's in back out now to do something else before he comes back in. Woody, we welcome you. We believe in you, Woody.
And
so,
Kyle Mears, I think, was the other recipient that year you mentioned?
You're right. So I mentioned Kyle Mears along with Anthony Allen in 2011.
And Kyle Mears would have made a resounding announcement to international Test cricket. He's now finding his way in the West Indies ODI side as well. So again, a reflection of the good talent that was given the opportunity.
Mendy's into Brooks. Back he goes. It keeps a trifle low and he squeezed it square on the offside. There's no run. 17 for 1. Brooks on 6 and Brathwaite 7. In 2012, Stephen, came Shea Hope and Craig St. Hill.
Yep, Shea Hope, the leading West Indies ODI batsman, and a person who many of us will hope will be able to translate his good form into Test cricket. And Craig St. Hill, who, interestingly enough, has been one of those top order batsmen in Barbados who has been very consistent at club level, and many would have thought that he would have gone on to at least make it into Barbados senior side.
Mendy's into Brooks, and Brooks back and guides it square on the offside. Again, there is no run. 17 for 1. The unrelated Jones from Christchurch Foundation were the winners in 2013. Aaron Jones, who now plies his trade for the United States, and the big left-arm fast bowler Jerome Jones, who had the privilege of playing in 2 ICC under-19 World Cups, Stephen.
Yes, certainly Aaron Jones, a very skillful right-handed top and middle-order batsman who, as you said quite rightly, plays in the USA circuit at the moment. And big Jerome Jones, another talented left-arm pacer and hard-hitting batsman.
As Brooks pushes down to gully, Mendy completes his third over. 1 for 7. It's 17 for 1. Brathwaite 7, Brooks 6. Woody has returned. I don't want him to get any more hyper, so I will complete my list from this BCA well-appointed annual report and statement of accounts, April 1, 2014 to March 31st, 2015, by telling you that Jafari Toffin, who is now a St. Catherine man, he does some coaching, and Jonathan Drakes, who unfortunately was set to make his first class debut in the first round here against the Leeward Islands, but was struck down by COVID. And in 2014, the winners were Jafari Toppin and Jonathan Drake, Stephen.
Yeah, Jafari Toppin, who's not just been has become a St. Philip, St. Catherine man, but really helps out with a lot of coaching within Barbados. A very nice young man, and one that is giving back to the game of cricket.
Okay, well, this delivery is outside of the offer. Stephen, I'm going to leave you with Woody. Woody knows all about it. I believe you have other names that you can share with the listeners before Roland, who's had his well-earned break. Roland, don't look at me like that. I have nothing more to say about you. So a word from Stephen, and then the rather hyper Woody to take you to lunch.
Yeah, I can share the microphone with Woody for another 5 minutes as I'm preparing for that 12 o'clock assignment. Certainly the opportunity to highlight a lot of these young players, Woody, is one that the Barbados Cricket Association is very happy to do. And one of the things that's very interesting, even though many of them would have gone on to national senior representation, a lot of these young players that were being highlighted are giving back to Barbados' cricket, whether it's in coaching, whether it's actually giving their time to different programming that we might have available in Barbados, and we're very happy.
Gordon bowls again to Brathwaite. That's the third delivery of the over, which is played up towards mid-on. No run. The previous deliveries outside the off stump, no shot offered. I'm going to ask a question, and it's good because you have a man who was a director of the board, and we have you, previously director of cricket. Maybe you can inform the public. I feel that once you've got players who are on contract, I figure that one of the prerequisites for the players should be that they should be engaged in a coaching program, as Brathwaite plays defensively out into the onside up to mid-on again, where Lugg is the fielder, and the score remains at 17 for 1.
Very, very good observation, Woody, because...
Just bring the microphone a little closer because I can't hear you.
I believe, Woody, that many of, if not all of those names mentioned would have acquired some level of coaching certification, at least foundation level and level 1 for Cricket West Indies. So it's important, as you said, not just having been players, but they are very much involved in being able to get certified and give back to Barbados' cricket.
Here is Gordon bowling to Brathwaite, who's onto the front foot, defending. Had to hurry the stroke a bit. That one was heading home, as they say, is up in the block hole. And he defended it very astutely out towards extra cover, and there's no run. It's kept at 17 for 1. Brathwaite is there on 7, and Brooks is there on 6. So we've got both Roland and Stephen. Two men who've teamed up again after several years at UE, doing a lot of work down there with the UE team and in the BCA competitions, and of course the combined campuses and colleges. Delivery over pitched on the line, last step and turned away, flicked away there by Brathwaite. This one is running out towards the boundary. The fielder has a long chase around from 5 leg, will get there, and he's pulled up a bit lame. The batsman will come back for the third run. It looks like Minley down there. He got his boot to it, kept it in from going over the rope, but then pulled up a bit lame. He started to hobble and was able to come back and prevent the ball from going over the rope. So 3 runs there for Brathwaite, who now moves up to 11, and that takes the Barbados Pride up to 21 for 1 at the end of that over from Nicholson Gordon. So yeah, so doing a lot of work in terms of development. We were talking about the development, the Lord Gavron program. We know that is a very important program on the table for the BCA. Roland, you've seen it from the board level. Talk to me a bit about it. Stephen has seen it from the operational level. You're seeing it from the board level.
Yeah, but it's obviously it's provided the opportunity for many years now for young Barbadian players to go and spend a summer in England as a player at the club. So for many years, so even the likes of Shane Darridge and Warwick Ken and all of them, Miguel Cummins.
Here's Mindley bowling to Brathwaite, who's playing the ball square into the offside. No run.
So it's an important part of the development because sometimes it is the first time that these guys have gone overseas to play and really to stay for a 6-month period. Let's
give Stephen the final word before he has to rush off.
Yeah, Woody, I'm thankful again for having the opportunity to really showcase one of the key initiatives that we at the Barbados Cricket Association actually employ, and we're hoping that everyone can continue to support Barbados' cricket. Millie
bowls short, and Brathwaite has to leap into the air to get on top of it and play it down back along the pitch for the bowler to field. No run. The score kept at 20 for 1. Brathwaite is there on 10 and Brooks is on 6. The Pride, they've lost Shane Mosley, who was caught by Campbell off Mindley for 4, playing defensively forward the edge, found, and a low catch taken at first slip by John Campbell. So John Campbell is the man for this match so far. 127 for the Scorpions, and now a catch in the Pride innings. Brathwaite is playing this one into the onside, looking for the run, sent back by Brooks as the fielder came darting in from mid-on. no run. Score kept at 20 for 1, reminding you that the Scorpions started the day at 299 for 3, and they were dismissed for 328, and they lost their last 7 wickets. The last 7 wickets for 27 in 76 balls, and that was after the Pride took the new ball at 301 for 3 after 83 overs. Here is Minley bringing Brathwaite onto the front foot. The ball beats the outside edge of the bat, goes through to be taken by the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, and really over the years, I think Minley has given Brathwaite a bit of trouble. We've seen him dismissed a few times, and that was a good delivery there. And Brathwaite sort of half opening the face of the bat. Fortunate not to get an outside edge, but Minley has certainly troubled him in the past, and he'd be mindful of that. Change in the field, the deep square leg has come up now to backward square leg. I'm not sure it had a deep square leg to Craig Brathwaite. He's not a hooker.
3 slips a gully, backward point, mid-off. That's the offside field as Brathwaite gets the delivery outside the off stump. Just pulls the bat over his head and allows the ball to sail through to be taken by the keeper. It remains at 20 for 1. There's also a mid-on. There's also that square leg, as Roland mentioned to you. And then there's also a long leg. That's the field for Minley. Walking back in sunshine here at Kensington Oval. It's a hazy morning here in Barbados. I guess some of the African dust has come across the island and has blocked out the brilliance of the sunshine. And we've had some rain as well yesterday and the last couple of weeks. And here is Minley. Past umpire Brathwaite and starts balls to Brathwaite, who's onto the front foot and drives up towards mid-off. No run. That's always the, as I see Craig Brathwaite play that shot, that's always the question about Craig. It seemed to be a half volley and he didn't really give it the full treatment. He just kind of pushed it up towards mid-off. Maybe a little bit more timing, maybe a little more placement. He might have got on the boundary. But the end of the over has come. It's 20 for 1. The Pride in response to the Scorpions. 328. Brathwaite 10. Brooks 6.
Yes, and Barbados have had a really good day. Finish yesterday looked down and out, but the recovery this morning really has been quite phenomenal, led by Raymond Reefer, who had a sustained spell of medium-fast bowling on the Malcolm Marshall end, with a nice breeze coming across his right shoulder from that end, and he was able to restrict and dismiss the Scorpions this morning. So really Barbados now have got a good opportunity to build on that.
Here is this looks like Gordon, is it? And delivery outside the off stump, and Brooks was looking to drive and made no contact, and or maybe looked to whip it away through the onside, but made no contact, and it's taken by Morris behind the stump. So it'd be
nice to see a replay of that, because I'm just wondering whether that ball actually swung late, because Brooks was whipping it through the onside, and it went through to the keeper. Did it swing?
You send it speed. Oh, that's a good delivery, almost at the off stump. Here is Brooks coming onto the front foot, strokes it out towards extra cover, knocked down by the fielder there, and the score kept on 20 for 1. Brooks there on 6, Brathwaite on 10. Let's have a look at that. If we could have a look at that again. Another very lovely delivery there from Gordon. That one that beat the outside edge of Brooks's bat.
I'm wondering how much it actually did, Woody, but it just seemed that Brooks was, he was whipping this on the onside. It is there outside the off stump. I don't think it did a great deal.
Brooks comes onto the front foot again to delivery pitched up, plays it out towards mid-off, can't score, and Merchant, the fielder, it remains at 20 for 1. Just to let you know, in one of the other games, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 164 for 1, and that's in response to the Harpy Eagles first innings total of 160. Could give you some individuals in a minute. As Gordon bowls outside the off stump, Brooks shoulders arms, allows the ball to sail through to be taken by Morris, and there's no run. Monson Hodge is there on 59 not out, and Thomas is there on 9 not out. That's Devon Thomas, the century maker in the first round here at Kensington Oval against the Pride. Kieran Powell, he's there on 74, having been bowled by Smith. I heard a discussion yesterday about fast bowlers here in the Caribbean, and I think they may have omitted Niall Smith. He's got a pretty Good turn of speed. Gordon in, bowls to Brooks, and who comes onto the front foot and rolls the wrist sweetly and turns the ball out through mid-wicket. Ball running away towards the boundary. They'll be pulled back just inside by Harty, and the batsman will complete 3 runs now to take Brooks up to 9, and the Barbados Pride total up to 23 for 1. A nice looking shot there by Brooks.
Yeah, lovely timing. Very easy on the eye. Shamar Brooks doesn't seem to put a lot of effort into his strokes, but usually his timing is impeccable. And he just rolled the wrist on that delivery that was slanted into his pads and just flicked it out to the deep square leg position. Got himself 3 runs. So Brooks is looking in good touch so far, and it's a nice pitch for him to actually get a start on.
So just to remind you, the Hurricanes 165 for 1. As Brathwaite comes onto the front foot, plays the final delivery of the over up to mid-off. No run. The end of the over, 23 for 1. Brathwaite there on 10, Brooks on 9. Let's tell you about the game between the Trinidad Tobago Red Force and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Red Force, they are 303 for 8 at the moment, with Imran Khan not out on 2 and Terrence Hines not out on 46. Just to run through that scorecard for you: Solazano 66, Keegan Simmons 8, Raja no score, Jason Mohammed no score, Yannick Correa 72, Joshua De Silva 73, Imran Khan 2, Terrence Hines 46, not out, Brian Charles 7, and Anderson Phillip 10, 303 for 8. And the bowling, the most successful bowler for the Volcanoes so far has been Sherman Lewis with 3 for 41 from 20 overs. A wicket apiece for Preston McSween, Ryan John, Kenneth Denver, Larry Edward, and Kieran Katoy. So you've been brought right up to date with what's happening in the West Indies Championship as we watch with the bowler from the far end. That looks like Alwyn Williams in his first over. So you had a change of bowling, and that delivery brings Brathwaite onto the front foot, and he plays it down to the offside for no run. 23 for 1, Brathwaite 10, Brooks 9, Mosley gone for 4. Minley has bowled 4 overs, and I'll give you his figures in a minute. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. So that's his opening spell. Marquino Minley as Williams bowls, and Brooks is back and punching off the back foot, screwing to the offside. Can't beat the fielder, who just moves smartly to his right and collects. Score kept at 23 for 1 with Brooks on 9 and Brathwaite on 10.
Yeah, lovely piece of timing again. Didn't get the placement quite right because the man is stationed at backward point. If he'd got that front of square, he would have picked up a boundary because it was timed well enough. But the new ball obviously looks medium pace, Woody, not quick.
Williams bowls outside the line of the off stump. Brooks backing across and just lifts the bat over his head and allows the ball to sail through. No run. Reminding you that India are chasing 158 from 20 overs, and they've already started to bat. And we'll have a look at the score. What we're seeing: 3 without loss in the second over, being bowled by Romario Shepherd, with Rohit Sharma on 1 and Kishan on 2. So it's 3 without loss. As we're back at Kensington Oval with Williams bowling to Brooks, who's onto the back foot and sweetly drives through the offside for 4. There's a vacant position there at cover, and he found the gap and punched it sweetly through cover for 4, as only he can, to take him into double figures on 13, and the Pride move up to 27 for 1, replying to the Scorpions' first innings total of 328.
Yeah, that delivery really deserved what it got. It was short and wide outside the off stump. There's no extra cover, just 2 men on the offside, 1 in front of square, which is the mid-off and a backward point. So food and drink to a man like Brooks, who just stood onto the back foot and just punched it through that vacant area at extra cover. Gets himself a boundary.
Williams will try again as he's away from the marshland, bowls to Brooks, who allows this one to go through, to be taken by Morris behind the stumps, and it remains at 27 for 1. I know you know Romain Morris well, and somehow or the other it has come through all of the statistical information that his surname is Morrison. Don't know where that came from. It may have been my error when I was working for the CWI. Might have mentioned that his name was Morrison to somebody along the way, and if you check it, there's a Morrison listed somewhere on Cricket Info and other cricket set websites. A delivery outside the off stump from Williams, taken by the keeper. No run. The end of the over, 27 for 1. Brathwaite on 10 and Brooks on 13. This thing about names, I always recall Otis Gibson. We always used to spell his name O-T-I-S, which is, you know, like Otis Otis Redding and Otis the elevator. And then he came along and told us that it's really O-T-T-I-S. And then there's also Darren Sammy, who used to spell his first name with 2 R's. And then he told us, no, it's only 1. So I hope you don't have any hidden meanings behind your name.
No, I don't. The only thing that I have...
It's on the back of his shirt, Morris.
To my name is that my middle name in Italian is the same as my first name.
Money. Here is Gordon bowling to Brathwaite, who's coming onto the front foot and steering the ball away towards the point region. There's no run, so he's kept on 10 Brathwaite and a total on 27 for 1, the Pride, as we approach lunch here.
So Roland Orlando, and the Orlando is Roland in Italian.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
I'm not sure that was planned. I think it probably just
happened. Well, I think if you probably scramble the letters, you're probably right. Delivery pitched up, and Brathwaite is onto the front foot and plays this one away through wideish mid-on. Will get a run. Fielder gives chase. Running around to his right. 2 runs there for Brathwaite. He's now up to 12, and the total up to 29 for 1 in the 9th over the Barbados Pride replay.
Yeah, and Woody, in the past, Jamaica have had some good fast bowlers when you think of Patrick Patterson, etc., etc.
Top of class.
Of late, most of the bowlers that come from that part of the world seem to be more medium fast, and I wonder what is happening. But mind you, I mean, it's a problem that we're having right throughout the Caribbean. It's not only in Jamaica that there are very few fast bowlers. I mean, they're fast medium bowlers, but not genuinely fast. So that's something we need to address.
Gordon bowls to Brathwaite, who's getting onto his toes and turning the ball out towards mid-wicket. No run. Score kept at 27 for 1. Well, is it that maybe we are missing the it's 29 for 1. Is it that we're missing the really athletic people because they've gravitated to other sports, basketball, volleyball, track and field? Could that be part of the equation? As Gordon bowls to Brathwaite, who's onto the back foot and forces the ball away through extra cover, will get one. And Brooks is interested in coming back for the second, but Brathwaite held up the right hand like a traffic cop. And just 1 run, so he now goes on to 13 and a total up to 30 for 1.
Yeah, right decision there. I think the fielder got onto the ball quite quickly and the return was on its way, so I think Brathwaite got that one spot on, just the 1 run. I'll answer your question in a minute, Woody.
All right, here is Gordon in again, bowling to Brooks, who is playing defensively into the onside, can't get a run. And the score kept at 30 for 1.
I mean, could it be also that over the years, the sort of pitches that we've played on hasn't encouraged the faster bowlers? As you know, certainly in the last 10 years, the spin bowlers consistently in first-class cricket has dominated proceedings, not just only from one team, but the majority of spinners from all the teams. So maybe that has got something to do with it as well, that the pitches were not conducive.
Gordon bowls to Brooks, who's onto the back foot and playing defensively into the offside. No run, picked up by Palmer, and the score kept at 30 for 1. Both Craig Brathwaite and Shamar Brooks, they've got 13, and that's the Barbados Pride total in response to the Scorpions' 328 first innings total.
Yes, and Barbados have made a nice busy start to their innings, having had a great morning with the ball. And really, Jamaica squandered a perfect position. 299 for 3 they started the day's play. And really, it was a bit of a hurry show for them this morning. Orchestrated by the left-arm seamer, Raymond Reefer, who picked up 6 wickets in that period. And really transformed the innings. Now Barbados have got a chance to bat out the day and get back pretty much on an even keel.
Here's Williams from the Marshall end, bowling to Brathwaite, who's onto the front foot and playing the ball up into the offside. The bowler shadows and then allows the ball to travel down towards the mid-off field and no run. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to that fast bowling question. You talk about the pitches. How do you explain my good friend Colin Croft out of Guyana on the same flat pitches with the spinners around? Here is Williams bowling to Brathwaite, who's onto the back foot and cuts this one away through squarish cover, and that will run out to the boundary for 4 to take Brathwaite now up to 17 and the total up to 34 for 1.
Short and wide, and Brathwaite, that's a pretty un-Brathwaite-like shot. He doesn't really get onto the back foot and punch deliveries, but the nature of the pitch, we've seen right throughout the innings that, you know, as a batsman, you can actually play those type of shots, and he just really rocked onto the back foot and struck it sweetly through the offside. Gets himself a boundary. But in terms of your man Colin Croft, I would say Croft was a one-off. You don't get them like Colin Croft.
Williams bowling to Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump, taken by Morris.
You know, he was a one-off in terms of his approach to, didn't matter what surface he bowled on, he ran in and he was good enough to do it. So he is a one-off. Mm-hmm. The reason I'm really asking about fast bowling is that, like in this game here, Craig has got to contend with medium fast bowlers, but in a couple of weeks' time, he's got to face Mark Wood. Which is going to be a different.
Well, that happens. Here is delivery outside the off stump, and again Brathwaite not drawn into playing the stroke. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite signals to his square leg colleague Jonathan Blades. 2 deliveries remain in the over, and the Pride chasing 328 in the first innings, 34 for 1.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make with you is that if you're constantly facing medium pacers, and then you have to step up to face the real big boys, and all the test teams have got those fast bowlers now. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be easy to for the transition.
Williams bowls to Brathwaite, again coming onto the front foot and lifting the bat over his head, allowing the ball to zip through to be taken by the keeper. It's 34 for 1. Yeah.
So what I'm really trying to say is that over a period of time, I really want to see us get back to the stage where we've got, some serious quick bowlers in our first-class cricket.
But what are we doing to do that?
Which is good preparation for the international game.
But we have to go and search for them, don't we?
Well, you have to search for them, but I think you've got to give them something to bowl on as well. If these dirt tracks.
Williams bowling outside the off stump. Again, Brathwaite not having to play a stroke, and Morris going down low behind the stumps to take it. The end of the over, 34 for 1. Brathwaite on 17 and Brooks on 13. Though again, this is a very good batting surface. It's very hard and true. But certainly we've seen the bowlers able to get the ball to come off the surface. It's actually zipping through a little bit, and they've also been able to get some bounce. So maybe, yes, the pace is not there, but certainly it's got a little bit of a bounce. And the batsman could trust the bounce.
It's only for a short while. I mean, why do you think India has gone from these pitches to green ones? Mm-hmm. What do you think New Zealand have gone from those type of pitches to green ones? Mm-hmm. And what is happening with both of those teams? Mm-hmm. You're seeing a proliferation of quick bowlers. Right. Because quick bowlers win test matches.
Well, here's a quick bowler, Gordon, bowling to Brooks, who's onto the back foot and steering the ball away towards backward point. No run. Score remains at 34 for 1.
Right, so, I mean, they've recognized that. I mean, and now India...
But they've also done some work, though, India, at the MRF Academy. They've actually... they've produced fast bowlers. They've actually gone out, looked for players. They said, we want you to bowl fast. And they've actually put them in a program, which is something that I think that we're sadly missing in the Caribbean. They're delivery bringing Brooks onto the front foot, and he plays defensively back up along the pitch. And there is no run. that's something I've always been talking about, that even we talk about batting not right. You can't have someone like Gordon Greenidge, who I think is probably the best person who could have done the job over the last 15 or 20 years. Sir Gordon Greenidge, let me just say that. Sir Gordon Greenidge. You can't have someone like him, and certainly the most honourable Desmond Haynes. You're not using them. Delivery, which is on the line, the leg step and turned away towards square leg, and I will pay them whatever they want, because if they're going to give me the results, which I know they can. I saw Sir Gordon bat with Roland Holder at 18, and Roland Holder never learned from that experience. I've seen Sir Gordon go to Trinidad and do work, and saw him go to Bangladesh. Bangladesh's batting started to turn around, but then what happened was that he was asked to leave, and again there was a bit of a stagnation in their batting. So you've got people like that. You've got to put the players and let them get the exposure. Down the leg side and clipped away down towards and the fine leg boundary. Yes, it was all back. Signaled out by umpire Jonathan Blades. A delivery wayward down the leg side from Gordon, and Brooks was looking to flick it away through back to the square, and maybe looking to go a little bit square, but got a very thin edge, and it raced away towards the fine leg boundary for 4. He goes up now to 17. So both batsmen again are on the same score, 17, and it's 38 for 1.
Yeah, the keeper never really was in the picture there. The ball went very, very quickly, and never got a chance to get around there.
So I think this might probably be the final over before the interval, as Brooks is onto the back foot defending, and the ball travels along the onside of the pitch, and the fielder coming around from mid-on is Lug, and there is no run. It's always interesting to have these discussions with people like yourself, Roland, because you're so knowledgeable. You've played at the highest level. I saw you a couple of days ago next to the most honourable Desmond Haynes, and I had to warning, even though you're a Middlesex man, be careful. Here is Gordon bowling outside the off stump. Brooks coming onto the front foot. May have just played inside the line. The ball going past the outside edge into the gloves of Morris. No run. Umpire Blades comes up and knocks the bails off, and that will be lunch here on the second day of the second round match between the Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions at Kensington Oval. At lunch, the Pride, in reply to the Scorpions' first innings total of 328, they are 38 for 1. Craig Brathwaite and Shamar Brooks at the crease. They're both not on 17. The batsman dismissed Shane Mosley, caught by John Campbell low down at first slip off the bowling of Marquino Minley for 4, playing defensively forward, and no extras in that total of 38. And for the Scorpions, Marquino Minley, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Nicholson Gordon, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 23. And Alwyn Williams, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 8. Earlier in the day, the Scorpions, they started at 299 for 3. And they were dismissed for 328. The Scorpions, after the Pride took the new ball at 301 for 3 after 83 overs, the Scorpions lost 7 wickets for 27 in the space of 76 deliveries, with Raymond Reefer finishing with 6 for 23, his best bowling performance in the West Indies Championship, and a spell this morning of 6 for 8 in 7.1 overs. Just to run through quickly the Scorpion scorecard for you, if you may have missed it. Campbell going for 127. And they're just going to call those, well, let's just call everybody. Campbell 127, Lug 39, Blackwood 1, Bonner 49, Palmer 76, Williams 2, Morris no score, Merchant 12, Minley 9, Gordon no score, Gordon not on not, Harty no score, 13 extras, 328. For the Pride, as I said, just 3 bowlers used today. Raymond Reefer bowled from the start of play until the final wicket was taken. 13 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens, 6 for 23. Simmons, the other wicket taker this morning, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 62. And Keon Harding, the other bowler, used 13 overs, no maidens, none for 61. So you've been brought right up to date. The Pride, 38 for 1 at lunch. Brathwaite on 17, Brooks on 17, and that's in response to the Scorpions, 328. I think Keith Ford has gone across to the President's Suite, where the presentation will take place to the Lord Gavron awardees. Keith?
Thank you very much, Woody. And we are preparing, as you have quite rightly pointed out, for that presentation. Already the marketing manager of the Barbados Cricket Association, Stephen Leslie, well attired. He has his jacket on now, so he's up the ante since he was last in our commentary position, and this is
up and over from Andrea Fletcher. No, will go into the boundary. Kimani Milias, beg your pardon. Positivity from the young man. Big shot for MW. He's given him on the back foot. Andrea Fletcher. Not a difficult decision, you would think, for the umpire. Bowling to two right-handers as well. It will help. But confidence from Sunil Lambers. Drilled away through the offside. Goes all the way for 4. So a good start for Captain Ambers. Drilled down the ground from Sunil Lambers. Over pitching Ravi Rampal. But Ambers confident from that first innings now. Down to fine leg. Will get to the boundary. So just a little bit too straight there from Ravi Rampal, erring in line and being punished. Clicked away through the one side once again from Sunil Lambers, and will go all the way. So 2 boundaries in the over.
Chopped away nicely, short and wide. It's a big boundary. Might just trickle in. It does trickle in. A laboured chase by Sunil Narayan.
Beautiful shot. Captain Sunil Lambers. Full and wide from Philip. Slapped away through extra cover for 4.
Played on. Well, eventually he gets his man, Anderson Phillip. He just has a knack for taking wickets. Second wicket down. Gone. Wicket number 3, the second one for Anderson Phillip. Went straight into the hands of Jason Mohammed. Stout will be surely disappointed.
Trying to take the initiative away from the Red Force. Good shot. Good shot. That was a pleasant, well executed shot. Timing was superb.
Use of the feet. He was nowhere close to that one. There was premeditation. And he's virtually gifted another wicket to the Red Force. A wicket for Jason Mohammed, the part-timer. A success again for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Brilliant. That's very clever. Very deliberate. Excellent execution. Pollard gave him a bit of pace on that time and gave him a bit of width, and he was good enough.
Swept away for 4. Very good intention shown by the captain of the Volcanoes, Ambris. Moves on to 44 now. Sweetly driven. Should go into the boundary line, and he will celebrate his half century. Consistency with the bat from the captain. Again, had the presence of mind to know that the pace is not very fast from Jason Mohammed, and the length was short.
Great shot. Really, really top quality shot. That's brilliant. Probably shot of the day. It wasn't a half volley at all. Well, that's close. Yeah, very close. Very, very close, in fact. Gone.
And that man Philip again getting his 3rd wicket. He has bowled well throughout this spell.
Down the leg side is gone. You can say he's been strangled by Jason Mohammed. John thinking of tickling it, would have been a wide. I guess when he looks back at the replay, he won't be a happy chapter for this one.
Taken, oh my God. What brilliance we've seen from Karen Pollard. It was struck firmly and he juggled it a couple times before holding on. Edward can't believe it. Let's assess how he goes now.
It's an important part of the game for him, that's 4 runs.
In the air, will it be taken? And it settles under it. Completes the catch quite easily in the end. Another wicket for Jason Mohammed. He's been really good throughout this innings, Mohammed. Katoy on 47. Will that be his first list day half century? Will it get to the boundary? It does. So an excellent bit of rear guard action here from the Volcanoes batsman Kieran Katoy. He brings up his first list day half century. Mohammed into his final over, smashed over wide of long off. Too much air, too much width, and too easy for Kieran Katoy.
We've seen throughout this innings that he favors the offside.
Pulled away. Protection in the deep. Can't get there. A boundary, a welcome boundary here for the Volcanoes. Kieran Katoy. 7 boundaries, moves to 71.
What is that? Oh, he's caught behind. Cotton not looking too happy here, Samuel Badri. He tried a scoop shot. Not looking happy at all, but a dreaded finger was raised and he's gone caught behind by Dinesh Ramdin.
Chance for run out. Direct hit needed. Yes! Might have just gotten back in. And they want to go and check. Not out, I'll say. Confirmation coming up here. Yes, brilliant. Yeah, out. I can understand that. And that brings to an end the Windward Islands Volcanoes innings. In the end, a direct hit from Ravi Rampal did the trick. And he's enjoying that now. Ravi Rampal, I thought that the batsman would have gotten back in, but for that unfortunate position of the bat raising past the crease. Pulled away in the gap. Gets to the boundary. Evan Lewis, his first boundary of the chase. A loose delivery and duly punished. Punch through the offside, as we've grown accustomed seeing from Lendl Simmons. Crisply timed. We'll just go into the boundary. Evan Lewis, so easy on the eyes. Lofted drive. One bounce into the boundary line. Typical Evan Lewis shot. Imposing himself. Sweetly timed. And he gets 4. Average. Superb. That's against the wind. And it will still go into the boundary for 4. Races away for 4. Consecutive boundaries here for Lendl Simmons. No 6s so far in this match. Edged and gone. Ambrose takes the catch in the end, but it came off the gloves of the wicket keeper. Well bowled for Kenneth Demba, his first wicket in list day cricket. And what a wicket it was.
There it goes. That's a huge hit. Lendy Simmons. And you could hear that big bang on top of the pavilion where we are sitting. That was a serious hit.
Whacked over deep mid wicket, deep backward square, almost towards that swimming pool area. Brings up the 50 for Lindell Simmons. 52 from 60 deliveries, 2 sixes now from Lindell Simmons. And again he goes with the wind, and away she goes over the scoreboard. A magnificent blow from Lindell Simmons towards the airport road. So consecutive sixes now from the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsman. To really underscore their dominance. Swept away and goes away to the boundary. So Lindell Simmons in menacing mood at the moment. And again, over long on. Another six for Lindell Simmons. The fourth six of the innings so far.
Well, short, dragged away, tugged away to the leg side. There's not much protection. Bounce into the ropes. There's a poor ball. Got what it deserved. Yeah, it's good. Hoiked away. It's a short boundary. Not a bad ball, but it's been smacked 40 yards over the rope for another six. Lindell Simmons' fifth. Offside. Full toss. It's good timing. It's good placement for Lindell Simmons. He could have hit anywhere. Classical cover drive through the extra. Beautiful, beautiful four.
That's a century. His sixth listed century, Lindell Simmons. Bringing it up towards an easy single. It's been a brilliant innings by the right-hander. He missed out in the first game. Here he is now, celebrating three figures. Taken. Some brilliance in the field. Larry Edward diving away to his right.
Very, very unfortunate by young Nicholas Pooran. Fine leg in the circle.
And Sanford doing the right things. He was searching for the single, didn't get the response from Mohammed, and he'll lose his wicket. What disappointment for him and for the Red Force. Simmons gone.
Not so sure that was a single.
Nice to get down low and sweep hard. That's better. Wonderful field there. I think he's safe, but it's a great bit of work. Might get a buzzer here.
You should go upstairs there, yeah.
Oh my God, I think he's struggling. Brilliant work. Absolutely marvellous work.
Been around the circuit for quite some time. Is he taken? Yes, he's taken. Another wicket for Larry Edward. And isn't he enjoying that? And that man again, Roland Cato, is it? On the field as a substitute for Andrew Fletcher. Drilled to the offside. Loose delivery from Larry Edward. And Darren Bravo wouldn't miss out on that occasion. Just like that. The power of the man mistimes it. Still goes all the way. Such a strong and powerful. And again, this time much further. Much more in control. Brings up the 200. And for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, consecutive sixes of the ball of Larry Edward. Well, he's going in typical Pollard's fashion. That's his third six of his innings, and it's a big one straight down the ground. Sweetly timed. Power on that one. The execution was brilliant by Pollard. Taken this time. They've exploited a weak area in Karen Pollard, and he celebrates. Larry Edward, he's kept his composure. And that's the winning run. The Red Force, they've gone about today in a business-like manner, and they pick up a 4-wicket win in their second match of this tournament.
Yes, that's a big win. 2 from 2.
This one is pulled away into the boundary. One bounce. So short, a little bit wayward here from Hakeem Jordan. Chandra Paul Hemorrhage quickly onto that one. Big shot for LBW. Angling back in. Over the top. This time from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. It falls safely and goes away to the boundary as well. This one again over the top, played through the offside. Goes all the way for 6. A maximum here from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. The first of the innings and showing his intent early. Cut away through the offside. Wit on offer from Hakeem Jordan and Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. Well, he's not going to let that go without punishing it. Over the top this time from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. One bounce into the boundary. This time it goes over the top, so that changes now. Lofted and should be taken. Gets a wicket. And his unique celebration is on show. So the breakthrough comes for the Barbados Pride, and they will be pleased.
In the air, well taken. Good catch. Chima Holo again, this time at mid-on.
Brilliant. Wow. That was a spectacular catch. Was a bad delivery. And it was taken. Loud appeal, he shuffled across and given. For a moment you felt that it might have been a little bit of doubt in the mind of the umpire, Joel Wilson. But when you looked at it again, it was quite adjacent. Obviously once again, over the offside, goes all the way for 6 from Shemron Hetmyer. Carry on from strength to strength. A catch taken, an extra cover. Ashley Nurse, the umpire, will just want to check this one. Patrick Gustad indicating that he's not too sure. Diving away to his right.
That's out. That's clearly out. Clearly taken by Ashley Nurse.
For the Guyana Jaguars, confirmation there. Chamar Holder, after having taken 2 catches, now with a wicket of his own. And Akshaya Prasad, the batsman, dismissed. Up again. Field on it. Does it have legs? Yes, it does. You betcha. Oh. And once again, another big shot here from Shemron Hetmyer. Another 6. Consecutive 6s now. And there it is. 50 for Shemron Hetmyer. His 8th list A 50. 600s to go with that. And what an entertaining knock it has been. Counter-attacking. Starts short. And when Hetmyer is in this type of mood, he doesn't miss out. Gone. Just as we were talking about how important it is for him to provide support for Shimron Hetmyer, he gets a leading edge, and it's a soft dismissal. There's value in pitching the ball up again. Bottom edge. How lucky he was on that occasion. Goes down the ground. That's aggression. That's power from the young man. This one is up in the air. Ashley Nurse under it. And he's taken it. The important wicket of Shemron Hetmyer falls to Captain Jason Holder. And what a wonderful wicket this is for the Barbados Pride, and he enjoys it.
Well, this one all the way for 6.
This one is played through offside down to third man. And this is an annoying boundary here for Jason Holder. And this one is up in the air. The fielder circles under it. Not needed. Shamar Brooks complete an easy catch. But what was he thinking there, Kevin Sinclair?
Powerfully struck down the ground. He was searching for the Yorker. Goes again. Over the top. He will get another boundary. So aggression being shown here by Shepherd. 2 boundaries to end the over. Nick Ditton gone. The umpire doesn't have to show him the dreaded finger. But the move has worked for Jason Holder and the Barbados Pride. Wicket number 9.
Protection in the deep. Justin Graves cleans it up. 54, Romario Shepherd. And a wonderful effort here. Rear guard effort from the Guyanese all-rounder. What a delivery. Is he gone? Yes, he's gone. And just as I was saying, will he regret that decision? I'm sure he does now. But a brilliant delivery from Jason Holder. Just getting the outside edge, and you can see the disappointment from Romario Shepherd. Just thinking and reflecting about that decision to take the single of the previous delivery. First over down, maiden over. Up front for the Guyana Jaguars. Stroked away through the offside. Wonderful shot here from McCaskey. Given the width, given the length, and given the treatment.
As we were saying before, it's a good cricket wicket, and that one he just waited on it and found the gap.
Score comparison there. Difference, the worms, the blue and the black. For those wickets, that was a major concern all the way through. Barbados Pride knows that if they can string together a good partnership, especially early on, that really sets up the platform for a good run chase.
Goes for the big shot, but finds the fielder in the deep. The pressure has gotten to Graves.
Certainly, it has been very, very good bowling by all the Guyana bowlers. They're choking the Pride. They can't get a chance to score. And the pressure ended up being too much for Justin Graves. Slapped it to mid-wicket. Shimonet Maya, comfortable catch. And of course, the celebration, also familiar. Up and over. You wouldn't even try that down in Ganga, would you?
I won't. I'll save myself from the embarrassment. Graves goes for 8. It's 21 for 1. That's a nice boundary, a welcome boundary, you would say.
Back up! Close one? No. Could have taken the direct hit. But the floor was way wide of the keeper. 15 overs gone, 42 for 1.
Some aggression here from Niall Smith.
Good aggression by young Smith.
18 overs gone, 47 for 1. And the umpires, well, they're responding to this drizzle that is getting a little bit heavier as we speak. Lights taking effect. There's a strong wind as well. So we're hoping that that weather will blow over.
And the good news, the rains have abated, and we're just about to resume live action again at Jaguars. Would have gotten dismissed for 235 and 41.4 overs. And before the interruption, the Pride, they made their way to 47 for the loss of 1 wicket. Not sure if that carried. Passad, it seems to be the fielder. Just have dropped short.
Looked to have dropped just short of Prasad.
Clean him up. What a delivery from Niall Smith. Bang on target. And the off stump, well, it's been shattered.
Barbados Pride losing their 2nd wicket.
Really good delivery here from Niall Smith.
He was bowled
on the
by
stumps.
Smith.
Might have just kept a little bit low, but Shamar Brooks in an effort to get that scoreboard ticking over, but he perishes. 56 for 2. Edged away, down to the boundary. 4 more. Fortuitous boundary here for Jonathan Carter as he gets his account off. End of 20 overs, 60 for 2. Big shot for him. He's given him another wicket here for the Guyana Jaguars. That man, Leon John, Romario Shepherd, beg your pardon. Isn't he having a good game?
Half century with the bat, and now he has a wicket for the Guyana Jaguars. Look at this delivery.
LBW of the bowling of
Well,
Shepherd.
trapped in front, Zachary McCaskey. And his painstaking stay comes to an end.
Barbados Pride 16 for 3.
McCaskey going for 25 from 60 deliveries.
And the new batsman is
Probably in a bit of trouble here, Samuel.
the new batsman for Barbados
60 for 3.
Rustin Chase.
Good shot here from Jonathan Carter. Wouldn't get all the way to the boundary, but good running again. 3 the result. I wouldn't mind that too much as a bowler. Walked across his stumps. If he missed, might have been interesting. So not a bad delivery from Niall Smith, but well played from Jonathan Carter.
Very well played by Jonathan Carter. Very good running by these two.
Pulled away with authority from Ruston Chase. Goes all the way for 6. Short delivery and making the most of it, Ruston Chase.
Savagely pulled in front of square by Ruston Chase. He's very good off the back foot. And if Romario Shepherd is going to bowl short, he'll need to get it a bit higher than that.
Yes, an easy pace wicket here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. No troubles there for Ruston Chase. Well negotiated.
Good effort there, Samuel.
Clean him up. Look at it again. Look at the celebration, guys. And he was well advised not to do it this time. It's a little bit slippery out there. So good decision from the young man. Smart. But what a delivery to get rid of the experienced Ruston Chase. A bit of turn. Well pitched up through that bat and pad region. Totally confused the experienced Ruston Chase. He departs for 9, 73 for 4. This time he's gone, just holding on the pitch, and Jason Holder threw that shot too early. So if the first time it was a bump ball, this time it was a clean catch and a wicket in the first over for Gudakesh Moti.
Jason Holder would be very disappointed. His team needed him to forge a partnership there with Jonathan Carter. Let's look at this. Short delivery. Holding in the pitch and Jason Holder way too early into the shot. Well taken by Moti.
Not good signs here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Ground staff protecting the pitch. There is a shower happening at the moment, so we'll have another delay
Once again,
as we resume this contest. I'm told by the umpires that we've lost 3 overs, so the target now will be 232 for the Barbados Pride. Eventually he takes the sweep out. That's a shot that is synonymous with Jonathan Carter. He scored a lot of runs in regional cricket playing that shot. The paddle sweep, the slug sweep.
Yeah, just locked behind square there for one. It was bound to come. Probably his favorite shot, Jonathan Carter.
Very much risk-free as well in the conditions. And again, very disappointing, as you can see from the images. The rains are here. Players taking cover. And we'll have another interruption, the 3rd in this match. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua. A few moments ago, the umpires had a conversation with both captains. They shook hands, and the umpires felt that play could no longer continue.
Ozana, I can't wait to meet him. We've seen his expressions of passion on our screen, and let's go meet him right now.
Down the ground, just short.
I think I spot him. He got a cricket bat in his hand as well. Hey, US West Indies super fan, how are you, man?
Good.
Did you enjoy the game so far?
Yes, please.
You did?
Yes, please.
Tell me about Evan Lewis, where you were cheering him on to hit that 6.
Just wanted him to get the 100, really.
You wanted him to get the 100?
I was really excited.
I know you're here to meet the players.
Yes, please.
But before we do that,
Yes, please.
you want to have a game of cricket with me?
Yes, please.
You sure?
Yes, please.
I think we need a wicket keeper. Oh, Niall, can you join us, buddy? Do some wicket keeping, right?
Try my best.
Okay, it's time for you to do my job. I'll go get the players, all right? Be right back.
To be honest, can you hear me? I was shouting like crazy.
After the knock, I actually saw the video with you shouting. It's something very special to know that you come to support, and you know, you're just backing me 100 to score that 100. So I really feel happy about it.
Who is your best friend on the team?
Actually, Skimo Paul.
Who's the most boring on the team?
Well, I would say probably Azari.
You play with that goal chain, it must be heavy.
No, I definitely don't. I'm not really looking forward to losing any teeth.
How do you cope with the fame? Because now I'm becoming famous.
Because now you're becoming famous. That's a good one.
Surely everyone wants to be a batsman, don't they?
No, I don't think so. I think for me, it's more fun getting them out.
Come on and show me the salute how it's properly done.
Okay, do you know how to do the salute?
No.
No? You want to learn how to do it?
Yes.
Have you seen it before?
Yes.
Yes? After 3. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, stop. Salute. And
What's that Superman cheering all about?
actually it's Shepherd. The S for Shepherd. Everyone asks me that. They think it's Superman.
Don't lie to me, you were panicking the other night.
Honestly, I've got to be honest here. This is a secret. Yes, I was a bit nervous.
Oh, you think you're standing next to Hayden at the wrong end?
To be honest, when I saw him stand up, I'm like, oh shoot. I just got to get back. That's all I was thinking.
Do you think Sheldon was going to hit the winning runs?
When the field got in, yeah, I think so. When the field was back, kind of 50-50.
I didn't know you could hit sixes.
Well, okay, have you ever hit a six before? Well, as a fast bowler, we don't hit many sixes, right? I mean, there's 11 batsmen on the team, so you got to bat. See that smile? That smile will get you far. And take care of mommy.
Yes.
Take care.
Run in, and he actually got into the crease, but then decided that he wasn't in good rhythm, and so he's decided to go and try again. Here is Williams from the Marshland, bowls to Brathwaite, who's onto the front foot and strokes his delivery out towards extra cover, and there is no run. So you heard it all. The Gavron Award winners being presented with their awards during the lunch interval, and we're very happy for those young people who have certainly done themselves proud, and sure as well to their families, and let's hope that they can continue to play the game and enjoy it. Here is Williams bowling to Brathwaite, who's onto the back foot and playing defensively out into the offside, picked up by the Scorpions captain Campbell, and the score remains at 38 for 1. Both Brathwaite and Brooks there on the 17. 38 for 1. Both Brathwaite and Brooks on 17. And so the Pride is playing to Scorpions for a innings total of 328. And I'm going to watch Williams again now. 2 slips in the gully go down as Williams is away in bright sunshine, bowling to Brathwaite, and he tickles this one fine towards the boundary, and that will go into the boundary now for 4 runs. So Brathwaite gets off the mark after lunch. He's close to 21. The delivery, which was off line there by Williams, and Brathwaite just having the presence of mind just to glance it down to 5 leg, and he got the boundary to take him up to 21. Brooks is there on 17, and the Barbados Pride 42 for 1 in reply to the Jamaica Scorpions total of 328. Joined by Barry Wilkinson.
Good morning to you. Good afternoon to you, Woody. Good afternoon to all of our listeners.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Barry, as we watch Williams from the Marshall end bowling to Brathwaite. Came on to the front foot, took away the bottom hand, and then rolled the wrist and allowed the ball to slide down towards a deep 5 leg for a single. Brathwaite now 22, and the total up to 43 for 1. So you've got 2 slips. There's also a gully. There's a backward point cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then a fielder on the long leg boundary. That's the feel for Williams. Players' clothing rippling in the breeze, so that gives an indication of how strong the breeze is across the ground this afternoon. A delivery outside the off stump, allowed through by Brooks on this occasion, taken by Morris, no run. It's around this time of year, Barry, where you know, the breeze is very strong, and a good time to do sailing, a good time for maybe also flying kites as well too. But I don't think there's going to be much sailing. I think there's some choppy seas out there at the moment. And there been a small craft advisory issued by the Met Office. Outside the off stump, again from Williams, and Brooks left alone. No run. The end of the over, 43 for 1. Brooks 17, Brathwaite 22.
Well, Woody, I missed the real wind that happened earlier, which is...
the whirlwind.
the whirlwind. That was the real whirlwind.
Whirlwind Raymond. Yeah.
Because that was unbelievable stuff. I mean, when you think about Raymond Reefer, he's so underrated. He has performed, he has got chances, but he has not been given the chances that other players have got, Woody. And it's a bit unfortunate because he proves himself all the time. And today was no different. It's going to be interesting to see how Barbados approach this. They've moved quite slowly, but at the same time, they've got a lot of time to bat. They will not want to lose 29 for 7 like how Jamaica did earlier.
That's correct. And I would say to you, Barry, I'll put it to you that part of the reason why Ghana were successful, the Ghana Jaguars were successful for those 5 straight years, was because of Raymond Reefer. Here is Gordon bowling to Brathwaite, who's coming onto the front foot and driving back along the pitch. The bowler got a hand to it, knocked it away. Merchant tidied up. No run, 43 for 1. So yes, Barry, I'm going to put it to you that he made a very big contribution to the success of the Ghana Jaguars in those 5 seasons that he would have played with them, and come in as a very capable lower order batsman, and also with his bowling, picking up important wickets, making good breakthroughs when they needed it. Gordon bowls to Brathwaite down the leg side. He shapes the plane to the onside, but can't get a touch, and taken by Morris skipping to his left, and the score kept at 43 for 1.
Yeah, this is a good pitch for batting, and it's a bit surprising that the Jamaicans would have succumbed so easily. But Barbados have a fantastic opportunity here, Adriel, to bat all today and well into tomorrow. And Shamar Brooks is someone who's on the cusp of another test play, and he will want to prove his worth just like how John Campbell did.
Down the leg side again, Morris skipping to his left. Looks a very tidy keeper, Romain Morris, using the feet, not necessarily diving like many modern-day keepers. I think David Murray will probably like the looks of him. He's actually used his feet, got around to his left and gathered. Score kept at 43 for 1. Just to bring you up the other scores, the Leewers have a lead of 100 at the moment. They're 216 for 1 in reply to the Guyana Harpy Eagles 100 first innings total of 116. Here's Brathwaite getting a thickish outside edge out towards backward point. Look at the turn the ball into the onside. Maybe a bit of late movement there for Gordon, and the ball taking the outer portion of the bat and going out towards backward point, where it was fielded by, it looks like, is that Patrick Hardy out there at backward point? So 216 for 1, the Hurricanes, with Monson Hodge not out on 63 and Devon Thomas not out on 55. He is informed, Devon Thomas. And a good delivery here from Gordon, but Brathwaite gets on top of it, turns the wrist and works it behind square for a run. The fielder comes in off the deep backward square boundary. Brathwaite now moves up to 23, and a total up to 44 for 1. So Barry, Devon Thomas, another score over 50. So he started the season with in a blaze of glory. 3 scores over 50, including that 100 in the second innings here.
Yeah, and the thing about Devon Thomas this year, unlike other years, Woody, he's looked much more mature. He has not looked like someone who's in a hurry like he used to when he made his debut in 2011. He's definitely been more mature and looked more organized with his cricket.
Brooks onto the back foot and playing square into the offside. No run. The end of the over, it's a 44 for 1.
Don't be surprised if you see his name in the 13, Adriel, because the chairman of the selectors watched that knock last week. Ronnie Sarwan is watching this one this week, and I'm sure that if they had to pick teams based on what they say they want, which is showing form from players, his name should be among the crop.
Mm-hmm. I heard your argument. Yes, I heard your arguments yesterday. All 3 batsmen in the top order for the Hurricanes in this match have scored half centuries. So Hodges on 63 not out, Thomas 55 not out, and Kieran Powell, he's the one who's been dismissed for 74. We're watching Alvin Williams bowling to Brathwaite, getting the delivery again down the leg side. A bit of extra bounce there. Brathwaite maybe getting inside the line, maybe trying to just tuck it away into the onside, not to make any contact. And again, Morris skipping to his left. I always like to see keepers that use their feet, Barry, not like you. You're a diver.
I'm not a player, Woody.
Man, you used to do a lot of diving, though. Trinidad and Tobago versus Red Force versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Here is Williams on the line, the leg stop, turned away by the Barbados Pride captain Craig Brathwaite behind square for a run. He's now up to 24 and the total up to 45 for 1. Brooks, who's on 17, comes in to strike. The Red Force all out for 326 with Imran Khan finishing on 12, not only in the bottom half of the batting. Terence Hines batting at number 8, got 57. And there are half centuries there as well for Yannick Karaya and Joshua De Silva. Brooks onto the back foot, raising that left leg and punching the ball away through cover for a single. There's a fielder out on the cover boundary. Just one run there for Brooks, who's now up to 18 and takes the total up to 46 for 1. This is also an important innings as well for Shamar Brooks, Barry Wilkinson.
Yeah, because Shamar Brooks, you know, he's been a player that was in the side 2020, didn't go to Bangladesh at the beginning of the last year, and I'm sure that thinking back about it, you know, he might have said, well, I should have really gone.
Brathwaite onto the back foot and plays the ball square into the offside for another run. He's up to 24 now. Sorry, 25, it's 47 for 1. 108 for 3. India, they require another 50 from 38 balls. Surya Kumar there on 8 and Pant is on 6. Made at 112 for 3 in the 14th over. And remember, the West Indies, they scored 157 for 7 from their 20 overs. Williams to Brooks, delivery down the leg side. Brooks looking to flick it away, not making any contact. Again, Morris skipping to his left and gathering, making it all look very nice and tidy. And the total kept in 46 for 1.
The conditions here are excellent, and you know, you look at the opportunity for bowlers is there as well. The pitch yesterday looked like a belter. Today, for some reason, it has a bit more zip. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Here is Williams in again, bowling outside the off stump to Brooks. No shot offered. Ball through to be taken by the keeper. The end of the over, 46 for 1. Brathwaite 24, Brooks on 18. Yes, I did mention it before lunch to Roland Butcher that it looked as though the bowlers were getting a little bit more out of it today. But I think that's probably the nature of the Kensington Oval pitch. On the first day, maybe because of the preparation moisture, sometimes it doesn't give you all the pace, but as the sun beats down on it and it hardens up, then it becomes really a better batting surface. You'd even hear someone like Henry Wallace, who would have played for years at Kensington Oval for the Pickwick side, when they were, you know, when the club was here at Kensington Oval in the old configuration of Kensington Oval. We watch now as Gordon bowls to Brathwaite, who's onto the front foot and playing quietly into the offside, no run. Mind you that the pitches, to be quite honest, Barry, were moved a few yards or a few meters towards the northeast to accommodate in this new configuration of Kensington Oval. So it is a new square, but you know, those who would have played here, you know, suggest that that's how the pitches play. They tend to harden up and become more bowl and probably even batter friendly as well too. Here comes Gordon to Brathwaite, and he's forward, playing defensively into the offside, and again no run. It's kept on 47 for 1.
I like the look of this fast bowler Gordon, because he's pretty tall, just perhaps about 6 foot, if anything 5'11", but he has a very interesting approach to the wicket. If anything, Adriel, people might begin to question his arm.
Here he is again now, bowling, and Brathwaite onto the front foot and coming a long way onto that front foot and stroking it up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Jamie Merchant under the broad rim sun hat, and the score kept at 47 for 1.
You know, I don't know why Keith is laughing. I mean, like I said, I like the looks of him. Great approach, has some pace. Just watching that arm a little bit. I don't know if you've noticed anything that might look untoward.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Here is Gordon at the top of his run. Moves in again from the Garner end and bowls, and Brathwaite is onto the front foot, drives through mid-off, just to the left of the fielder. Merchant giving chase will keep it inside the rope with his right boot and hurls his return into the bowler's end. 2 runs there for Brathwaite, who now goes up to 27 and takes the Pride total up to 49 for 1 in response to the Scorpions 328. Reminding you that the Scorpions started the day at 299 for 3, and they were dismissed for 328. 127 for John Campbell, 76 for Palmer, 49 for Bonner, and then basically the batting, and then 39 for Lugg, and then the batting basically fell away.
I see the 2 Brathwaites are there having a look at their bat. Greg is showing Gregory his bat. It seems to be something.
A bit of a sticker maybe coming, a bit of stickers coming off, and so he wants Gregory to do some running repairs for him. So they.
Is that allowable, Adriel?
Yeah, it is. It's quite allowable. The sticker seemed to have just, the edges of the sticker seemed to have come off, and Gregory just brought out the old trusty scissors to trim away the excess.
Umpires always seem to have something, whether it's a scissors or a knife.
They are. They always, yes, they are required to do as Susan Bell says to my right. They will bring in Brathwaite onto the front foot, and he plays it square into the offside for the fielder to come in and prevent any possibility of the run, and it stays at 49 for 1.
If I had to whisper something to the captain, John Campbell, it would be, you might be wasting a bit of time with these pacers. Put on a spinner or 2. If you want to try and force Brooks and force Brathwaite to do something that is untoward, put on a spinner.
Corden bowling to Brathwaite, who's coming again onto the front foot, playing defensively into the offside for Bonner to field in that extra cover. No run, 49 for 1. Brathwaite on 27, Brooks on 19. And, well, you know, spinners are very much in vogue in modern times, Barry, you know, especially in West Indian cricket, in regional cricket. The spinners have been the ones who've been doing the business for many years. Of course, the leading bowler in the regional, in the West Indies Championship is Jamaican himself, the left-arm spinner Nikita Miller, with over 500 wickets. He's the only player to have taken over 500. As we watch now Williams bowling to Brooks, who's onto the back foot and just guiding this one away towards backward point, where Palmer does the fielding to his left. And the score remains at 49 for 1.
Your thoughts, though, Woody, on the opening batsman position? I mean, I
have no thoughts, Barry. I really don't. I really don't.
You don't have. So you don't know who you would want to partner with Craig Brathwaite?
Don't have any thoughts, Barry. Honestly, just don't. Just don't, Barry. Williams is again bowling on the line of the leg step, a third away through square leg. Maybe a couple runs here if they can force it, because there are only 2 fielders on the leg side. And Brooks gets 2 to take it now up to 20, and a total up to 51 for 1. So the 50 comes up now for the Barbados Pride. And you can hear it in the background. The PA announcer, Wayne Holder, mentions it. That
98 balls and included.
And so 50 coming up for Barbados Pride. 68 minutes, 16 overs and 2 balls, and 6 fours. Here's Williams in again, bowling to Brooks, who is trying to force the ball away into the offside. No timing on the shot, and the score is kept on 51 for 1. Brooks on 20, Brathwaite on 27. Barry, I'm not like you guys who get into this thing about picking teams, because I have made the decision for myself. I'm not like you or many fans, because I just determined that if I want to make, it's going to be a bit of an unkind statement, as Williams bowls to Brooks, who's again onto the back foot, gets on top of the bounce and stares it into the gully region where it's fielded by Lugg, and the score kept on 51 for 1. Maybe my comment will be a bit unkind. 6.5 dozen, really, Barry. You all keep noise for players, and then they get opportunities and then disappoint us all. So my position is that, I'm not really going to get into the histrionics of who should play from who should not play, Barry. whoever Desmond Haynes and Sarwan and Brathwaite and Simmons pick. Good for them. Delivery brings the batsman onto the front foot, turned out into mid-wicket for a run, and the score up to 52 for 1. So if Devon Thomas, for instance, happens to get picked, I'm just going to say, oh, well, okay, he scored some runs. Okay, I can understand.
Having said that, you attacked me yesterday when I was attacking Kieran Pope.
You're my friend, so we will have these discussions, Barry. We will have these discussions, Barry. You're my friend, but I don't get into the histrionics, Barry. To be quite honest, it really doesn't. Okay. It really doesn't. This delivery brings Brathwaite onto the front foot, played back up along the pitch. Williams does the field into his own bowling, 52 for 1. Brathwaite 27, Brooks on 21. Yeah, I Barry, for a long time, I just don't get into it. I just don't get into it because, as I said, it's just 6.5 dozen. I hear you guys make a lot of noise for this player and the next player and the third player and then when you look at it, you're hoping that a guy is being given an opportunity. He appreciates the fact that he's been given an opportunity, and then he really just lets us all down. And so, for my one part, I just. Who the selectors pick, they pick. And sometimes you look at it, you say, that's interesting. Well, if this person has taken, amount of wickets or scored runs, you would say, why did that person? You're just curious, but not to really get into this way we'll pick and who we will not pick. No, Barry.
Interestingly enough, we know that Jason Hole is not playing today in India because of injury, but he had a massive presentation yesterday, which I'll tell you about. He's attracted a big sponsor from home. I'll tell you about that after this.
Here is Gordon on the line of the leg step and turned away down towards the fine leg region by Brooks, who now moves up to 22 and a total up to 53 for 1.
So Jason Holder is now sponsored by bookbarbados.com. And all of his cricket bats and his other paraphernalia will be promoting the island of Barbados, bookbarbados.com. And he just sent out a little, I wouldn't say kind of press release, but a little note that he wanted to tell the people of Barbados. And if you would permit me, just three lines long, I can read it when you're finished.
Gordon on the leg step, and Brathwaite turns it out towards square leg for a run. Harkey coming in off the boundary, fires his return into Morris. Brathwaite now 28, Brooks 22, 54 for 1.
So Jason said, very proud of this new partnership. I'm excited to become an ambassador for bookbarbados.com and look forward to exploring everything that Barbados has to offer. I'll be working with the team and using their platform to find and book places to stay and enjoy all the best things to do in Barbados. So his cricket bats will have on the slogan, his shirts and whatever else he can, wherever he's allowed to have that slogan, bookbarbados.com.
Well, it's not Book, but it's Brooks who's in strike, and he's onto the back foot playing defensively.
And he's from Barbados.
And he's also from Barbados. I hope Jason will share some of that money with Sanka Price for the nice ad that you've just done for Book Barbados. The 54 for 1. We'd have to make sure that our technical producer, Mr. Dodger, gets paid. Delivery which brings Brooks onto the front foot. In the approved fashion, batted very close together and played out into the offside for Bonner to do the fielding, and the score kept on 54 for 1. Brathwaite on 28, Brooks 22.
How would you contrast the batting styles of these two Bs, Brathwaite and Brooks?
Well, I think it's clear. I think Brathwaite is more an accumulator of runs, whereas Brooks obviously has all the shots in the book and sometimes may be, have so many shots he doesn't know which one to play to each ball, and outside the off stump from Gordon through to the keeper, no run. 123 for 4 in India. The target, as you recall, is 158. We're over number 16. Surya Kumar 15 now, and Venkatesh, he's there on 6. So they require 34 from 25 balls, India, to win that first T20I. Here is Gordon bowling to Brooks, who's onto the front foot and turning the ball out towards mid-wicket. No run, the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 54 for 1 with Brathwaite on 28, Brooks on 22. Brooks is just one of those players, Barry, very, like we go back to the days of we call him Sir Carl colloquially, but we all know he's never been knighted or given such high honor. But Carl Hooper nice touch player, Shamar Brooks, and maybe sometimes has so many shots that he could play to one ball that sometimes, not sure which one to play. And sometimes in that regard, you just need to keep it simple. Just play up and down cricket, as they would call it. Hit the balls and as many balls in the V. Use as much of the bat face as possible. You get your wish, Barry, because John Campbell he probably heard you. Somebody probably has a radio on, and he's going to introduce Jimmy Merchant from the Marshall end to bowl his off spin. And comes in with the pride on 54 for 1. And I knew that, not to dwell on it, but Jimmy Merchant had some problems with his action in the past. And so they will see how he goes, and if that action has improved. So let's see what field he'll be operating with. A slip, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. There's a mid-on, there's a forward short leg, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Here is Merchant bowling on the line of the leg stump. Brathwaite turns it around the corner, was setting off to go for the run, but lugged in a forward short leg very quickly. Runs, gives chase, and prevents any possibility of the run. And the score kept at 54 for 1. Kite overhead. Bull kite keeping lots of noise. Can't see it from our vantage point, but we can hear it for sure, because Dodger's got the FX mic turned up loud. Very good. Outside the off stump. Ball through to be taken by the keeper. And there's no run. 54 for 1.
I wonder if these captains do their homework sometimes, because Craig Brathwaite, 72%. This is a stat that I saw on the screen in the Test series. I think it was against Sri Lanka or South Africa last year.
Here's Merchant on his way now to bowl to Brathwaite, who's forward, then back and pushing into the offside. No run.
Craig Brathwaite, 72% of the times, if you're going to get him out, you have to make him play. He does not get out from deliveries. Very few deliveries Craig Brathwaite gets out that he doesn't have to play. And that's why he has been a little bit more susceptible to spin than he has been to the fast bowling. And you will see a lot of the times captains who know Craig
outside the off stump, and he's steering this one away just past the slip fielder towards third man. The fielder giving chase is Harty, sends his left-handed return into Morris, and the batsman come back for the third run. So delicately played there by Brathwaite to third man for 3. He's up to 31. Brooks on 22, and it's now 57 for 1. But that's a very interesting stat, Barry. Well, it also speaks to something, and I think we'll also address it after this delivery, if Merchant and the batsman give me a chance. Here is Merchant, bounces in again now to bowl to Brooks, gets delivery outside the off stump, offers no shot, and a 50 partnership coming up between the two. 95 deliveries, 63 minutes, 5 fours in that 50. Brathwaite has scored 22 of the runs, and of course 28 of the runs, and 22 to Brooks. Thank you, Suzanne Bell. On the ball as usual. Here is Merchant bowling, and Brooks onto the front foot, playing the ball into the offside. Fielder from slip smartly moves to his right and picks up. No run. The end of the over. It's 57 for 1. I was just going to say to you that one of the things that maybe in terms of our coaching, sometimes is maybe that our coaches maybe tend to get our bowlers to try to bowl outside the off stump rather than bowl at the stumps. And in that regard, maybe that's one of the things that we could probably try to correct. Other teams, the bowlers tend to bowl more at the stumps, where we try to more bowl down the corridor of uncertainty, if you want to call it that. And maybe that's just one of the things that they may want to think about. So it's 129 for 4 in India, made 133 for 4. Boundary just being struck by, it looks like, Surya Kumar off left Sheldon Cottrell. So that will mean they'll need about 25 to win. Am I right, Keith? About 25 more to win in about 24 balls, something like that. So that India seemed to be on the way to victory in that first T20 against the West Indies. It's being played in Delhi, I'm correct?
No, it's being played
Chennai? Kolkata, yes, correct. 25 from 19 is the target. Bowling change at the northern end. Williams has come on to replace Nicholson Gordon, first delivery is played back up along the offside of the pitch and fielded by the bowler, and it's kept at 57 for 1. So Gordon has gone off 9 overs, no maidens, none for 28. Let's look at the other bowling figures. Minley 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Williams before this 5 overs, no maidens, none for 19. And Merchant just the 1 over that cost 3. Williams turns below us here at the Garner end and starts in to bowl to the Barbados Pride captain Craig Brathwaite, who's in behind it, and turns it away into the onside for a single. And the fielder comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. Brathwaite goes up now to 32 and the total up to 58 for 1.
I was going to make a joke about that ground line called Cutter, because that's of course where they played that very famous final in 2016 when Carlos Brathwaite hit 4 consecutive sixes. And then he went to play for Delhi in the IPL, which followed 1 week after that tournament.
That's right.
And the first game was Delhi versus Delhi were playing at the KKR in Kolkata.
Brooks is onto the front foot playing defensively. The bowler seemed to thought that he had gotten him, but but the batsman was very solidly forward, no run.
Yeah, so the first ball, Carlos Brathwaite came out to bat. The first ball he faced, he hit for 6.
Okay.
And the commentator said, well, there's the 5th 6.
That's right, there you go. There you go.
He got on the next ball bowled though.
Oh my golly.
He had a dreaded season that year for Delhi, and we just didn't see poor old Carlos much after that.
We're seeing Williams into Brooks, who's onto the front foot and stroking it nicely up towards mid-off, fielded by Merchant, and the score kept on 58 for 1. Brooks there on 22, Brathwaite on 32. Remember the Pride, that's their response to the Scorpions' first innings total of 328. Just was telling you a little bit earlier about that game in Trinidad where the Red Force made 326, and yeah, so far we haven't seen a reply from the Volcanoes. Don't know if they have some rain there. Brooks again onto the front foot, defending into the offside. The fielder comes darting in. That's Paul Palmer in from his position in that point, and the score remains at 58 for 1. Ronan Butcher in his very bright green shirt and very nicely tailored grey trousers comes waltzing in. He'll replace Barry, and Barry will shift over to come to take up the play-by-play commentary as Williams continues from this end to bowl to Brooks outside the off stump. No shot offered, taken by the keeper. It's 58 for 1, with Barbados Pride looking to continue to build. So Roland will come in and offer some words of wisdom, and then Barry will take over the commentary.
Yes, and Barbados progressing slowly but nicely. Really having done an excellent job with the ball this morning to dismiss Jamaica Scorpions. Now we've got a partnership being built between Captain Craig Brathwaite and other test batsman Shamar Brooks. 32 to Brathwaite, 22 to Brooks. Good afternoon to you, Barry Wilkinson.
Good afternoon to you, Roland. We just had the Lord Gavin Award. I saw you at that. There's going to be Merchant now, and bowls this delivery down the leg side, and it's tickled down to down to fine leg. It's going to go quite close towards the boundary. It won't get into the boundary, but they should get a couple, and that will take the Pride up now to 60 for 1, I reckon, and that's runs. So that means Brathwaite goes to 32 and Brooks 22.
Yeah, and that's turned very, very fine. There's a forward short leg in place, no short fine, and Brooks Brathwaite just guided that one into that area.
So the off spin of Merchant with his very tall and erect appearance. This one is forced down to backward point. There's a slip in the backward point. No sweeper, surprisingly, but there's an extra cover in the mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket. There's a short leg. That short leg, he can almost put his hand in the pocket of Craig Brathwaite. He's so close to him. And here comes Merchant with a backward square leg on the boundary as well. Bowls now to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is on the front foot in defence. Plays the ball into the onside. No one is feeling the ball, but I think it looks to me now like the captain Campbell is going to come around for that short mid-wicket position to do the fielding. 60 for 1 in response to Jamaica's calamitous 328, and we say calamitous, you might be saying, but Barry, how could you call 328 a calamitous score? But you remember they were 299 for 3 overnight. They lost 7 for 29. This delivery is short. There goes Brathwaite on the back foot, forces it to the backward point area. Harty is there, runs to his left, and there's no run.
Yeah, and Brathwaite trying to improvise. He's got to be careful trying to guide that ball down to third man. No need to do that. He can score in other areas.
Just saw umpire Lloyd Barker pass, and I waved at him. He raises his index finger. This delivery is down the leg side again, turned to the backward square, and there is just one run. Keith is trying to get me in trouble, but I will not fall prey to that. I'm not going to take that bait. But no, Keith, I didn't ask him about Rob Bailey. 61 for 1. Brathwaite 35, Brooks 22.
What I'm going to ask you about, Barry, is what's become of McCarthy? Does he not play for Jamaica anymore?
As this delivery is well flighted, driven stylishly out to mid-off, and there's no run. He seems to me like if he's focusing now on white ball cricket, because he plays in the CPL, but he has not played for Jamaica in the 4-day. I don't know if perhaps he didn't score any runs in the trials, if they did have trials, or what was the criteria for selection. But he has not been a feature of the 4-day team. So it's a good question you're asking, but he is very much in the thick of things for white ball cricket.
Because he would offer the team a spin option as well as his batting. Just wondered why I didn't see his name. And also the likes of Derville Green, what's happened with him? Is he retired? Is he?
Yeah, he's traveling. He's here.
Right.
Just to let you know that the Indians are just now 3 runs away from victory. They need 3 from 9. As this delivery is short, turned into the forward square position, down to the backward square leg boundary, but there's a fielder there. Harty's the man, and they get another run. 62 for 1. India now 155 for 4, chasing 158 to win. We saw a really good innings from Nicholas Pooran earlier. Back here we saw a fantastic bowling performance from Raymond Reefer. And it looks to me like I thought that was the game, just 1 run left to win there in India. So here he comes in again down bowls, and this delivery, Brooks is on the front foot, very stylishly comes on the front foot and pushes the ball to cover. I'll ask you this question, Roland. Looking at the 2 batting styles of Brooks and Brathwaite, who do you think will play spin better, who do you think will play pace better based on their techniques?
I would say, Brooks. Brooks is a much more classical player. Does the basics very well. Craig gets himself in some positions, but because he watches the ball closely, he doesn't always look the best, but he gets out of trouble.
Short delivery, again, defensively played into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, while Brooks is much easier on the eye, keeps the game relatively simple. There's nothing out of the way in the way he plays. He just sets up nicely. Looks to play straight. Craig, particularly against the seamers, he plays a lot with his hands. He squares up, but somehow he manages to get the bat down on the ball.
Here he comes in again, and it bowls to Brooks, and Brooks again is on the front foot, pushes the ball defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Williams has conceded 21 runs from his some 6 overs and 5 balls so far. We've had Marquino Minley, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. And Nicholas Gordon, 9 overs, no maiden, done for 28. Merchant, 2 overs, no maiden, done for 6. And the man out earlier, we saw Campbell taking a pretty good catch to dismiss Mosley off of Minley for 4. This partnership now worth 55. As he comes in again and bowls, delivery that's short. And there goes Brooks, stroking it nicely back down to the mid-off area. There's still no run. 62 for 1. I thought that was the end of the over. Perhaps I might have got the count wrong. Just 1 ball left, as a matter of fact. And to confirm, India have won that first T20 by 6 wickets. So India win the first T20 by 6 wickets. with 7 balls to spare. Congratulations to them. Back here at Kensington, it's Williams now bowling to Brooks, and Brooks is cracking this one, backward a point. Still can't pierce that offside field, and he doesn't get a run. The over ends 62 for 1. Brathwaite 36, Brooks 22. After the Jamaica team were bowled up for 328 this morning.
A bit of extra bounce in that last delivery, and Brooks onto the back foot. Couldn't beat the man at point. So really Barbados just trying to consolidate their position here. As I said yesterday, very, very difficult day at the office for Barbados. Not so today. As they say, tomorrow is another day. And tomorrow came early for Barbados because they completely turned the game around this morning with an inspired spell of bowling by Raymond Reefer, who was entrusted with the ball early and the new ball as well.
So Merchant to continue, and here he comes in now and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is driving straight to cover. What is your plan, thought process, I should say, for Barbados in this particular innings now? Because there's a lot of time in the game. They fought themselves back in the game. Strategy. Let's talk strategy for Barbados.
Well, I think initially they've got to look and try and get parity with that first innings total. That is the first port of call.
Here comes Merchant now, bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the delivery down the leg side, plays it just into the hands of the short leg. And when I say into the hands, not a catch at all, but that short leg is so close to Craig. He just plays it on the ground, but very carefully. As Merchant in brilliant sunshine here at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. Comes in now again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets a good delivery that's well flighted. He's on the front foot defensively, pushes into the onside, and there is still no run.
Yeah, what they don't want is any sort of deficit. So get up alongside the total, and then really hand it over to Jamaica again.
Again, here he comes in and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the delivery down the leg side, turns it forward of square. He'll get a run. The ball has gone to the forward square position where there's backward square position correction where there's no one. In fact, the short leg field, they had to move from that position to pick it up. And that's a lug, allowing a single there, giving Brooks a chance to get some of this spin. So Brathwaite moves on quietly to 37, trying to get some form ahead of the test series coming up. March 8th, I think, is the first test in Antigua. As Merchant in again on bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is getting a good delivery and then the off stump defends it in a very stylish fashion as he only knows how to, and there is no run. That kite continues to make a lot of noise up ahead, Roland. Good thing we're not playing this game at the BDF base. As this delivery again is well flighted and pushed into the offside, and straight to cover, there's no run. The over end 63 for 1. 37 to Brathwaite, 22 to Brooks, and Keith Holder smirks. I don't know what he's laughing at.
So Barry Wilkerson, you think that is loud during the daytime? Just imagine when you're trying to sleep at night.
Yeah.
Because this area, quite often, at night,
you
see these kites are staked out.
We look at the development of Kensington Oval a lot and talk about the interior of Kensington. But let's look at the exterior. A lot of the houses that are now to the eastern side of the ground, those houses now have gone up almost like a double decker, and they're now looking into Kensington smartly. And in fact, when they were in the T20s, there's a house there, a white house, which now has a triple roof deck. It was full. It reminds me of some of the grounds in England you watch.
Standing room only.
Standing room only, you know. They've smartly been able to get a good view of the games here.
Well, they can, sell hospitality tickets.
They might be.
Supply them with some binoculars and get a bird's eye view.
You don't even need binoculars, because if you're there, it is really, really good stuff. We're going to have a bowling change now. Marquina Minley, who's got the wicket, comes back, the fast bowler, and bowls his delivery to Brathwaite, who's on driving down to the ground, to the boundary. That's 4 runs there to Craig Brathwaite. He did it in a very nonchalant fashion as well. It was pitched up, and Brathwaite just eased on the front foot, on-drove the ball, and it went out to the mid-on boundary for 4. The captain is chasing just to retrieve Another boundary for Brathwaite. It's only his third, but he moves to 41 and Barbados 67 for 1. Finally, some life.
Yeah, full half volley, and Brathwaite hasn't had much to put away. He's not going to miss out on that. Just looking at this Indian batting score here, Barry, I see Sharma got 49 in 19 balls.
This delivery is short, outside the line of the off stump, stroked away to cover, still no run. Brathwaite beginning to open up his shoulders just a little bit. Yeah, Sharma got 40 from 19, and Ishan Kishan, who went for a record-breaking amount in the IPL, got 35 from 42. So it was a very contrasting kind of innings. 17 from 13, Kohli, 8 from 8, Pant, and Yadav, 34 from 18. Iyer got 24 from 13. As this delivery is a no ball, play backward to square, no run off the bat, but 1 from a sundry. 68 for 1. We want to thank Michael Sobers, of course, always alert, ensuring that we are watching both matches in the commentary booth. Thank you so much, Michael, for your continued professional work at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. I hope they recognize you soon. If Sanka Price is listening, we want to encourage Sanka to give Dodger honor. Here comes Minley now as he runs in, passes the umpire and bowls to Brathwaite. And Brathwaite has again turned this one to the square leg position. Harty's there, the left-hander. Still no run, 68 for 1. Good pitch here, Ronan. Very, very good pitch.
Yes, excellent pitch. It's hard to actually believe, and I guess people who would probably just tuning into this game would find it very hard to believe that from the commanding position of 299 for 3, that the Jamaica Scorpions would be bowled out for less than 330. Very difficult to understand.
Here it comes again, and bowls to Brathwaite, who's stylishly pulling this one through mid-wicket. That's going to go again to the boundary. So Craig Brathwaite getting 2 boundaries in the over. Minley guilty of either over-pitching or bowling too short. And Brathwaite now moves swiftly towards a half century. He's on 45. And the total now is 72 for 1. This is good batting from Brathwaite and Barbados.
Yeah, and then Craig is not really a pull of the ball, so that tells you how comfortable he is on this pitch. That attempted short ball really, it actually went through mid-wicket. And he had enough time to just get inside and just roll the wrist on it. It wasn't a full-blooded shot, just really helped it through that vacant mid-wicket area, which is now being plugged.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Brathwaite, on driving again. He'll get a single. It's his opposite number, John Campbell, just wide of the mid-on area. So Brathwaite now beginning to rotate the strike as well. 9 runs in the over, 2 fours and a single. Well, actually 10 because there was a no ball as well. But this has been a good over for Barbados. Brathwaite looked very attractive, I must say, in this over. He's looked a bit more positive. When I saw him in Bangladesh, he was beginning to bat very positive, and he got results. And I'm just thinking he should perhaps try that a bit more. As Minley comes in now and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets a short ball. He's on the back foot and forces it into the offside. He can't score. The over ends with Barbados 73 for 1, Brathwaite 46, Brooks 22, more from you, Roland, and then it's going to be Keith Holden.
Yeah, things moving along smoothly for Barbados. 2 of their more senior batsmen at the crease in Captain Brathwaite and Brooks. They're in the middle of a very good partnership, so they will be hoping to extend this partnership, certainly as far as the tea interval and beyond. At that point, Barbados would be in a good position. On the other hand, Jamaica really searching for the breakthrough. At this moment in time, Keith, it doesn't look as if it's coming, because batting is looking extreme. These 2 are making it look very, very easy, and let's be honest, it's an easy pitch. So really, unless you get yourself out. But at the moment, you've got 2 players who are accustomed to batting long periods, so they're not going to just give their wickets away. You're going to have to earn their wickets.
I couldn't agree with you more, Roland, and you get a sort of surface like this one here at Kensington Oval. Thought, with all due credit to Barbados, earlier today, that Jamaica simply failed to consolidate. I don't know if psychologically they felt that they would just come back and things would happen like they did on the first. They drive down to the wide mid-on for a single to Brathwaite. He goes to 47. Looks determined to get 3 figures and to show what he has within him. Brooks is 22, 74 for 1. Seems like a long time since Mosley was caught at first slip by Campbell off Minley for 4. And I want to invite you a bit to talk about Mosley as an opener, and based on what one saw in the first match. He's played a couple test matches, but there must be great concern with his manner of dismissals in both games in this season. Slipping a short leg outside the off stump, and back goes Brooks and cuts Merchant to point, and there is no run. 74 for 1. Brooks has faced 60 balls for his 22. Brathwaite 76. He's on 47. Mosley out for 4 from 12 deliveries. Jamaica 328 all out from an overnight 299 for 3, and Raymond Reefer 6 for 23, career best. 13 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens. Back goes Brooks and turns it down towards fine leg for an easy single. Virtually jogs to complete the single as running around from fine leg to do the fielding. Nicholson 75 now for 1, a partnership of 68, coming up to the first hour's play after lunch on the second day. And Merchant bowling over the wicket. Brathwaite on the front foot, drives it back down the pitch on the onside. The bowler dives, goes down on his knees, and the ball going past him up to mid-on. Gets a good vigorous rub. So Campbell scoring 127 from his overnight 123. Merchant is into Brathwaite on the front foot quite early. Defends it on the onside of the pitch. There is no run. The end of Merchant's 4th over. He hasn't bowled a maiden. 9 runs. Barbados Pride 75 for 1. 25 overs have been bowled. Brathwaite is on 47. Brooks 23. And here is Roland Butcher.
Yeah, and Scorpions really trying to work out how they're going to get a wicket. At the moment, really doesn't look as if they're going to things very, very much in Brooks and Brathwaite's favour. They're both playing very well, not looking to get after the bowling. They're just really consolidating. You know, 2 players who recognise that, you know, when you get on a good surface, you've got to make the most of it, and they will be determined to do that. I don't think they're going to be reckless in any way. They're just going to play solid first-class cricket, use their experience, and as this, you know, when you get conditions in your favour, Keith Foley, you've got to cash in, because the game of cricket is such that there will be days where things will not go in your favour. You will get a pitch that is helpful for the bowler, or you may get a bad decision, etc. So when you get on a surface that is not offering the bowling side a great deal, you've got to make them pay and cash in for those periods where things are not going to go too well.
So there's a new bowler in Harty, and he has a slip and a short leg with his left arm spin, ill-directed, looking to swing it away. Oh my dear, I thought that was a lazy attempt by Brathwaite to get in, and a couple arms went up. It went just towards the area of leg slip. Brooks called for the run, and Brathwaite started off belatedly and then had to accelerate as the score goes up to 76 for 1. And Brathwaite 47, Brooks on 24. So a slip, the short leg point cover, short extra cover mid-off. Back goes Brathwaite and turns it down behind the square. Again, they just amble a single. Brathwaite now 48, 77 for 1. Minley 5 overs, 1 maiden. He has the wicket for 17 runs. Gordon 9 overs for 28 runs. Williams 7 overs, 21 runs. Merchant 4 overs, 9 runs. And now the left arm spinner Harty into the attack, bowling from around the wicket at the Garner end. And this one seemingly turns a bit, and based on how Brooks approached, taking the bottom hand away, a bit of bounce as well, pushes it into the covers. There's no run, 77 for 1. So I'll get you to answer my question about Shane Mosley. Caught by Powell off Archibald for 13, and then caught by Powell again in the second innings against the Learers, as Brooks goes back to Harty and plays it out on the offside. There is no run. He was caught. Powell bowled Louis in the second innings. Going down into the slips, and yet again today snapped up at first slip by Campbell off Minley for 4 with the score on 7. Harty from around the wicket, back goes Brooks and strokes it out into the covers. And he cannot score as Campbell, the captain, moves to his left from that short, straightish extra cover. There is no run. Harty in wonderful conditions. It's bright and sunny here at Kensington Oval, and Brooks allows it to go outside of the off stump for a bit of bounce. The end of the over, 77 for 1. Brooks 24, Brathwaite 48. Jamaica Scorpions made 328 all out. So let's hear from the batting expert, Coach Roland Butcher, on Shane Mosley.
Yeah. First of all, Keith, I just said that over there by Harty was quite a tidy one. Just left arm spin. Seemed to straighten 1 or 2 balls against Brooks, who was very watchful. So that's a good sign if that left arm spinner is going to operate from this end and keep the batsman under pressure. Yeah, you asked a question about Shane Mosley. Obviously, things not going to plan at the moment. Didn't get a score in the first game of the season, and then obviously getting out caught in the slips today again. So that would be a bit of a concern for him.
I'll ask you further, as Merchant is punched through the covers. That's going to be a boundary. You can call it from here. It's a fast outfield, and chase and chase and chase just to retrieve. And that brings up the half century for the Barbados Pride captain, Craig Brathwaite. He goes to 52 from 80 balls in 105 minutes with his 5th boundary, and Barbados Pride 81 for 1. Here's Roland.
Yeah, Craig's not going to miss out on that delivery. Really short, wide at the offside. Just 3 men in front of the bat on the offside, and just really placed it perfectly for an easy boundary, and which brought up his 50.
Merchant, he's a tall off spinner bowling over the wicket from the Malcolm Marshall end, and Brathwaite is defending down to the short leg on that front foot again quite early, and the short leg runs back to do the fielding. That's Lug, the big man, a slip point cover mid-off, short delivery, and it's guided out on the offside, and there is no run. So 81 for 1, and then the short leg mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a mid-wicket on the boundary and backward square on the boundary for Merchant in his 5th over. He's conceded 13 runs, and back goes Brathwaite, guides it down towards the area of the slip. Blackwood quickly moving to his right to do the fielding, and there is no run. Barbados Pride 81 for 1 as Merchant goes in again to bowl to Brathwaite, and for this delivery he pushes it right back on the pitch to the bowler. There's no run. Seems very determined to just bat and bat, and why not on this easy pace pitch here at Kensington Oval. I dare say rather placid, but Raymond Reefer would tell you that he woke it up this morning and put Barbados back in the game in the circumstances as Brathwaite plays the last delivery back down to the bowler. There's no run. Here's Roland.
Yeah, another over there from the off spinner, not really troubling the batsman in any way. In actual fact, at times he's just a little bit too short, and being able to work, the batsman's working him on the onside in the fine leg area, or when it's offside, just get away and just punch it through the offside. And, Brathwaite much quicker today we saw in the first innings of the last game. Obviously, had to bat a long time. But today, his 50 come up. He's now 52 off 85 balls, so that's pretty good scoring. And Brooks is there with him. And, the thing with Shane Mosley and with any player who's out of form, Keith, is that, when you're out of form, you tend to play up balls that, normally you would let go by.
No, this one is played out on the offside and there's no run. Your very close friend Harold Eastman has a question for you, Roland. He says, can you ask Roland if there are any advantages of an off-spinner bowling from the southern end? Harold, if I knew that was your question, I would have kept it quiet. Harold has a phobia. He has this fixation about off-spinners bowling and from what end, and he always goes back to the park and at Kensington Oval with the combination of Tony Howard off spin, David Holford leg spin as Spartan and Barbados players, and then followed by George Linton leg spin, Henderson Springer off spin. He debated it with me to some extent yesterday in relation to Shem Holder, and back goes Brooks looking to dab. It goes down to slip 81 for 1. Harty is the bowler. So that's the question from Harold Lee. I think you've heard him with this before, Roland. The end that an off spinner should bowl from at Kensington Oval, or generally, let's say north and south.
Well, listen. The end you bowl from, there should be many factors as to where you want to bowl that end. Is there rough to bowl into?
Brooks defends here to the left arm spinner. Harty plays it down to short leg. Love picks up. There is no run. 81 for 1.
Yeah. Is there a strong breeze coming across the ground? The left arm is bowling from the Joe Garner end.
As Harty is doing now with his left arm spin and driven out to the short extra cover. Good bunks for Campbell, the captain.
Right.
And there's no run.
And because the way the breeze is coming across the ground, he would be able to get some drift into the right-handed batsman, even though his intention first of all is to try and get the ball to go away. He will get some drift, so he's using the breeze from this end.
Brooks defends solidly up on the offside of the pitch. There is no run. The over has been completed. So let's answer Harold Eastman's question in full, whether there are any advantages of an off-spinner bowling from the southern end as the refreshment car comes on to the field. Ryan Willoughby is the reserve umpire. He's been doing this job for quite some time. You need to give an elevation to Ryan Willoughby and let him go in the middle. 81 for 1.
Yeah, you can't say whether there's an advantage or disadvantage. This pitch looks a good pitch. So at the moment in time, to me, it doesn't matter which end you bowl from, because right now the batsmen are going to be in control of the game. Later on in the game with footmarks, one end may become the more dominant end to bowl from. But right now, it doesn't matter which end you bowl from, because the batsmen are in charge.
So
there's no turn.
Okay, so let's take you back to the era of Tony Howard and David Holford. There was a feeling that one bowled from a particular end and the other from the other end, and that was standard whether they were in the park or here at Kensington Oval. And similarly, and I'm using a Spartan perspective here with Howard and Holford, Linton and Howard. And I know yesterday when Shem Holder was bowling, Howard started to really go nuts, and he was saying, man, Shem doesn't understand, he must bowl from this particular end and win this. Come on.
It's not that simple. It is preference, and it's very much preference. Listen, you've got, in terms of faster bowlers, you've got people who bowl with the wind and people who bowl into the wind. And some people are better bowling into the wind than bowling with the wind. So it is just understanding the individual bowler. I would imagine Howard and others, would have preferred certain ends, which is fair enough. If you've got a preference for that, that is fine. But if the captain says, listen, if I've got Keith Holder bowling well at the Malcolm Marshall end, and I want you to come on Roy Wilkinson and hold up an end from the Joel Garner end, you're going to tell me that you don't want to bowl from that end because I prefer to bowl from the Malcolm Marshall end. I don't think there's any end that an off-spinner should bowl from. There need to be advantages for him to do that. If there's no advantage, then it makes no difference which end he bowls.
Yeah. Before I give you the updates, Roland, in the other two games.
Yeah.
You want to hear those first?
I would like to find out what's going on.
Now, the Leeward Islands have just lost their second wicket. 237 for 2. The informed Devon Thomas was caught by Gurukesh Moti. They still have his Moti Kanai carrying a double barrel name, but I think this is quite some time now he's dropped the Kanai and says he's just Moti. Off Pestano for 72 from 73 balls with 10 fours and 1 6. And Kieran Powell was bowled by Niall Smith for 74. 9 boundaries, 148 minutes. Monchin Hodge has been batting slowly but confidently for 67 not out, 285 balls, 5 fours. Has just been joined by Kofi James and the Leeward Islands in the ascendancy on 237 for 2 after Guyana fell for 116 at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. I believe it continues to rain in the other game at the Brian Lauer Cricket Academy in Tarouba. And looking here at the latest, Trinidad and Tobago 326 all out, and I don't see a response from the Windward Islands. And in that 326 all out, Joshua De Silva, the incumbent West Indies test keeper, top scored with 73 from 139 balls with 8 fours. Yannick Correa got 72 with 5 boundaries. The opener Jeremy Solozano 66 with 57 coming from Terrence Hines. You'll probably remember that Terrence Hines made an impact here in Barbados playing for Wildy a few years ago. He is one of the rare cricketers in the last couple of decades to have scored 100 and taken 5 wickets in the same match, and I was privileged to have him on the then mid-wicket. So another of those players. As play resumes here at Kensington Oval, but good, honest, all-round cricketer, Terrence Hines. Sometimes if he finds himself in and out of the Trinidad and Tobago team, but guys like your fellow BCA board member, when you go back over to have your big tea rolling, I'm certain that Pedro Graves will wash his mouth on Terrence Hines, because he and Mark Estate believe that they've done a wonderful job over at Wildy to bring some players in from overseas. Turned down to fine leg for a single, and Brathwaite now goes on to 53. It's 82 for 1. The bowler is Jamie Merchant. And yes,
Keith, I think what Pedro and Mark Estate will be more pleased about is the fact that Joe Ferrata was from their club.
Yes, well, I don't want to call a figure, but they got some good $1,000, wonderful figure, which would have been given to them. And don't forget, Carlos Brathwaite, these guys who have played in the IPL, Joffre has now landed another big contract, so the money's come. You can explain to the public how it works.
Well, they got a big check last year, and they'd be very happy to.
Like how many? How much thousand, Roland? 3 figures.
120 sounds pretty good.
Okay, well, come on, tell the public it's no secret. 82 for 1. So they are now a wealthy club. I wonder if they can match you with all the earnings that you edge uppishly, but there's no second slip, as Brathwaite was searching for a drive off the tall off spinner Merchant. Brooks correction, and it went down towards third man. So 83 for 1, and Brooks now goes on to 25. Brathwaite is on 53. One of his real loose strokes, Roland.
Yeah, it's tossed up there. Brooks was looking to hit it through extra cover.
They slip on the short leg, and Merchant bowls a faster, flatter delivery, turn behind square. Blackwood has to run after it from slip, and they take a single. So 54 now Brathwaite, with Brooks on 25. They've added 77 for the second wicket, and it's 84 for 1. Jamaica made 328. And just to complete the information on that match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windwards after this delivery from Merchant. Forward comes off the inside edge and goes down to short fine leg, and Brooks jogs through for a single. He now moves to 26. 85 for 1 as Merchant completes his 6 over 17 runs. Sherman Lewis was impressive. 20 overs and 5 balls, 4 maidens, 5 for 53. Preston McSween, Ryan John, Kenneth Denver, Larry Edward, Keron Kotoy, each with a wicket, 85 for 1. So apart from Wildy getting over $120,000, there were a couple other clubs. I'm trying to remember.
I think listen, the situation, just for the listeners, when it comes to the IPL is important for the West Indies Cricket Board. It is also important for the territorial board where the players come from, and also the club that brought.
Opening the face of the bat, coming forward as Harty, the left arm spinner, continues and ran it down to third man for a couple. So Brooks now 28, 87 for 1.
Yeah, and also the club that's produced that player. So in the case of
Wildy,
who Joe for Archer would have played for, a percentage of the money would come and be split 3 ways between CWI.
Harty brings a defensive stroke from Brooks, guides it square on the offside. There is no run.
CWI, Barbados Cricket Association, and then his club Wildy. So Wildy would have benefited on his last contract of in the region of £120,000. And your colleague to your right, Mrs. Suzanne Bell, her club also is about to
get a few $1,000s.
Her club also is about to profit handsomely from Jason Holder's
$1 million contract.
Yeah, again, that would be CWI, BCA, and Wanderers. So
this one is whipped down to mid wicket. She's claiming that she may have to wait, or Wanderers, I dare say, probably looking like 5 years. I know. Well, don't let me say that. Short delivery off the back foot and slap into the offside.
You don't have to wait, Susan. You don't have to wait that long. We'll have to play first, but the only way Jason wouldn't play is.
Here's a drive by Brooks, powerfully down to Campbell at that short extra cover. There is no run. Brooks is on 28. Brathwaite is 54. But I have a vital question for you.
I was saying, I mean, Susan, you've either got some to come, or you got some already from Jason's short stint last year.
Harty to complete his third over. Back rows Brooks and delicately cutting it down to third man for another couple runs. He's such a graceful player. If he can just go on, the most honorable Desmond Haynes is watching. 89 for 1. Look, I think there was some debate over monies which Gladiola reckoned they should have received, and then Emperor were saying that was in relation, I believe, to Javon Serves. Where did the money finally end up at? Races or Bank Hall?
I'm not sure which one, but I know everybody. I think today people have got their money, so I don't think there's any outstanding clubs. I mean, this last IPL, I mean, Jason played a few games at the end, didn't he? He went as a replacement.
That's right.
So I mean, Susan, if you haven't got that yet, I'm sure there's something to come for that. Once he's played, the club will been.
89 for 1. No, Roland, I can't let you go unless we talk a bit about that wonderful ceremony during the lunch break. A drive here out on the onside by Brathwaite as Merchant continues. This is the 7th over, 89 for 1. I thought it was well put together. You were there, and a couple speeches, including Lady Gavron, carried live on the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, as well as the stream by CWI, and I thought it was most fitting.
Yeah, I mean, the support given by Lord Gavron, obviously, who's no longer with us, and his wife, Lady Gavron, over the years, the support has been fantastic. And, they have contributed significantly.
Merchant is in, back goes Oh, dear, yes, no, and then they'll get home safely. There are a couple anxious moments in terms of the understanding, but they acknowledge each other by just raising the hands to say, okay, we're in safely. And Brathwaite goes on to 55 if that single. Brooks is on 30, 90 for 1. Your Klaus Meg, you and him almost speak alike, and he has the edge on you. Live in England like you, rolling for quite some time, but with the presence of a couple English people around, including Lady Gavron, I realized the ante was up. And Winston Walter Stafford, OBE, made a speech, but I thought the humor came when Calvin Hope, in giving the vote of thanks, mentioned about Winston being at trials with the Right Excellency Garfield Sobers and being struck for 6 consecutive fours, and that was in 1 over, played out on the onside by Brooks, and Campbell trying to show that he has a bit of footballing skills. Doesn't quite get it from the boot to the hand, but has it under control. Rubs away vigorously for his bowler. He's rather tall, I dare say, Merchant, a 6-footer. About to complete his 7th over, 90 for 1, and he's bowling over the wicket from the Malcolm Marshall end. Oh dear, back he goes, and this one squeezed through as Brooks went back, taken by Morris, and that's the end of the over with the score 90 for 1. So, did you know that story about Winston Walter Stafford being struck for 6 consecutive boundaries and instantly moved to England to learn to play cricket better?
I heard that story on a few occasions, but yeah. I mean, as you know, every time you hear the story, there's something added to it. But I guess Winston would be the best person to confirm or deny exactly what happened. But getting back to the Lord Gavron, as I said, Lord Gavron and Lady Gavron have supported the development of Barbados cricket for many years by offering a scholarship whereby we're able to choose 2 players a year, and generally those 2 players have either been able to go to England for 6 months where they play club cricket, etc., or to study as well.
Here's the left arm spin of Harty starting his 4th over. 1 maiden. Only 2 maidens have been bowled, one by Harty and the other by Mendy, who's the wicket taker for 17 runs. It's 90 for 1. Brathwaite defending the first ball on the onside, and there's no run. Harty continues from around the wicket and push back down the pitch on the offside by Brathwaite. There's no run. Brathwaite has been in for just over 2 hours. 125 minutes all told, 93 balls. He has 5 fours. Brooks 30 from 80, 4 deliveries with 3 boundaries. And again, coming forward and playing it back down the pitch to the bowler, who tosses it on the arm to his captain, Campbell, out at that short, straightish extra cover, or if you want to call him a short mid-off. There's the orthodox mid-off in place, as well as mid-on, deep backward square, straightish mid-wicket, point, cover. And here is Harty again, bowling from around the wicket, the left arm spinner to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is back and turns it for an easy single down behind square. Again, they amble, so he now moves up to 56 with Brooks on 30, 91 for 1. A word on the sole female, by extension, the very first.
Yeah, before you get to the
Alison Gordon,
to the 2020, to this year, really 2020. Actually, we're actually behind, so it's 2020 is the last.
Yes, with COVID and everything else, short delivery and punch into the covers by Brooks for a single. He goes on to 31, 56 to Brathwaite, 92 for 1. 1 ball left in Harty's 4th over, so you can comfortably comment at the end of the over. Slip on a short leg, Barbados consolidating. 92 for 1. Bowling from around the wicket, Harty, and Brathwaite is forward and clips it down to mid-wicket. And he cannot score as the over is completed, and the fielding done by Paul Palmer with Brathwaite 56, Brooks 31, Mosley out for 4, 92 for 1. Barbados replaying their first innings total of 328, all out by Jamaica. Here's Roland.
Yeah, Keith, and over the years, a lot of players have gone on to play for Barbados and Test and international for the West Indies. Started in 2001 really with Ryan Nurse, 2002 Jason Smith, 2003 Martin Nurse, 2004 Ronaldo Paris, 2005 Javon Searles, 2006 Kimar Roach, 2007 Shamar Brooks, Rashidi Boucher, 2008 Craig Brathwaite, 2009 Kyle Corbin. Kyle Corbin was 2008 as well. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Now David Green, this is a fine drive for boundary between extra cover and mid-off. That was sweet. The first boundary in quite a bit. I know that I'll ask Susan to tell me when last a boundary was struck. And with that, Brooks' fourth, he goes to 35, 96 for one. Thanks very much, David. He was just showing us a bit of the presentation. And David, you can probably bring it back at T where we will walk through it for those like Barry who walked through the ceremony when it was about to finish. And
Keith, that shot was Brooks at his best. Really, probably the best stroke we've seen today. Beautifully executed extra cover drive, just using his feet. Exquisite timing.
Roland, Barry has taken up what I've said, and he's explained why he was walking by, and he says that the elevator was not working, so he got some exercise by walking from the bottom floor eventually up to the fourth floor, miss a floor, and then had to come back to the third. Okay, he says the western elevator is down and he had to use the eastern elevator. 96 for one, and swung now down towards fine leg for a single. It's now 97 for one. Susan, you were telling me that before that. In the 27th over, the last boundary before this in the 33rd over. Yes, Roland, I know you have the list, and
I'm just ready to complete the list. Yeah, 2008 Craig Brathwaite and Kyle Corbin, 2009 Jason Holder and Jamel Warrican.
As the slip and the short leg, very short in there is Lug. He's a big man, he now runs after it as Brathwaite plays it up forward of square, and there's no run. He's on 56 and 97 for one. I see a couple of messages coming in here from Mark Estwick, so I think he is going to pick a bone with Roland Butcher and Keith Holder. Mark, we'll get to you. Thanks for listening. He's a guru over at Wildy, formerly Banks. They now use the Polytechnic, the Samuel Jackman Institute of Technology. Next to CBC, just in the back there, has their home ground. They used to be at the Brewery, and then they were floating around, renamed themselves from Banks to Banks Wildy, and then settled finally for Wildy as it's turned through square leg for a single, 98 for one, and Brooks on 36 now to take the strike. Brathwaite has moved on to 57. A partnership of 91, 98 for one. So I may have to halt you in going through that list as I read the messages coming in from Mark Estwick. Wonderful captain for Banks, really a leader, diminutive wicketkeeper batsman, and a leader in every sense of the word as the over is completed. 98 for one. You can say, Roland, I'll get Mark's message.
Before somebody else comes in.
Yeah.
2010, Roston Chase and Shane Durrich. 2011, Anthony Allen, Carl Mears. 2012, Shea Hawke, Craig St. Hill. 13, Aaron Jones and Jerome Jones. 2014, Jonathan Drakes, Jafari Topping. 2015, Jamil Stewart, Chad Williams. 2016, Shamar Holder. I think he was the last Test player. Shamar Springer as well in 2016. 17, Cheyenne Brathwaite, Joshua Bishop. 2018, Kamari Boyce and Jarian Hoyt. 2019, Rashawn Williams, Naeem Young, and 2020, the first female in Alison Gordon.
Thanks for that completion of the list. Roland Merchant is flicked out through mid-wicket by Brathwaite. They've turned for one and will come back now quite easily for the second run. Don't leave yet, Roland, please, as Palmer is now onto the ball. It brings up the 100 for Barbados Pride. Exactly 100 for one off 33 overs and one ball as Brathwaite goes to 59 and Brooks is on 36. No, ask Woody politely for 2 minutes, because Mark Esquet has sent a question for you, Roland. It would be a bit, I don't know, I wouldn't want to use the word impolite, but since we were talking about IPL and clubs, just spare me 2 more minutes. We'll have a change. Woody will come in, and I will take a break on the other side. So please, Mr. Butcher, I'm asking of you kindly, as I did back in 1981 when I was sent to cover your arrival in Barbados with the England team, and you were at your grandmother's home in Mardyville, St. Philip, and she cooked you a lovely meal, which we put on the front page of the Nation newspaper. 100 for 1. Woody has come in, and Woody is about to take it, but after Mark Estwick, we go through, driven down to mid-on, and there is no run. So get ready for...
No, but Keith, that conversation is finished.
No. This one is to you, is directly addressed to you. And I know when you go over there, we won't see you again until after tea. There's only what? Harty is in his 5th overall. And so you'll stay a couple of minutes with me, 100 for 1. And someone sent me a message saying that they saw a guy today in a green shirt and wondered if it was me. And I told him that I don't have that quality type of shirt. That is top-notch, bought from a street in London, and Woody is even examining it. Go, really top quality, Woody. I know you're good at those descriptions. Down behind square for a single, and it's now 101 for 1. Brathwaite on 60. Brooks comes on strike. He has 35, and just 1 ball left, and Harty's over. And we'll have a change as I put Mark Estwick's question to Roland Busher, so that we'll have a pleasant afternoon on day 2 here at Kensington Oval, with the topic raised about clubs receiving funds from their players who have taken part in the lucrative IPL. Flick, lovely shot, down through mid-wicket. It's a fast outfield, but backward square gets onto it now, Gordon, and they will come back for a couple runs. Brooks goes to 38. Brathwaite is on 60, 103 for 1 at the end of the over. So here is what Mark Estwick, the president of the club, has to say. He says, Keith, what you should ask Mr. Roland Busher, has the BCA received their portion of the franchise fees for all the IPL and BPL fees? If the answer is no, what steps have they taken to get the amount due to the BCA? These funds can be used to assist many of the clubs who are on death row. What about the production fees from the ECB for all of these players from Barbados who now have contracts with the ECB, not have contracts with the EBC? What has the BCA done about it? Do they even know what is due? I don't think they want me to start.
Well, I suggest that Mark continue his discussions with the BCA.
Yes.
Secretariat. I'm sure he's been doing that. And I'm sure he's also been in discussion with CWA. So what I would say to Mark, continue those discussions, and you'll be able to answer that for yourself.
Okay, Mr. Butcher, thanks very much for your time. Woody's getting ready to come in. And hello to you, Adsel Hudson. Good that you're watching and listening from Atlanta. We do our protocols here. Michael Sobers doesn't mess around. He has all of the sanitizer. He's been a wonderful person to work with, and he's going to make sure that he wipes that. Woody feels that my ears are too sweaty, so he will take this from me and do his own wiping. Good afternoon to you, Richard.
Forgive us, as you will appreciate, we have to do all the protocols and the history on it as usual with the mass. So it's 105 for 1 as we watch Merchant bowling to Brathwaite, who's lunging forward, the edge of the bat found, but the ball dropping just short of the field in that slip. And the score remains at 105 for 1. Barbados Pride in response to the Scorpions' first innings total of 328. It's Blackwood at first in the slip position, and Merchant from the Marshall end now to bowl to Brathwaite, the Pride captain, who is turning this one away towards the short square leg fielder. That's Lug under the helmet, and the score kept at 105 for 1. sun has come out nicely here in the afternoon at Kensington Oval. We've had pretty much hazy conditions all day. We now get a much brighter sunshine here now as Merchant bowls to Brathwaite, who drives out towards mid-off. Stop start, then they go through in the end for just a single. That takes Brathwaite now up to 63. And Brooks is on 38, comes into strike, is 106 for 1. Mind you that the Pride have lost Mosley, who was caught by Campbell at slip off Minley for 4. And since then it's been these two. Put on 99 so far. Here is Merchant on the line of leg step and swept around behind square. There's a single there for Brooks. Fielded down in the deep backward square boundary is Gordon. So Brooks now 39, the total up to 107 for 1. 100 partnership has come up between Brooks and Brathwaite. 193 deliveries, 125 minutes, 9 fours. Brathwaite has contributed 60 runs to the partnership and Brooks 39. And we've also had 1 extra in there. You wouldn't believe it, Miss Bell. I had to put on the glasses to be able to see that. The time where I could have done that. Just look there and see it. Can't do that now. I don't know how Keith at his age just doesn't wear glasses, or if he just tries to defy Father Time. And I know he burns the midnight oil, so I don't know how he does it. Delivery which is played into the offside, no run. The end of the over is 107 for 1. But I know you eat very well, Keith. You are a very healthy eater. You eat a lot of fish and a lot of vegetables, so maybe that's why your eyes are still very good, I can tell you.
Yeah, and what do you have to walk and exercise as well. Just don't eat. But you have to get to Miami Beach or hit the highway and walk and
I have been on the highway this year.
And squat and do freehand exercises and jog.
Yes, I've been doing
all
that.
of that, especially when you're becoming age, Woody.
Yes, Keith.
Yeah, and you know, I realize that you're getting weighty, so wash it, Woody.
No, I lost some weight earlier, and then I've put
the circumstances related to that.
Yeah, then
you were grieving, Woody, and you're still grieving. I know that sort of period, so you will overcome that, and you'll get back to the Woody self. Did you used to bowl a little seam up when you joined Spartan?
Clean bowled, Keith. Clean bowled. 107 for 1. Let's just keep it on the cricket out in the middle. Nobody wants to hear about my non-exploits, Keith. They were non-exploits, if we want to call it that. So it will be a bowling change, it looks like, or is it Harty? Harty will continue from the Garner end of the ground. As you could hear in our effects microphone, the bull kite very loudly. Someone having some fun. The very strong breeze blowing across the ground, rippling the clothes of the players as Harty's in. Bowling to Brooks, who's coming onto the front foot, playing bat and pad very close together. Picked up by Lug in at that silly mid-off position, or silly point even, rather. And there is no run. 107 for 1. Harty left arm spinner bowling around the wicket to Brooks, who is forward and looks to drive. No timing on the shot. Take a shit side edge and it goes bubbling back up along the pitch for the bowler to field, and score kept at 107 for 1. There's a backward point, an extra cover, straightish extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Brooks is hitting this one in the air off the leading edge, and the catch is taken by John Campbell. Shamar Brooks rather lethargically looking to play the ball into the onside, and it took the leading edge. It's ballooned into the air. There was Campbell backpedaling at extra cover, and in the end took a tumbling catch over his shoulder, and the Brooks departs for 39, and the camera guys didn't get to actually see the catch, but 107 for 1. Brooks departs for 39, and Barbados probably lose their second wicket. Shamar Brooks, Keith, maybe just in the last hour or so, seemed to just got a little bit bogged down. Wasn't playing with the same level of purpose. Sometimes he can become very, lethargic in his cricket, Keith.
Yes, as a matter of fact, when you look at the replay, Woody, he tried to turn it through the onside, got the leading edge, and provided Campbell with a relatively straightforward catch, albeit that from that short, straightish extra cover, he had to run back held it over his head. But I quite agree with you, Woody. In the last half an hour, his concentration, there was a bit of lethargic play from Brooks. Even the running between the wickets with Brathwaite, a bit of indecision. Look at it yet again. Harty bowling from around the wicket, and he tried to flick it through the onside off the leading edge, and simple catch out to extra cover. He looks immediately at his bat. I don't think he can blame the bat for it. I think he has to blame simply himself. An opportunity on this placid surface to get 3 figures, and he goes for 39. And as one whose roots are in Holders Hill in St. James, I'm certain that if he were to go to the lead selector, the most honorable Desmond Haynes, watching from the comfort of the president's suite next to our commentary position, he will be told, oh, Brooksy, you think that because you're the Holders Hill boy can pick you, you can't get out and get into my test team? Would you agree with me then, Woody?
107 for 2. The new batsman is Raymond Reefer, who's come out, and pretty interesting move here. And we don't see the emergence of Jonathan Carter, but rather Raymond Reefer, who did his first delivery, takes it off the pads away towards backward square, no run, as the fielder running around to his right. Looks like Nkrumah Bonner out there, and the score remains at 107 for 2. I did mention earlier that it was a very important innings for him. He needs to make some big scores. Shamar Brooks, as Harty bowls to Reefer, who's coming onto the front foot a long way, smothering the spin, pushes it out to the offside. No run, 107 for 2. Brathwaite there on 63. Reefer is just come out, he's yet to score, just faced 2 deliveries. And Harty, left arm spinner over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Reefer. Look at the drive, wrapped on the pad, allowed appeal, not out, says umpire Jonathan Blades, but deceived in flight there. That one probably just, he held it back just a little bit, and Reefer was through the shot, ball taking the pad, and loud appeal from the Scorpions, but no support from umpire Blades. Let's have a look at it on the replay. We have the benefit of the replay. Yes, look at the plane to the onside, playing across, wrapped on the pad, maybe just outside the line, and maybe a bit of height as well too. If we could have that replay again, and maybe just slightly slower. Ask David Green if he could just, or if he could probably just have that replay again and slightly slower. And let's have a look at it again. Just outside, maybe just a bit doing too much, Keith.
Yes, I agree with you. Good work again by David Green and his hard-working team, but only Harty was that enthusiastic. Not much. The keeper just raised his hand. Let's welcome the Right Excellency Garfield Sobers to Kensington Novel. Good afternoon to you, sir. And I hope that you will have a word with Winston Stafford about those 6 fours in 1 over.
A delivery from Merchant at the start of next over, which is played up towards mid-on by Brathwaite. Takes him along to 64 and a total up to 108 for 2.
Would you raise the question of Reefer batting ahead of Carter, the batting hero in the second innings against the Leewards? But perhaps I see some consistency because in both innings against the Leewards, he batted at number 3 Reefer, so I think they're still trying with Brooks back in the team to maintain him right up in that top order.
That's a good point. Just figure that having Carter as your senior batsman, and you know, as a senior man, he'll want to have that solid position. And I figure that number 4 is his now. That he would have held on to that in this game, but that's a very good point. As Reefer comes onto the front foot, gets a thickish inside edge, and the ball squirts out into the onside. It's picked up by the fielder coming in from backward square, no run. It remains at 108 for 2. Reefer yet to score. Brathwaite on 64. Merchant operating from the Marshall end of the ground, leaves the media centre behind him and bowls to Reefer, who's onto the front foot, playing defensively into the offside. Stifled appeal from the close-in fielders, but Reefer was well in control of that shot. It remains at 108 for 2. I got a little joke to share with you. We mentioned Sir Garfield Sobers. Good afternoon to Leon Levy. There in Jamaica. As this delivery forces Reefer onto the back foot. It looks to turn it around the corner, but no timing on the shot. It just drops short of lugging that forward short leg and no run. Good afternoon to Leon. Leon is a very hard-working official scorer and man about town there in Kingston, Jamaica. I got your text. and works very hard in terms of manning the scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard at Sabina Park. My good friend for a number of years. That'll be clipped off the pads by Rifa out towards backward square. Can't score. It remains at 108 for 2.
When you talk about meticulous scores, Leon Levy for you.
Definitely.
Good afternoon to you, Leon. Good man there in Kingston.
Very reliable. Very, 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 very reliable guy. Around the wicket is Merchant edges, and Blackwood flying like Superman through the air to his left. Stuck out the left hand. Got it on the ball, but couldn't hold on. And Rifa survives. Well, that was really a fine effort there by Blackwood at slip. Rifa played forward, the edge of the bat found, and Blackwood flew through the air. It was almost parallel and stuck out the left hand. We have the benefit of the replay, and yes, he almost parallel to the ground and stuck out the left hand, but just couldn't hold on. And Rifa fights on. He's yet to score. Brathwaite 64, 108 for 2.
But some credit for the tall off spinner Merchant. It turned and bounced, and Rifa tried to withdraw the bottom hand. A very good effort by Blackwood. He's a short man, and he dived virtually full stretch to his left there at slip. But all of a sudden, you find that this spin pair of Harty with his left armers and Merchant. I like Merchant not only because of his height, but I like how his action goes into his bowling, and he's been holding a very good line and getting a bit of turn on this slow pitch here at Kensington Oval. So Barbados probably needing to rebuild at this stage, Willie.
Now, just for the benefit of someone who's asked, could you just we know we had the Gavron awardees today. Philip Spooner's going to come in and probably could give us some assistance, Keith, until the tea break. We had the Gavron Award winners. To just remind those who wanted to find out about those Gavron Award winners, as this delivery is over pitched on the leg stump, and Brathwaite drives out towards the substitute fielder Orion Williams at mid-on, and there is no run. Got a text from one of our correspondents, Keith. He just wanted to find out about the winners. Remember, it's not for this year, it's for previous year. So just make that point to him as Brathwaite is forward and pushing into the offside. Going to be Harty to continue around the wicket, left arm spinner bowling to Brathwaite, who's forward and coming a long way forward. Two bat and pad close together in the approved fashion.
But Woody, just before you came in, Roland went through the list again with myself just before you came upstairs. But there's no problem with repeating, given the list, because quite a number.
It's not so much the list, it's just the person wanted to find out who is the winners for this year. But I just want to make the point to the individual that is not for this year. What the BC has done is those who would have missed out in the last few years because there was no formal ceremony, they've just decided to honor them today. A delivery which is pitched up, and Brathwaite drives to the left of the bowler, who darts to his left and cuts it off, and there's no run. So the score kept at 108 for 2. Harty around the wicket, bowling to Brathwaite, who is again coming forward, playing quietly, back up along the pitch, no run. It remains 108 for 2. Good afternoon, Philip.
Good afternoon, Adriel. Good afternoon, Keith. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Philip.
Harty around the wicket, bowling to Brathwaite, who's forward, pushing out into the onside, no run. The end of the over is 108 for 2.
So Woody, the very last winner was Alison Gordon, who has created history by becoming the first ever women's cricketer to win the prestigious Lord Gavron Award, and she was given that award in 2020. But as you pointed out, they went back from 2018 with COVID, etc., in the air, and hence they awarded Jarian Hoyt, the fast bowler who played at the youth level for Barbados and West Indies. Kamari Boyce, the left arm spinner, his mum gratefully accepted the award because Kamari is part of this setup, but he's involved with the Barbados Pride team. So his mother...
He's in the bubble.
Yes, he's in the bubble. So his mother came and gracefully and gratefully accepted the award. Naim Young needs no introduction, one of the guys at the previous Youth World Cup in South Africa, and Rayshawn Williams, the left arm spinner, who is also a top order batsman from Wanderers. In 2019. So Naim Young and Ryshawn Williams in 2019. Of course, Young is now with Carrollton. Kamari Boyce, who plays for
First ball of the new over, turned away by Reefer into square leg, picked up by Williams, no run.
Yes, and we go back to Jarian Hoyt, an Emperor man like Kamari Boyce. 2018, Kamari Boyce and Jarian Hoyt. 2019, Naim Young and Ryshawn Williams.
Merchant bringing Reefer forward, playing the ball back up along the pitch, and there's no run. Your impressions of the day's play so far, Spoons? A good spell by Raymond Reefer this morning.
Thanks, Willie. Thanks for inviting me. Actually, the Lord Gavin Award, I was delighted to be part of it this afternoon. It was really wonderful to see Alison Gordon being awarded what has now become a prestigious award in Barbados cricket.
And here is Reefer onto the back foot and playing defensively into the offside. And had to hurry that stroke, and that one spun across him sharply.
I remember the young reporter at The Nation covering the first Lord Gavron Award and meeting Lord Robert Gavron and Lady Kate Gavron. Ryan Nurse, the first recipient. That was
look, it's being shown again, Philip. That's Ryshawn Williams there with his pronounced Naim Young accepting his award from Lady Gavron.
Yeah, I remember.
And that's Alison Gordon, the first ever female winner.
Making the man behind you, Keith Hartley, really very proud. As this delivery forces Reefer onto the back foot and he plays it onto the onside no run. He's been involved in the women's cricket for a number of years, Hartley Reid. I told him this morning I have to call him Uncle Hartley now because Keith, I think you know my aunt has become and betrothed to Winston Reid, who is Hartley's brother. So I don't have to call Winston Uncle Winston. I call Hartley Uncle Hartley. Delivery which is turned out into the wicket for a single. That will get Reefer off the mark. So he's now 164 to Brathwaite. It's now 109 for 2. I know you know this because you at the funeral for my wife. I know you saw the family together and you heard all the stories.
Precisely. At the end of the over, I'll comment on that in the presence of Hartley Reid. He can no longer arrest me. It will have to be a citizen's arrest.
109 for 2. He's showing some grey in that beard as we watch. Merchant bowling to Brathwaite, who's onto the front foot and plays the ball out to Whitish Minon, will get a single to defeat the having to move around to his right, so couldn't prevent the possibility of the run. So Brathwaite is up to 35, Reefer's on 1, and the Pride in response to the Scorpions' first innings total of 328, they're 110 for 2.
Yes, Woody, at your wife's funeral at the burial at Coral Ridge, when you introduced me, I turned to Winston Reid's new beautiful wife, bride, and I say to her, it's the best kept secret. And I was about to give her and others a story about Winston Reid bowling in Jamaica.
Don't give that story, Keith. Don't give that story.
And Woody Richard.
Don't give that story, Keith. That's not. This is family radio, and we can't. All the things that were said during that episode cannot be shared on family radio.
Just to say that Winston Reid was struck for 4 consecutive sixes by
Brent Murphy.
Okay, and
here is Patrick Harty bowling to a left arm spinner like Winston Reid, and will he be struck for 6? No, it's just going to be a 4. Swung over to the wide long on boundary by Brathwaite, who now moves to 69 and takes the total up to 114 for 2. Those were the good old days, Keith, when we used to travel up and down the Caribbean covering regional cricket. I think that was that the...
That was about Kaiser.
No, was that the 4-day or was it the 1-day tournament? I think it was the 4-day tournament.
Yes, and that is what made it amazing, because for a moment I thought you were elevated as the Barbados coach.
Short dish delivery outside the off stump, and Brathwaite is back and slaps this one through cover. 2 fielders giving chase, but only to retrieve from the boundary. And that's a lovely stroke by Craig Brathwaite. Really has batted with some degree of fluency this afternoon. Not really something that you really see a lot of, but it's really a good pitch. And he's taken advantage of the conditions, and he's batting very fluently, very positively. He now goes up to 73 and takes the total up to 118 for 2.
Wonderful stroke. You know, we've seen some excellent work from David Green and his crew I'm certain that Philip, as a CWI man responsible for communications, public relations, would say this is a wonderful job, but we were given the full story in terms of the replays, etc. yesterday by David Green.
Harty bowling to Brathwaite, who's onto the front foot, strokes it through mid-on, will beat the fielder. Williams moving around from whitish mid-on and will go into the boundary for 4. It was really, I thought that Williams could have made a better effort moving to his left, but well placed and well timed by Craig Brathwaite to get a second straight boundary of Harty. He now goes to 77 and a total up to 122 for 2.
This has been a rather enterprising knock by Brathwaite. He looks assured. I call for him to go in the nets, albeit just for a couple of days between the end of the game on Saturday and the start of this one. And it seems as though he's done a fair amount of work. His stroke play around the wicket, lots of confidence, no pushing and blocking and prodding.
He tucks this one out into the onside, fielded by, can't see who the fielder was out there, that's no run. And the score kept at 122 for 2. It's actually 3 consecutive boundaries. Hartley's going to come in and just give us a few comments about Alison Gordon.
Precisely.
We just happened to come in at the same time this morning as Brathwaite is onto the front foot and plays it onto the offside for Campbell to field, and there's no run. We just happened to, coincidentally just happened to be parking our vehicles at the same time, and he introduced me to young Allison, and so very sure he's very happy about that. As I said, he's been very involved with the women's cricket for a period. He's also the Barbados Pride manager for a period before Wendell Coppin took over. Here is Harty bowling left arm spin around the wicket to Brathwaite, who's coming onto the front foot and playing it quietly into the onside. No run. It's kept at 122 for 2. Brathwaite is on 77 and Reef on 1.
Yes, I'll give it to Harty just now. Harty, congratulations, by the way, on Alison Gordon. I believe she has some Jamaican roots. But just to tell you that the Leroy Lions are 259 for 4. 70s for Hodge, 71, Powell, 74, and Thomas, 72. The top 3. James made just 11. Hamilton is on 6, and Ward is yet to score. 259 for 4. Guyana made 116 in their first innings, and that's at the Queen's Park Oval, and rain still continues to affect the other game with a score of over 300 for Trinidad and Tobago against the Windward Islands at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We welcome Hartley Reid, who knows all about the ladies and women.
Another thing I'm sure Hartley will be very happy about too is that the Barbados women cricket team there will be representing the region at the Commonwealth Games this year in Birmingham, as Reefer plays off the back foot back up along the pitch for the bowler Merchant to field, and the score kept at 122 for 2. So we're going to get a comment from Hartley. Spinners bowling always give you a chance, Hartley, to have a very intense discussion, but we'll see what we can do here as Merchant continues bowling around the wicket to Reefer, who pushes out towards mid-on. There's a Brathwaite was interested in the single, but the fielder came in quite quickly from mid-on. That's Harty. No run. The women at the Commonwealth Games.
Yes, good afternoon to you, everyone and all listening. Yes, it is indeed it's history in the making.
Very much so.
Because here we have Barbados returning to the Commonwealth Games, because I'm sure you would remember that Barbados would have gone to Malaysia with the men.
Yeah.
And that's when Winston Reid, he was a part of that team there. But now they have invited women to take part, and Cricket West Indies were given.
Here is Merchant bowling to Reefer. Gets the bottom edge and he almost plays it into his stumps, but fortunately for him, it just bounces to Black with that slip, no run.
Yes, Cricket West Indies were invited to participate, and Barbados, by virtue of being the winners for the past 2 competitions, we were given that honor.
Here is Merchant bowling to the left-hander Reefer. He sweeps to the fielder in at that backward square, maybe short 5-leg position. Williams, the substitute, moving around and making a tumbling save. 122 for 2. And I know that they've started training down at Rubis, Brighton ground.
Yeah, Rubis is the headquarters for the women for the BCA. Started way back in 2015.
Merchant to Reefer, who's coming on a long way forward and playing bat and pad very close together, no run. Who's been appointed coach? Can't remember off the top of my head. Who's been appointed coach of the squad?
Well, the BC has not identified any. The management team neither have they identified the coach or any of that. So we are still awaiting that official announcement.
Okay. Here is Merchant on the back foot, and Reefer having to hurry the stroke. The ball seemed to kick a trifle low, and got maybe just an outside edge and squirting away towards short third man. He gets a single, Reefer. He's on to Brathwaite is on 77, and it's 123 for 2.
Yes, the BCA is quite fortunate because we have some 5-6 girls who already are in the West Indies touring party, and I think they are somewhere in New Zealand now
in New Zealand, yes. We're preparing for the Women's Cricket World Cup.
But here in Barbados, we have a young lady by the name of Alison Gordon, as you would have met her this afternoon.
Correct.
A medium pacer, actually Jamaican by birth.
Okay.
Moved to Barbados at the age of 7, she and her mother and her mother's husband, and pick up residence here. And then she started at All Saints Primary, then she passed and went to Ellerslie. And it was at Ellerslie that she really took on the love for cricket. And
here's Harty bowling to Reefer, who's looking to swing it into the onside, coming off the pad, appeal for a leg before turned down by the umpire.
Yes, so she has been in the setup from under the youth BCA team, represented Barbados on the 19, actually captain on the 19, and then she's also a member of the senior squad. But due to her participating in her studies at the Barbados Community College, she was unable to fully train, so she had that bit of setback.
Here is Harty bowling to the left-handed Reefer, who is tucking this one from outside the off stump up the mid-on, no run.
But now she has graduated as a physical education teacher, her associate degree, and
fantastic.
Yes, so she is fully into the practice now for.
Here is Harty bowling to Reefer on the line of the legs, clipped off the pads out towards backward square. Again, no run, 123 for 2 it remains.
Yes, and I'm very proud of Winston Stafford. You know, I have my
yes.
I have my
your tug of wars.
Yes,
Winston, yeah. But he's got the right heart. Does he?
Oh yes, and Monica Cumberbatch.
Yes.
She was.
Lady come over from hockey.
Yes.
Into cricket.
When I was the chairman of the women's cricket, Monica was actually the manager.
Yes,
of women's cricket, and she is their mother.
Yes.
So when the thought came up that the BCA should be honoring persons, we asked, well, why is it not time that women be recognized?
Here's Harty now bowling to Reefer, who's coming onto the front foot and pushing into the offside, no run. And Philip, talk to us a little bit about the West Indies, Cricket West Indies involvement in terms of the whole Commonwealth aspect of it.
Yeah, well, it's part Commonwealth Federation, part ICC, and as Cricket West Indies being the parent body in the region, that has been facilitated.
Harty into bowl to Reefer on the line of the leg stump, clipped off the pads, out through backward the square, no run, 123 for 2 at the end of the over, with Reefer on 2 and Craig Brathwaite on 77. We're talking to the former chairman of the Barbados Cricket Association Women's Committee, Hartley Reid, and also the Cricket West Indies manager for communications, Philip Spooner.
Yeah, Woody, as you said, so it's many facets to it. Obviously, Commonwealth Games Federation hosting the games in Birmingham in July, August this year. Then the ICC as the global body for cricket, the ECB in England as the host nation there, and then obviously Cricket West Indies, and then by extension the Barbados Cricket Association looking after the Barbados team. Last year, I believe it was announced that the first 7 teams, including Barbados, and then there was a qualification tournament early this year where Sri Lanka became the 8th team to make it to the tournament. So you've got Australia, India, England, Pakistan, South Africa, the real
big guns.
Big teams, yeah.
So the really big gun out there is really just the West Indies, but they'll be represented with Barbados. A big gun nonetheless.
And we have in Barbados because a lot is known about the girls who are actually in the West Indies squad. But here,
we just seem to just lost a Hartley there for a minute. Just going to ask Dodger just to have a look. In the meantime, we've got a bowling change at the marshal end with Nkrumah Bonner bowling to Craig Brathwaite, who comes onto the front foot and drives expansively through extra cover. Will get 2 runs as the fielder on the cover boundary has a long chase around to his right. And so Brathwaite goes up now to 79. Reefer is on 2, and it's 125 for 2. And just let me let you know that Nkrumah Bonner in the West Indies Championship has already taken 45 wickets at an average of 29.35. He's got a best bowling of 5 for 26. On the line of the leg stump and tapped off the pads there by Brathwaite down towards the 5-leg region, and he'll come back for the second run now. So he goes up into the 80s. He's now 81. It's 127 for 2. And remember that Bonner's played 14 matches for the CCC, and he also played 20 matches for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So that's why he's got 45 wickets, and he's been a man who is well travelled across the Caribbean playing this cricket. Onto the back foot is Brathwaite looking to force it away, can't score. It remains at 127 for 2.
Yeah, and Woody, as you know, with the women's cricket, it's part of the overall project towards the Olympics. The thrust towards getting cricket back into the, well, not back, into the Olympics. And so the Commonwealth Federation, as part of that developmental move, is obviously looking at getting cricket involved as well.
A single there for Brathwaite to deep cover, taking him to 82 and a total up to 128 for 2. Well, that whole move about getting cricket into Olympics, that's going to be interesting. Whether, you know, I mean, you'll probably need about 3 cricket grounds to play a game, and they're trying to get it into, I think, you know, to play a proper tournament, you probably maybe need about 2 or 3 venues to play the game, and it'd be interesting to see whoever the host is, whether they'll be able to.
I remember, Woody, I visited.
Just let me say that the next delivery was pushed into the offside, no run.
Because it's being played, say for example, in a city, doesn't mean that all the grounds have to be in that city. I remember going to the Commonwealth Games in 2002 in Manchester, and the shooting was done in Surrey. So you can actually, you know, partner with other cities nearby and have that whole you know, project go on. So say for example, you have the cricket at LA Games 2028, maybe you can hold cricket in Las Vegas.
So it's now tea time. The players are retreating to the dressing room with the Barbados Pride in response to the Jamaica Scorpions for a sitting total of 328. They're exactly 200 runs behind. They're 128 for 2 from 43 overs with Craig Brathwaite not out on 82, Raymond Reefer not out on 2. The batsmen dismissed so far for the Pride: Shane Mosley caught Campbell bowl Minley for 4, and Brooks caught Campbell bowl Harty for 39. The bowling so far, Susan follow wickets 7 and 107. Those were the 2 follow wickets, so a 100-run partnership for the second wicket between Brooks and Brathwaite after Mosley fell with a score on 7. And then the bowling figures for the Scorpions: Minley 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Gordon 9 overs, no maidens, none for 28. Williams 7 overs, no maidens, none for 21. Merchant 12 overs, no maidens, none for 32. Harty 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 21. And Bonner 1 over, no maidens, none for 5. Pride 128 for 2 at tea. So we're going to continue. We're just chatting here with Hartley Reid and Philip Spooner. As I said, Hartley Reid, the former chairman of the Barbados Cricket Association Women's Committee, and Philip Spooner, the manager of media and communications at Cricket West Indies. We're talking a bit about women's cricket for the moment, but Hartley, you've been involved in cricket. As I said, you've been involved with the men's team, the Barbados Pride team, and I'm sure that you'd be happy to see some of the players that you would have had the opportunity to work with certainly maturing and making their way into international cricket.
That's an understatement. When it comes to the issue with the way how the men have progressed, I I normally say to people that when I was manager, the only person that who is in the West Indies team now that did not play under me was Craig Brathwaite. All the other players that who are in the Barbados cricket, the West Indies team now, would have made that after when I was manager. So I am very happy, not only at the progress they have made on the field itself, but also in their personal lives. Very happy for them.
I suppose you two, you've worked with a number of these players very closely. So talk to us about your own sojourn and how you've handled, working for so many years with the big guns of West Indies cricket, the Chris Gales, the universe boss, and these guys.
Well, to be honest, I'd rather not, talk too much about myself and what I do or don't do. But
no, I'm just saying about your experiences.
Fantastic experience, no doubt about it. Fantastic opportunity to represent people of the Caribbean at the highest international level, albeit not on the field, but off the field. And it's an honor. It's always an honor to be part of any West Indies team, Barbados team, if that was the case, the West Indies team by extension. So I will never ever trade that. As Hartley said, a fantastic group of young men. Always giving their best and putting the best foot forward. The results don't always show that, we know, but just a fantastic group of young men, and we just want to see them keep growing and improving in whatever they do. But one other thing I wanted to mention is that you look at the list of the awardees for the Lord Gavron Award, and I remember the very first year it was at the Island Inn Hotel. Stephen Alling, the late Stephen Alling, was the president of the BC, and I remember I was at the Nation newspaper then, and he came to me and he said there's this new special honor that they're going to be having for young cricketers, and he was inviting the members of the media to come and participate and cover it. And I was there. It was the week before Christmas, I remember, in 2001, and Ryan Nurse, who is now the coach of Gladiola, played a lot of first-class cricket for Barbados. He was the first winner. Next year there was Jason Smith, and then Martin Nurse. And every year I used to pencil in that week before Christmas to be part of the Lord Gavron Award, and it just grew and grew, and we saw today, 19 years later, I believe, the first female recipient, Alison Gordon. So the award has really become a part of the structure in cricket in Barbados, and let's be honest, it's now seen as the most prestigious award in local cricket. It's really the award everybody wants to win now. And I'll tell you a story, and you mentioned about working with the West Indies team, and I remember in 2017 when the West Indies team toured England, we just won at Leeds. Shea Hope's 2 centuries and Craig Brathwaite's century and 90, and we were going to Lords for the next match, and I was speaking to Jason Holder, and I was saying to him, Jason, you realize that about 6 or 7 of these guys in this team have won the Lord Gavron Award? And he said, yeah, I never thought about that. And I said, how about if we invite Lady Gavron to come and watch you guys play in the test match at Lords? And Jason said, well, you've just given yourself a job. I took it as a special assignment and an honor to reach out to Lady Gavron. By then Lord Gavron had passed. Reach out to Lady Gavron, and Jason insisted that she, come there to see them play, because that's how the players hold the award in high esteem. They actually appreciate immensely the contribution that Lord Gavron has given to cricket in Barbados and Lady Gavron, and they wanted Lady Gavron to be present and see them play. And she was invited to the family's box. Some players, their families were there, and she was really treated, literally like royalty. And Jason made it his business to come over after one of the days play and say hello. At the end of the day, it could be busy. Everybody couldn't come, but in that team we had Craig Brathwaite, who was an award winner, Shea Hope, who was an award winner, Shane Dowrich, who was an award winner, and Jason himself, who was an award winner. Kemar Roach as well. So, and Roach took 5 for special, Roach took 5 in that test match. So 5 players in that team were winners of the Lord Gavron Award, and Lady Gavron was specially invited guest by Jason to come and see them play. And she was absolutely thrilled to see, because they used to call him Bob's boys, Bob's sons.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because of the nature of Robert. He was Robert.
Yeah, and his wife called him nothing like Bob. His wife called him nothing like Bob.
It was really a special, and it was really good of Jason to say, look, we got to invite her to come and see us play, because they have contributed to our development by providing funding. And, the Jason has now gone on to become the #1 cricketer in the world.
From a board perspective.
Yes, earlier I had mentioned Winston Stafford's name, and we smiled, but Stafford worked exceptionally hard on this one, Alison Gordon, because it is not easy to transition from males to females, especially when the females are not given the same prominence that the men have. So Winston Stafford and, as I said, Monica Cumberbatch worked tirelessly with Winston Stafford, providing statistics. And in talking about statistics, this is where the coach Richard Clark has come in, because we have not even recognized what Richard Clark has done.
Yeah, he's a very hard-working guy.
Richard, every female cricketer that has left Barbados and played for the West Indies started at Passage Road. Everyone, from Deandre Dotting now to the latest one being Aliyah A. Allen.
Correct.
And he works. When the BCAs formed their second division, the women's second division team, Richard Clark was, although Ezra Mosley officially was the coach, but he was also at St. Michael's School with their boys, so he could not be with the girls on Saturdays. So Richard Clark took over the responsibility of coaching and those girls, and Richard Clark has been with them all the way through. And that kind of work that Richard Clark has done with the women. We have Keelia Elliott, to me, the best leg spinner in the Caribbean is Keelia Elliott. But she has not even been given an opportunity to exhibit her stuff outside of Barbados. We have, I made mention of Alyssa Scantlebury. We have Aliyah A. Allen, who's in the West Indies team now. We also have an Aliyah D. Allen.
That's right.
Beautiful. If you see her, you'll see Carl Hooper, our spinner and a classic batter. Yeah?
Just a reminder of the scores, though, Hartley. Remember, at T, Barbados Pride replying to the Jamaica Scorpions total of 328. They are now 128 for 2 with Craig Brathwaite on 82 not out. And Raymond Reefer on 2 not out. The Pride trail by 200 runs exactly.
We have a girl out of Holders Hill, out of that area, Aliyah Williams, who actually found difficulty in getting Barbados, playing Barbados, so she went down to Trinidad and Tobago, and every week she would have been an award. She's now in Canada at one. She, along with Tiffany Thorpe and the Shea twin, identical twins, Shea and Shantae.
I met the two of them. Yeah.
Right, yes. So we have good cricketers. Asabi Calendar. This is the name. Remember this name, as women would say. Remember the name.
No, let's not do that.
No, but Asabi Calendar is actually an athlete.
Yeah.
Like Haley Matthews,
and
javelin javelin thrower, champion in Barbados, but also a good cricketer. She is the daughter of Barney Calendar. But we have good cricketers here in Barbados, and all we have to do is to make sure that we get the head coach, Henderson Springer, get where he and Richard Clark are concerned, get those remaining girls, because you can't play a team with only 6 girls. So you have to get the remaining side, get together and bring them up so that when those girls eventually come back from overseas on international duties, they would not be, you wouldn't have a split. Test girls against, or West Indies girls against Barbados girls. But you would they are friends, but they are not playing together.
But I know the practice sessions have started. Are you involved still?
No, I am just a supporter.
Just a supporter, okay.
Yes.
But why has do you think that the program is not necessarily taken off the women's aspect? I know the colloquial thing, people say cricket really not really a female sport and that sort of thing. But from your vantage point, why do you think that you haven't had the numbers come out in the way that you would have liked when you were chairman?
There are a number of issues, but most important, as I made, when I was on the board, I told the president at the time, when he was setting up the committees, that women cricket called for a dedicated person.
Right, okay.
Because it was new. The men cricket, years.
Yes, correct.
But to get the women to play, you have to get the parents first.
Right.
The mothers must buy in to the cricket.
Right.
And when Monica was there as a manager, we used to hold meetings with the parents.
Right.
We gained the confidence of the parents, and this is where we were going. I went into Hinesbury Primary because we only have two primary schools in that, all girls primary schools in Barbados.
Right.
Hinesbury Primary and Christchurch Primary.
Right, Christchurch girls.
But because I was from St. Mike and we are close together, I started there. Unfortunately enough for the BC and all of us are concerned, the principal at the time was the wife of that young fellow from who was at St. Michael, that's Empire Club, Lewis.
Right.
So she embraced this, and the coach, that he was very, very good, instrumental in getting, and he actually produced a full team. He produced a full team. I'm so sorry that his name has slipped me at the moment, but he's no longer at Hinesbury. He has been transferred to another school in St. George. But Lewis is he's the principal, but the games master at this Jeremy King. Jeremy King was he embraced us and he produced a team. But like everything, we did not pursue it with the kind of vigor that the other persons did. So the cricket now, and I'm actually hearing people complaining that the girls are not coming to practice. It has nothing to do with girls coming to practice. We have to ensure
that the systems are there.
You are talking about, this is history, as I said earlier. Barbados is representing the region. It is not Cricket West Indies per se, but we are representing Cricket West Indies, the region.
Right.
So we have to ensure that we do our best.
Yeah.
We are in the same zone as Australia.
That's right.
So you could imagine
Barbados, Australia, the top team in the world.
The top. So Barbados is not going in there only to participate. We have to ensure that our cricket in this region, our women's cricket, can compare, might not be able to beat everybody, but we can still bring some sort of respectability in our performance.
Like the men did when they went to Malaysia. I think they got to the semi-finals. Is that correct, Keith? I think they got to the semi-finals. And where I think they played against South Africa. And I think they got to the semi-finals.
Yes, in fact, the fellow Birkenstein from Birkenstein. When Winston Reid was seen bowling, the story is that the people asked me, who is that man? And Birkenstein thought he's the best spin bowler in the Caribbean.
Right.
Because they couldn't believe that Barbados had that level of cricketers.
Right.
And our women are no different. We have to ensure that when Cricket West Indies calls a camp, they call the best players.
If you had three wishes for women's cricket in Barbados, what would they be? The three things that you would want to see implemented immediately that you think will help the development of female cricket?
I would like the National Sports Council to take back up its role and having its coaches, because they started it. The National Sports Council actually started, and Oki Donovan always boasts that he's asked that each team in the junior cricket should have at least one girl. And this is all I'm saying. If you have 2 girls per team, and you have over 80 primary schools, but you could see what kind of numbers you're looking at.
At least 80 females.
2 years ago, I had the honor to work with West Terrace Primary because their teacher had gone on long-term leave. And Ryan Holford's daughter, she has now gone on to Queen's College. Good cricketer. Good. And I had told them. But the problem is that the BCA does not know where those girls are now because nobody has followed up. We still have women in our cricket that once we find them, you'll be surprised how quickly our numbers will go back over 50 and 60.
But the umpires are going out. So give me the other 2 wishes that you would like to see. You said you'd like to see the Sports Council get back involved.
Yes.
Give me the other two others quickly.
I want to see the BCA seriously taking responsibility for our women cricket. Not just saying that they have the cricket, but they must be in charge of cricket. And the third one, more competition. We must have a women's competition.
Yes.
But to get that women's competition,
So you need the numbers.
We have to get the numbers.
Yes.
Because the interest is there. Contrary to what a lot of people believe, the interest is there, but what it needs is guidance.
Okay. That's Hartley Reid, former chairman of the Barbados Cricket Association Women's Committee. Nice having you talk to us, Hartley. Through the tea period, as I said, the umpires have made their way out. So too, the players, the Jamaica Scorpions, and the Barbados Pride.
It would be remiss of me if I don't tell you that Susan Bell was in my time. I think she still is a member of the Women's Cricket Committee. So she is very quiet and doesn't want many people to know, but she is very much.
Well, she's been very much involved in a lot. Because when her son Graham was playing, that's how she got involved. If I call him Mirror.
Gary.
Sorry, Gary, not Graham. Gary. Gary, who's now the analyst for the West Indies women's team at the World Cup. He's been doing the job for about the last 2-3 years. About 3 years, Susan. Yeah. So Gary has progressed from player straight through. He's yes, Susan, he's taken over from her. And so, that just shows you that is about what you talked about, the involvement of parents. So once you have that parental support, I know the Nation newspaper, Campbell writes a column every week about parental support for young athletes. So that's also something that, has been highlighted. So once you have that parental support, that's always a good thing. I think Andrew Mason is going to join us, and Lyndon Yard, but I don't see Lyndon, but I see Andrew. He's wearing some very colorful socks. He has off his shoes. He's very much at home, I guess, here. It seems though Lyndon's on the balcony, just cooling out, having a relaxing afternoon. But just to remind you that play was about to resume with the Barbados Pride 128 for 2, with Craig Brathwaite on 82 and Raymond Reefer on 2. And the 2 wickets that have fallen so far, Mosley for 4 and Brooks for 39. Let's get Lyndon in so we can get a smooth transition. And thanks very much again, Hartley. Nice chatting with you. I'll probably just do the first couple of overs just so we can have that very smooth transition, Andrew. It's going to be Williams who will pick it up from the Garner end of the ground. And it's 2 slips, a backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a long leg. That's the field. And if we could get some effects in the headphones just to be able to get us sounding nice. Here is Williams in to bowl to Brathwaite, who's onto the front foot and stroking it down to mid-off. And there's no run. So it's kept on 128 for 2. I'll just do the first over and then you can just come in and just get Lyndon in comfortably. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Lyndon Yard.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Adriel. Good afternoon to listeners in Barbados, the Eastern and Southern Caribbean, and indeed the world.
It will be Williams to continue bowling to Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump. The Barbados Pride captain just comes onto the front foot and just sniffs, allows the ball to sail through to be taken by the keeper, and it remains at 128 for 2. So the Pride will be looking, Lyndon, to build something here this afternoon between these two, the 2 Wanderers men, Brathwaite and Reefer. Probably put together a nice little partnership and continue to build towards that 328.
Yes, I'm sure that'll be the first order of business for this pair, who have played a lot of their cricket together over the years.
As Williams bowls to Brathwaite, who's onto the back foot and just playing the ball away towards mid-wicket, no run, fielded by the Scorpions captain, Campbell.
Williams. Medium-ish, Woody? Or you would say this?
I would say a brisk medium pace, maybe fast medium. He seems to be bowling pretty well within himself at the moment. sun is out here at Kensington Oval. As I said, we had a mostly hazy day, but it's turned out pretty nicely here as Brathwaite comes onto the front foot and plays it out into the offside, and the fielder comes trotting across from extra cover Paul Palmer and cuts it off. No run for the Barbados Pride captain. He remains on 82 and a total on 128 for 2. Also got to let our, I don't know if the others have let our listeners know you are also a very good horse racing man with the man at the Garrison on a Saturday, as this one forces Brathwaite onto the back foot, Williams, and played out to mid-off, no run. And of course, in Jamaica, it's Caymanas Park.
Yeah. Brian Rickman's the man there.
Yeah, that's the man there.
Caymanas Park.
When's the next race day here in Barbados?
Saturday. This coming Saturday.
This coming Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe take the family there. I'll probably see you.
I think you should take the family.
Here's Williams bowling to Brathwaite outside Lenny Austin, and we talk about horse racing because Craig Brathwaite also owns a horse by the name of War Eagle that won the Derby?
Derby, yeah.
2 years ago, and so a happy man, Craig Brathwaite. So the end of the over from Williams, 128 for 2, Brathwaite on 82, Reefer on 2, more from Linden Yard, and then it will be Andrew Mason.
Yes, Brathwaite well entrenched on 82, 132 deliveries he's faced. So with them is Reefer, who has been dropped one down the order, coming out number 4, replacing the position he had in the first game, which was taken by the West Indies batsman in Shamar Brooks. Hence, he's been relegated one down the order to number 4, having faced some 27 deliveries. And this is coverage of the West Indies Championship, West Indies Regional 4-Day Championship, round number 2. And 44 overs having been bowled in this innings. We're about 128 for the loss of 2. As I say, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, my friend. How are you? Are you well?
I'm excellent.
You look it. Now it's going to be Merchant to start in bright sunshine from the southern. Comes in and bowls to Reefer, and Reefer's forward and drives well. Through extra cover, gets one. Mid-off comes across to the right, picked it up. They get a single. Barbados have done very well today. First of all, removing the Jamaicans who were in a position that they would have been looking to launch a serious assault on Barbados today, having been 299 for 3 at the end of the first day's play, but all hell broke loose as Reefer, beautiful ball in left arm, angled the ball across the batsman in a wonderful spell of medium pace bowling. The Jamaicans losing 7 wickets today for an addition of 28 runs, and in the end they made 328. Now when we started day 2, that looked as if it could have been 299 for 3, could have been pretty close to 500. Here we go, Merchant, the off spinner, comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, the Barbados captain, who's off the back foot, pushes into the offside for an easy single. Too short, goes down towards cover, and had they been going quickly, they might have gotten a second run, as it was short outside the off stump, went on the back foot. On a pitch which is very good for batting. I shall endeavour to run through the details for you, as we say hello to all of our listeners, they say in Radio Land, as the score goes to 130 for 2. Brathwaite is on 83, Reefer's got 3. The rate is 2.93. Barbados trail by 198. Here's Merchant as he starts his run again. This is his 13th over, the off spinner. Grips the ball, big man. 3 men round the bat. Comes in to bowl to Reefer. And to this delivery, Reefer is forward. Ball pitched on the off stump. Leans it into that. Nicely pushes down to cover. There's no run. So Mosley caught Campbell ball mid-leaf 4. And Brooks, a victim of his own indiscretion, played a bad shot, caught Campbell ball, hearty 39. These guys don't like to make hundreds. 132 for the loss of 2. Here's Merchant, comes in, bowls to Reefer. Reefer's forward, good delivery. Ball in the line of the off stump, not worried about the silly point. Uses the bat and not the pad. So there are 3 men round the bat looking to pick up a scalp here. Merchant, 2 balls left in the over. Grips the ball and starts his gentle run. Lovely weather in Bridgetown. He's going to bowl to Reefer, who's got 3. In past the umpire, now bowls to Reefer. Reefer is back and pushes from that leg stump up the pitch. The bowler doesn't have to pick it up. Mid-wicket comes across to pick it up. And there's no run. Good batting conditions. Brathwaite 83. Reefer's got 3. 130 for 2. in response to 328 made by the Scorpions. Here we go. Merchant with the last ball of his over. His 13th over comes in from the southern end to bowl to Reefer. And to this delivery, Reefer is off the back foot and cuts it. 4 runs down towards third man. Oh, his eyes open wide there, had the room and cut it beautifully. And that's gone wide of the backward point. Yeah, that's gone for 4. It was a loose delivery last ball, and Reefer pounced. So at the end of the over, Reefer goes to 7. Brathwaite is on 83, and Barbados having a good day. They're 134 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, a beautiful cricket shot there, Andrew. And what is important is that Reefer had the pace. The ball was pushed through by the spinner in Merchant, and he just used that to his advantage. Plus, he had the room outside in the offstump and played it nicely down to the third man boundary for 4. So he moves to 7, 30 deliveries face, 133 deliveries on the other end for Craig Brathwaite, who will have the strike as Barbados moving to 134 for the loss of 2. And Andrew, before you come back in, it gives me a little bit of opportunity. Didn't have one early this morning, too, after this delivery.
Well, the action continues with Williams as he's in, and Bowles and Brathwaite is wrapped in the pad. That's clearly going down the leg side. Yes.
As I was saying, Andrew, to offer my condolences to the family of Roger Blaze.
Yes.
On his passing. Really news that hit hard this morning. He was a good die-hard St. Catherine man. And all in all, Andrew, most important, he was a very good man.
Very good man. Very quiet.
Good man.
You see him at St. Catherine's every Saturday under the... Well, I mean, with the guys, they're having a lot of stuff fun. He looked forward to cricket.
Yeah.
And a wonderful servant of cricket. Here's Williams, comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is forward. Good tight delivery on the line of that middle stump. And the Barbados captain with about as broad as Bridgetown, pushes down to mid-on. There's no run. Brathwaite has looked very solid, very organized. And it's 83 to him. Well, we heard, for some time now that he wasn't well. And in fact, I got a call from cousin David this morning, very early after my early morning jog, and we knew at St. Catherine's that he was pretty ill, and well, may he rest in eternal peace. Here's a ball pitched on the line of the off stump, bowled by Williams, coming onto the front foot. Is Brathwaite pushes down to mid-off. There's no run.
It's really amazing how things happen, Andrew, because similar to stress, that don't have a color or a form.
Right.
So does how one looks, because I remember having a long chat with him at Terry Watson's funeral.
Yes.
I was with him at the quarter 12 the night, and he had a nice long cricket chat.
Here's Williams, comes in now to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump, and it's taken by the keeper.
I was saying, a nice long cricket chat. He was always talking about his club. He always inspired one to do their best, to give up their best. So you never got the impression that he was ailing or suffering from anything.
No.
He just wanted you to have a good time. I think I left there about 11:45. He said, "You're ready to go." So he's the kind of man that he's there, and no fuss, nothing worries him.
No, wonderful man, very quiet.
Esteemed gentleman.
Here is Williams, comes up now, he's in and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is forward, ball pitched on that middle stump, and the in swing pushes firmly down towards mid-on. There's no run.
Also, once you were at Bayfield, his first order of business was to make sure you're comfortable.
Yes.
Although you're there as the opponent, it was to make sure you're comfortable.
He said quietly, Lyndon, are you all right?
Before you go on the field, can I get you something? Can I offer you something to drink? And then before you go, are you okay? So I'm sure he'll be missed.
Yeah, of course he'll be missed. We love him at St. Catherine's. Here is Williams, comes up now, he's in and bowls a ball outside the off stump, and Brathwaite allows it to be taken by the keeper to end the over. So in bright sunshine, Barbados are doing pretty well. They're 134 for 2. Brathwaite is on 83. Reefer is on 7. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, I did that. We were expecting that Barbados would be up against, backs against the wall, but they find themselves in a very good position, because in response to that total of 324, very disappointing total, having started at 299 for the loss of 3. One would have expected that the Jamaicans with John Campbell and Paul Palmer would have gone on to get themselves into a very good position. As it stands now, they could very well find themselves on the opposite side of a good position, and with Raymond Reefer taking career best figures. And I'll give you his figures. Those figures for Raymond Reefer: 6 for 23. After sending down 13.4 overs, 4 maidens. Could you imagine that, Andrew? 6 for 23.
Wonderful bowling. There's going to be Merchant to continue. He'll bowl to the man you were speaking about, Reefer. He comes in now and bowls to Reefer, and Reefer is forward and drives down towards mid-off. That was in the air, dropping safely in front of the fielder. wasn't quite to the pitch, so he's got to be careful. And that would inspire confidence in the Jamaican camp. It was in the air for a long time. Reefer looking to launch an attack, it would appear. 134 for 2, and Merchant will be encouraged by that. He's got 3 men round the bat, and he grips the ball. And he comes in from the southern end of the Malcolm Marshall end to bowl to Reefer. And to this delivery, Reefer is on the back foot, wrapped in the pad, going down the leg side. An appeal, really, that wasn't convincing at all. It was an inquiry, really, headed down the leg side. Reefer went back, looking to work the ball away. He draws the way down towards Crailing, now settles and waits. Taps the bat lightly, and Merchant gets the ball from his captain up at the wicket. There's a short backward square for the paddle, top edge. There's a mid-on. There's a mid-off, extra cover and a backward point. He's in now, Merchant, and bowls to Reefer. And Reefer's forward and drives down to mid-on. Takes an exploratory step with his crease, but the ball went to mid-on very quickly. And he decided to stay home. It was his call. The ball went behind the non-striker. He's got 7, 134 for 2. A good battle between the Scorpions and the Pride in Bridgetown. Here's Merchant as he grips the ball and comes in again with his off breaks to bowl to Reefer into this delivery. Reefer is forward, ball in the leg stump, good delivery. Tucking the ball into the onside, down towards the captain who flicks the ball from boot to hand. Alan Michael Holden, who did it when he played for the West Indies in such spectacular fashion. Whispering Death, he was called. And there was the captain flicking the ball from boot to hand.
I'm sure you're a happy man, Andrew. Silly me off and forward shot.
Oh, yes, indeed. They called me the silly point man. 134 for 2. Here's Merchant, the off spinner. What a name to have, Merchant. He comes in again to bowl to Reefer into this delivery. Reefer's forward, clips the ball neatly into the onside. Clever cricket, gets a single. The short, fine leg has to come across the backward square to pick it up. The return is pinpoint accuracy, in fact, hitting the stumps. But Reefer was in his crease, so run to Reefer. I think could very well turn out to be a very important member of the Barbados team, as was the case when he played for the Jaguars. Good to see him being the star of the ball, but he's a type that will, as I said earlier, come in both 20 overs and Grady Colley pick up 1 for 30 and then make 30-something in the middle and see you home. But he really came up trumps this morning with a spell that would inspire confidence in the nation. Here's Brathwaite coming forward to one, given lots of air by Merchant. And the Barbados captain, West Indies captain as well, comes forward, plays it down towards that mid-off here for Hardy to pick it up to end the over. At the end of it, Brathwaite firmly entrenched here at the region's Mecca. He is on 83. And with him is Reefer. He's got 8. 135 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, having picked up the wicket of Shamar Brooks, so a lazy shot. I would say that the spin and pace attack of the Jamaican Scorpions not troubling this pair. And Brathwaite moving nicely along to 83. Reefer looked the part for his 8. Most of the balls have been hit in the middle of the bat. He's getting to the pitch of the ball, even with this silly mid-off and the forward short leg in. He looks very assured, very confident in what he's doing. And hence the Jamaicans are going to have to find a way to dislodge this partnership before it really gets going. I'm sure they would like to have the back of Craig Brathwaite, who's at the non-striker's end. Yep. And in the meantime, Williams. Williams, Andrew, this is the first time you've seen him?
Yeah, the first time we've seen him, yeah. Decent only.
From the Joe Garner end. I believe a plethora of medium pacers we have now, they need to do something with the ball.
Yeah, I agree. Like Louis did against Barbados. Here's the delivery. Banged in short by the medium pacer. And I think surprised Reefer with the pace. He pulled the bottom hand away and stabbed it into the offside down to cover. Well bowled there, Williams. I think he might have been surprised, Reefer, by the length there. And was hurriedly playing that shot with the bottom arm off the bat. 135 for 2.
An interesting field to employ the slip, and rather than the second slip, they have a slip in the gully. Or third slip position, basically.
And he comes round the wicket now. Williams in, bowls to Reefer. Reefer gets the ball full outside the off stump and just watches the ball go by to be taken by the keeper and draws the way down towards that square leg area. And I'm sure he is happy to have returned after a break and not get out in the first over. It happened to him against the Leeward. Do you remember that?
Yes, you're correct, Andrew.
I want to face the first over after the break.
Very correct.
Yes. Maybe worked it out that Brathwaite would have faced the first over. We'll maybe get Susan Bell to tell us. But he got out on another occasion. Yeah, he is coming onto the front foot as Williams is bang on target. Pigeon comes towards us, sees Barry Wilkinson and flies away. So 135 for 2 with Brathwaite on 83 and Reefer is on 8. Lots of pigeons around. Yes. Did you catch pigeons up in St. Patrick's?
I love pigeons.
Or blackbirds?
When I was young,
wood doves?
Pigeons and wood dove. When I was a young boy, I loved pigeons and wood dove. Of course, my mom
Here's
did.
Williams, comes up in bows to Reefer. Reefer's forward and drives down towards mid-off. Elbows well caught when he play that. Down towards that mid-off area. So you got and the P Whittlers as well. You remember the P Whittlers?
A hard bird to catch, Andrew.
Hard bird to catch,
It took a special fly stick to catch a P Whittler.
Yeah, a fly stick. It's interesting, yes.
Young people today don't know about fly
No,
sticks,
they don't know
Andrew.
about the fly stick, not at all.
Or rollers.
Or rollers, or catching a grunt.
Yes.
up at Skeets Bay.
Those days are gone.
Those days are gone.
As a matter of fact, you can see them, but you have to be on a gadget.
Yeah, you have to. 135 for 2. Here's Williams round the wicket, comes up now, he's in and bows a ball which is on the line of that off stump, and there's Reefer on 8, comes forward, pushes solid down towards mid-off. There's no run, but those were the days, you know.
Days we look forward to.
Yeah, and
all playing days, all social time days.
Yeah, you come home and you go to, well, in my case, Skeets Bay, and do some fishing, and the grunts, and you enjoy them. And I know that
you go to the sea even though your mother or your parents
she
want you
said,
not to go to the beach.
don't go, Andrew. Yeah, but you just go. 135 for 2. And talking about the beach, I'll get back to the after deliveries. Williams comes in and bows to Reefer, and Reefer is getting the ball outside the off. Not that far, but watched it. He's a good mathematician. That was very close to the off stump, but his judgment was impeccable. And the ball went by to be taken by the keeper. To end the over, Reefer's got 8. Brathwaite 83. Barbados 135 for 2. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, a good over there by Williams, just operating on or about that off stump line. Not foolish, just on a very, very good line. And Reefer, as you say, he's a good mathematician. Andrew, he really picked up the line, and he didn't have to play a lot in that over, but it was close enough to have him thinking about it.
Right.
So that's a good line. And the important thing is that Jamaica aren't conceding boundaries.
No, they're not.
While this patch of play have seen them not pick up any wickets since the wicket of Brooks, they have not conceded. They only conceded one boundary. I think that came off the very last over ball by Merchant. When it was a little wide the offside, and Reefer played it down behind backward point. Other than that, they've been on a good length, and they're giving themselves a chance with the field placings.
Yep. So it's going to be Merchant who's going to do a lot of bowling this day. Leading off spinner comes into both to Brathwaite, and to this delivery. Brathwaite is forward and drives up to extra cover. There's no run. When last have you seen a game of beach cricket, Lyndon?
It's a long, long time, Andrew.
Especially on the weekends.
Yeah, he used to play on
Sunday.
Sundays at Oystins. I think it still plays close to the Hilton.
Oh, the Hilton. Do they play still?
They informed me that upon a Sundays.
Oh.
I was to check it out, but I haven't gotten
Please
the chance.
do.
Yeah.
Oh, those were the days. Professor Beckles calls it the Natural Academy. Here's the delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump. When he said that, I thought it was so lovely when he said it, because people talk about cricket. A lot of cricket that wasn't organized in those days. Cricket is very much organized now, but we don't maybe play as much cricket as we used to. I mean, Right Excellency Garfi Sowers, these guys play cricket every day. 135 for 2. Here is Merchant comes in and bows, and off the back foot goes Brathwaite deep in his crease, works it down to forward square mid wicket, comes across to pick it up.
What about cricket?
There's more organized cricket in the country, but that does not necessarily mean that there's more cricket being played.
What about cricket in the road?
Cricket in the road. You come home.
That was a Sunday tradition or evening tradition.
Yeah, just before you go to school, you leave home early to play cricket.
Yep.
Yeah, you played it at the lunch break and then in the afternoon. Cricket, lovely cricket. Here's Brathwaite on the back foot to Merchant's delivery, which is very flat. And in fact, that didn't turn at all. It looks as if it would have gone through a pipe, like when Maurice Foster bowled. Good old Maurice Foster, the man from the land of wood and water. Hello, Maurice. Always nice to talk to you. Maurice Foster got a lot of wickets for when men were playing for turn. Good old Maurice Foster. Here's the delivery, which is very, very ordinary delivery there by Merchant. And Brathwaite deep in his crease, waits on it a day and a half in a piece, and just pushes into the offside.
So Andrew, you were saying in Maurice Foster's time that the batsman misread him?
Misread him. He got Peter Lashley out a couple of times, but Maurice said it's because he talked too much. At 135, Peter was a great talker. Got him out caught at slip on a couple of occasions. Here is Merchant, brilliant weather in Bridgetown, comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, and to this delivery, Brathwaite is forward to give a lots of air. Play slightly across it there, but beautiful. It might have been slightly beaten in the flight, as that ball was given lots of air and just pushed away from the outer portion of the mat up towards mid-off. The bowler cuts it out to end the over. At the end of it, Brathwaite is kept on 83. Reefer is on 8. 135 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Another over there, really, Barbados batter in Craig Brathwaite. Well entrenched on 83, had no trouble whatsoever. In most cases, he was just onto the back foot, allowing the shortish delivery. Not that you can get around them to pull them, but just allowing them to come to him and play with a straight bat on the back, transferring the weight on the back foot. Easy pickings, really and truly. And I think that Jamaica, they have to find a way to get a wicket. It's an interesting feel that gives them a chance to slip. There's no, that third slip is now gone back to a gully. It seems as though Captain Campbell wants him to come back. Yes, he's now gone into a gully position. There's a point cover mid-off. Yeah, lug.
Yeah. How can you miss him with the field? Here's Williams, comes up now, and this delivery is on the line of the leg stump. Reefer deep in his crease, plays it down towards that mid-wicket area. Someone just, sent me a note saying they're quite enjoying the talk about the good old days of cricket played, on the beaches across Barbados and across the Caribbean.
You think it will ever come back, Andrew? Cricket on the beaches?
I'm wondering if it would, really. But, we missed it. In fact, every evening, I'd go down to Deacon's Road, which is just in the outskirts of here, really, as it's going to be Williams on the wicket he's in, and bowls, and Reefer's onto the front foot. Good tight delivery. Quiet Peter cricket here, just pushes down to Campbell at cover, and there's no run. And every evening we would play, and Carlisle Best was there. In fact, that's where Brian Lara, knew about fast bowling. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. I don't think he's in Barbados anymore, but he very slimly built like yourself, and he bowled very quickly. What was his name again, Keith? That guy that bowled down at Deacon's Road with so much pace and worked up Lara on a couple of occasions.
He played for Fernie-Hurst.
He plays for Fernie. What's his name? He bowled very quickly. I'm sure someone will tell me, but they said that he bowled the tape ball the quickest in Barbados.
Capone or Capone, Keith? I'm trying to remember the name.
I hope he's not Al Capone. You like that, don't you?
I think it's Capone. I think that's his name. I'm trying to remember the name. I got the picture.
Yeah, the guy.
In vision.
He was very quick.
Get the name to it.
Yeah, I'm sure that Keith Holder will tell us. But when I look back, there's a big television, and I see Donald Trump. It's certainly not Donald Trump. Here we go. It's 135. Somebody's sending me a text. I'm sure they will tell me.
But coming from Jamaica.
He bowled very quickly, and I never forget the wonderful content. Oh, what? The ball was up in his neck.
I don't think he was impressed enough because what he was really impressed with was Fidel Evans, and he picked him for the West Indies.
Yeah, he picked him, yes. Yeah, and the practice. Isn't that amazing? Amazing story with good old Fidel.
A good find.
A good find. Here is Williams. Comes up now and bowls to Reefer. And Reefer is clipping the ball down towards mid-on. It was in the air for a bit, but safely. Down to mid-on. The bowler holding his head because he thought it had carried. Reefer must be careful here. He's got it. And this has been a period when things have dried up a bit. Yes, what's his name, Keith? Kamal is his name. Kamal is his name. I'm sure that my very good friend there, Jamal Smith, would remind me. 135
would
for
also
two.
play for Fernie.
Yeah. Oh, those were the days. I mean, at down in Deacon's Road.
The late Peter Clark.
Yeah, Peter Clark. Yeah. And of course, we played in Haynesville, and we also played in Redmond's Village. Oh, well, those were the days of cricket. Here's a delivery, which is pitched up, well bowled. It's off the inside edge, down towards that forward square position. This is a good little spell here by Williams, keeping things quiet. And that was the in-swinger. And there was a batsman coming forward, the inside edge, down towards that forward square position. That's Reefer gets a run to go up to 9 is 1, 36 for 2. But Redmond's Village was special for me. I live close to that area. And we would go to Redmond's Village every evening. And then it was always very special to go to Redmond's Village to play cricket on a Sunday morning. We had lots of people there playing cricket. Owen Birch, a stalwart in that area, would ensure that we play. Professor Beckles came, and it was the first time we saw Javon Searles. I'll never forget that. And he really bowled beautifully. As we see some ham coming into the box. Barry Wilkinson has decided to get some ham into the box. Be careful. Mary, is that turkey ham or is it the ham that you like so much? Here is Williams. Comes up now, he's in, and bowls a ball that's wrapping the batsman the pad. You get what should be a leg by. That's Brathwaite coming from the pad, going down the squareless. Look on Blades. Yes, a leg by, full, and not put away. And in fact, I'm doing commentaries, and Barry Wilkinson is handing me a ham cutter. I wonder where he got that from. Maybe it's from a particular place in Barbados, which shall remain nameless. 137 for 2 at the end of the over. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Andrew, while you reminisce of your days down at Deacons, etc., my days were spent in St. Philip. I think one of the better organized tape ball tournaments community tape ball used to play in St. Philip, where you had places like the Crane, the Rocks, Penny Hole, St. Martin, Sun Jets, which used to utilize the Barbados Labour College.
Right.
You could find Teston Payne, Rummel, the
Brathwaite?
The Brathwaite
brothers.
the
Brathwaite boys.
Tremendous. Chris Payne, Marky Payne.
Oh, yes. Those were the days, really.
Ahmed
Proverbs, his brother Stanton.
Stanton used to play as well.
Yeah, indeed. And they went on to play for Barbados.
And you lived for that cricket.
Yeah, you did, yes. Merchant to continue.
The families came out on Sundays religiously.
Oh, yes. The cricket, lovely cricket.
They set up the trays to sell as well.
He did, yes, and made a ripping trade as well. Here's a ball outside the off stump. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. I suppose that's why the Merry Men said that song. They wondered why the women got so fat. That song says that the comforts, the toffees, you know, and they said they eat them after hours. 137 for 2. What a song, the Merry Men. Here we go. As Merchant comes up now, he's in and bowls. A ball which is on the leg stump. The batsman Brathwaite deep in his crease, pushes into the onside. Talking about
the Bishop boys played a lot of
the Bishop,
Derek.
And Brathwaite would have played a lot of cricket where he's from. What's that area called? Blackrock area. What's the exact area, Keith? Don Marshall, who thinks he's a big bowler. Professor Don Marshall, economist.
Yeah.
It's interesting, his term now. He's called a political economist. I like that, Don Marshall.
Off the wrong foot.
He was like off the wrong foot, Don Marshall. There's a drive. Lovely shot, and they'll get what should be a run as Brathwaite gets in. Went up towards extra cover, parried it to mid-off, and they get a run. So Brathwaite goes to 85. It's 138 for 2. Just trying to remember exactly where they play in Blackrock. It's opposite the psychiatric hospital right there, by the Nightingale home. But that's where Brathwaite is from, actually. I think it's the Wavell Avenue area. But they played a lot of cricket there. We don't play cricket anymore.
Your team there was Fernie Harris.
Fernie Harris,
the good doctor will tell you that's the best state ball side in Barbados.
Is that Don Marshall, my good friend?
Yeah, that's his side.
Yeah,
Fernie Harris.
Very lovely guy, Don Marshall. A big Pollard man as well. You can't do anything wrong for Pollard. Here's the delivery, which is bang on target.
And then of course.
I mean, Don Marshall believes that Pollard is the best thing since sliced bread. 138 for 2, yes.
That's a news flash.
Oh, yes. Don Marshall's a big Pollard man. I don't know if he will be supported with the stats. Here we go. As the action continues, Merchant to continue. I'm sure it would have been lovely in Jamaica as well. I know that as we get back to Merchants, he's still got 3 men around the bat. In to bowl to Reefer, and Reefer is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. Thought of playing, then whipped the bat inside the line. A couple of pigeons just going behind the Coppin Cozier, short and media centre up towards Bridgetown. We'll go past, of course, Broad Street, and of course go up to St. Philip, and maybe go up to St. Catherine's. 138 for 2. Here we go, Merchant again to continue. Into bowl to Reefer, who's got 90s in and bows to Reefer, and Reefer is forward, ball in the off stump. No difficulty in just coming forward and just playing the ball away into the offside down towards the center point. A good contest. The Jamaicans have been able to pull it back quite nicely. Barbados have not been able to break free here. So it's Brathwaite on 85. Reefer has got 9. 138 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and just continue to look at the tournaments that uses to pop up around Barbados. The Emerton tournament.
Yeah.
It was a very, very well organized tournament.
Yeah, whatever became of that?
By Whitey.
Yeah.
I know a lot of fellas had their concerns about going into Emerton. It has a reputation, but once you go there for cricket, you thoroughly enjoy the game. Everyone embraced the game, especially the Rasta boys out on the fence. It was Patterson Thompson, Cameron Marshall, Carlisle Best. I could go through a whole host of names that would have frequented that tournament every given Sunday.
It is amazing. It is amazing what radio can do. And you know, Keith, when I look at this, Pearson Bovell, Kamal, Patrick Dutton, Kamal, Jeffrey Maskell, Kamal, Elvis Howard, Kamal, Sherlin Hart, Kamal. Yes, his name is Curtis Miller. No, Curtis Miller is his brother.
Curtis Miller is his brother.
Yeah. His name is Christopher Miller. a.k.a. Campbell. Camoule, Campbell. Thank you, Sherlin. Wonderful
That's
piece
good.
that you did there.
Hart.
Yeah, Sherlin Hart, yes.
Always on the ball.
Yes.
Yeah, he would have a regular supporter of that amateur tournament. Then there was also the tournament at the Lumber Company put on by Wayne Holder.
Wayne Holder. I mean, those are the days.
Cricket didn't crop over.
Yeah, cricket didn't crop over.
With your good friend, the Rainy Mount Bino behind it.
And now there's no cricket and there's no crop over. 138 for 2. Here is a delivery which is pitched up, bowled by Williams, and Brathwaite has 4 drives down towards that mid on there. There's no run. Jeremy John says Kamal, or did he say Kamali?
As a matter of fact, Andrew, was steal one from you.
Yes.
They had a song that began cricket in this country deteriorating.
Yes.
Remember that
of
song?
Course, by Red Plastic Bag. Who, of course, and talking about fishing, the Honourable Stetson Wiltshire, Dr. Stetson Wiltshire, he loves his fishing, and he still maintains that. He goes to up to Skeets Bay and Turkey Rock, we call it, and he does his fishing along with cousin Sean Sargent, who I once said looked as if he might have gone on to have played for Barbados. Here's a delivery pitched up, and they'll drive. Ball pitched up by Williams and stroked firmly up the pitch. And Brathwaite comes across to pick it up. But he goes, lots of fishing still. And he goes up to Turkey Rock and, of course, the Commons. These are areas in St. Philip. And they do their fishing. Yes.
Since you mentioned fishing, I'm going to bet you if there's one gentleman who is out to sea now, listen to your commentary, is Rommel Brathwaite.
Rommel Brathwaite. Hello, Rommel. Where are you? Bring me some flying fish. They're very expensive nowadays.
He says he doesn't miss Saturday commentary.
No, how can he?
So guarantees listening to this.
Of course. Here is Williams. Comes in now, bows to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is alone the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. 138 for 2, Brathwaite 85. Reefer has got 9. And this is after Jamaica started 299 for 3. And were humbled with the pace of Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price. It happened so dramatically this morning. They lost 7 wickets for the addition of 28 runs. And the man who did it for Barbados, making the pride proud, if one cares to describe it. He gave a bit of a tongue twister there, was Reefer, who got 6 wickets. Here's Williams, comes in, bows to Brathwaite. Brathwaite allowed it to go by again outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. So they've gotten the length right and just slowing things down. And it's a question of patience here now, but we know that Brathwaite's got a truckload of patience. So thanks you gentlemen for listening to the commentary and responding. And it's really good to get that kind of response. And Sherlin Hart is a funny man. He's sending me a note now. I thought he was absolutely brilliant. He said the Hurricanes were reduced to a passion shower. Wasn't that brilliant when he said it?
Sherlin Hart.
I thought that was absolutely brilliant. Here's ball to the leg stump and turned away to the downside. It was one that was on that leg stump and just worked away by Brathwaite down to backward square for a single 139. It was absolutely brilliant. That's brilliant language. I mean, here's it, Barbados 128 for 6. Louis doing his thing. And you got a partnership from Jonathan Carter and from Harden. Barbados win the game at the end, in terms of 4 wickets. And out comes Sherlin Hart to say the Hurricanes were reduced to a passing shower. Isn't that one? I mean, that's brilliant. That's absolutely, when you look at it, the Hurricanes, reduced to a passing shower. Wonderful language.
Yeah, as the messages continue to come in, there's also a table tournament played at Bank Hall on Sunday mornings as well. Oh, yes, Stephen Allen used to play in that tournament
Stephen
as well.
Allen,
yes.
The late Stephen Allen.
Sherlin Graves.
St. Andrew man.
Yeah, plenty of ball.
Yeah, played for Barbados as well. Yeah.
I remember good old Arlie Brathwaite, the father of Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, he was a good cricketer, I'm told, yes. Yeah, I think his son is better.
I'm going to
139 for 2. Here's Merton, who's out a long ball. Comes in to bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite doesn't give his hand away, but certainly in the game against Lee, we were surprised. He's electing to go back. But get a single here. That's an interesting choice. That was given lots of air. I suppose he's trusting his judgment, trusting the pitch. And the ball turned rather slowly across him. He played with the tide, as the old-time commentators would say. Just worked it needed to the onside down to that square leg for 1. Forward. He goes 86, 139 for 2. Yes, Lyndon?
Yes, and also there would have been the Montgomery tournament.
So Montgomery tournament
cricket used to play on Sunday morning. And let's not forget where it all started. The Joe Connell softball tournament, Andrew.
Mike Cummins. Well, Mike Cummins is saying that Arlie is better. Can you imagine that? Mike Cummins. Okay. Well, of course, he's the gospel man. He's saying Arlie was better. Come on, Michael. 139 for loss of 2. Here he goes. Merchant comes up now. He's in and bowls to Reefer. Reefer's forward, flicks it beautifully out towards mid-wicket for one. That's a lovely shot. Contemplate this second. Captain went off, then rifles the return to the keeper to the base of the stumps, and they get a run. That was beautifully played. Ball on the like somebody whipped it beautifully through mid-wicket for one. So 141 for two. Barbados are going along smoothly. This has been a very good day for the Barbados side.
I'm sure when Keith comes back, he's going to tell you about the tournament that Duke Bradshaw used to
Duke
hold
Bradshaw.
at Parish Land.
A Parish Land, yes. Okay, it was Parish Land. Is that Christchurch East?
Reginald Farley tournament.
Reginald Farley tournament. He's now the president of the Senate, isn't
Keith
he?
had a team named Dogs Alley.
Dogs Alley. Okay, Dogs Alley. Thought it would be Dog House. 141 for two. Here is Merchant in bowls, and Brathwaite is back and clips the ball into the onside reefer. Going through looking for a run, there's none. Went down towards that mid-wicket area. Now more forward square. And Brathwaite said, "Where are you going, Mr. Reefer? Get back into your crease." And he, of course, didn't. Well, he said, "Yes, I've got to go back to my crease," and he did. 141 for two. Merchant, not causing any real problems, comes in now to bowl to Brathwaite. And this delivery, Brathwaite is forward on drives, will get a single. Good cricket by Barbados. Mind you, that ball was played firmly down towards Bedon, but it was played wide of Bedon, and Brathwaite called Reefer through. That's cricket at its best. Ball given lots of air, lovely flowing drive down towards Bedon. The single taken. I really enjoyed that piece of cricket.
Excellent cricket, fantastic. Good alertness by the batters to go for the sharp singer, despite the fact that the ball went quite quickly across the outfield.
Yeah.
And let's messages continue to come in. Let's not forget the Wind Ball Championship played in the Pine and the Garrison as well. The West Indies Wind Ball Championship.
Yep. And Ulrich Batson, who was a former St. Catherine's captain, has been at the club for some time now. Here's a ball short side the off stump. Ball by Merchant off the back foot, played away square in the offside, down to backward point by Reefer. He's got 10, no run. He says that Roger Blades played for Crane. Yes, played for Crane as well. And of course, Alf Padmore sent us a note as well. Good old Alf Padmore. Nice to. He's the PR of the Sanitation Authority, and a man who is a wonderful man from St. Philip, Barbados' best parish by far. You vote in St. Philip, but you don't live in St. Philip, do you?
No, I don't.
Here's Merchant, comes up now, he's in. And to this delivery, Reefer is forward. He's a St. George man, I'm told. Is he? Just comes under the front. Well, certainly the Reefer clan is from St. George. And he just pushes down to mid-wicket. There's no run to end the over at the end of it. Reefer is on 10. Brathwaite's got 88. 142 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and the Reefer with visions of getting yet another 100. 87 years from 159 deliveries. Reefer on 10. It's been a trouble-free 10. 54 deliveries. And Barbados inching towards... You would say if they can get to close of out this pair being separated, they would have dominated day number 2. When they started way behind the 8 ball.
Yeah. Interesting. So the comments continue to come in.
Yeah, the GIA tournament at Rice's, which attracted a lot of support.
Indeed. Yeah.
Last couple of years.
Those were the days.
Prior to COVID.
Yeah, those were the days, you know. And, you know, we'd love those days to come back because I think it'll help West Indies cricket. But, you know, times have changed. Here's Williams, comes up again. He's in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is on the back foot to one, which is down that middle stump, pushes down to mid-on. There's no run. And the score is kept on 142 for 2. And Alf Padmore is sending us a note. We'll read that in a minute. But that's all part of it, to go down memory lane sometimes. It's 142 for 2.
Basically what it highlights is cricket was basically played in almost every parish in Barbados on weekends.
Yep, you're right. Here's Williams in his 13th over. Comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, who is on 88 into this delivery. Brathwaite is whipping the ball down to mid-wicket. Ball full. And flicked it, but can't pierce the onside field. And the score is kept on 142 for 2.
You know what was also the highlight of cricket back in those days to Andrew? When you look in the paper, the amount of BCL clubs playing cricket on weekend.
Right, yeah. There was a time. In fact, Owen Linderson Eswick, who was the president of that club for a long time and a former manager of the Barbados team, he would have been president when they had several clubs in the Barbados Cricket League. And that would have produced the greats of Barbados cricket. Here's a ball at Salah, the off-stump ball by Williams, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. I'm sure that when Keith comes a call in, he may be in a position to tell us how many clubs in the BCL they would have had in those days. I mean, you would have had the greats, that would have played. You look around now and certainly struggling.
A lot of those passes are
they're indeed.
And
I wonder how many BCL clubs will be in St. Michael, which of course has got about 11 seats in terms of population, in terms of parishes, the most in the country, St. Michael. Now Williams decides to go around the wicket. Keith Hole is up next, and no doubt
he's chomping at the bit.
He's chomping. Okay, he maybe his war ego. Here's the delivery, which is pitched up on a drive through mid-off. Lovely shot. Don't run for that and spoil it, Mr. Brathwaite. Beautiful shot through mid-off. That's gone for 4. Mind you, there's a position of mid-off, but it was played with surgical precision and stroked down the grounds. And he spoilt it by then running, then stopped, because he knows that will make a good picture in primetime sports tonight with Mark Seal.
And do you think his father
beautifully played?
His father could have executed that
we have
better?
to ask Mike Cummins that. So he goes to 91 now, Brathwaite, with visions of making another 100. He served this country with a performance worthy of commendation. He's been absolutely superb. He's got 91. This is why I was so disappointed the way he got out against the Leewards. We know Brathwaite is much better than that. But of course, you can't be perfect all the time. 146 for 2. This has been a top knock. Here's Williams on the wicket in Bosa Brathwaite. Brathwaite is forward. And that ball is now being seen as big as the football that Man United would have scored the 2 goals against Brighton yesterday. I'm sure that our good friend, Mr. Roland Butcher, Man United man, would have been happy. Barry Wilkinson, who supports Arsenal, would not have been happy with Man United's win yesterday. Keith Holder supports West Brom, that was demoted last year. 146 for 2. West Brom.
A light moment.
A light moment. A very light moment as well. And there's no light shower. Let there be light. 146 for 2. Here's Williams, comes up now, he's in. And bowls the ball pitched up, and Brathwaite is flicking it down to the wicket, and he can't score. Of course, you've got the Bajan Rockets. You remember the football team was once called the Bajan Rockets, wasn't it? Yeah. So it's time for me to go now. Because, of course, Keith Holder will come a-calling.
Roland will also come a-calling.
Roland will come a-calling, and a wonderful green shirt. How do you describe that green? Is that lime green? No, it's not, is it?
No, it's too dark to be lime green.
Yeah, it's too dark. Yes. I think the lime would have to be very young. So that's it. 146 for 2. I keep getting all these WhatsApp messages, and I'm sure that people will want to continue. It's 146 for 2. Keith Holder settles. And Mike Cummins is sending me another note, good old Michael Cummins, who I think is a better teacher than an analyst. Of course, I mean cricket. But just before we go, Alf Padmore writes, there was, and I should know this, a tape ball team called the Bayfield Family Tree. Remember that? Yes.
And you made that
I
team?
didn't make the team, no. I couldn't. I was a selector. So 146 for 2, Cousin Dale. And, of course, Cousin David would have made that side. The Bayfield Family Tree. We had a reunion for the Masons back in 2012. I wore the shirt a couple of days ago, and what a wonderful reunion. In fact, at that reunion, we honored Dr. Stetson Wiltshire, and now the president of Barbados. Yes, of course, she's from the Mason clan. Yes. Yes, Sandra Purnella. We got her name right? Yes, she was honored.
You call that pedigree?
Oh, pedigree. Absolute pedigree. Roland Butcher, who grew up with it, didn't quite make it. 146 for 2. he's a Mason-in-law. They're having fun on the radio with the good old Roland Butcher, a man from St. Philip, deep in rural Barbados. Here's a ball pitched up and driven wide a bit on, and lovely shot by Reefer. This is good cricket. I mean, they're not getting many bad balls, and this is what I like to see about the game. Barbados, a big contest. Score of 328. These two have done a good job. Well, I wasn't here, but I understand that Brooks threw his hand away. But we've seen some things, and I'm sure Cricket West Indies will be happy. And a couple of things that we've seen, and Barbados' victory against the Leewards, must be commended, because to be 128 for 6, getting to 195 with Louis bowling that way, you have to give it to Hardin, who stayed with Carter and who played perhaps the innings of his life and saw Barbados over the line. 147 for 2. And just before Keith comes a call in, here's Merchant. Comes up now in bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is off the back foot and turns the ball away into the onside to forward square. Middle wicket comes across to pick it up, and there's no run. Now, this is a funny game, Now, despite the fact that Jamaica made 328, don't be surprised if Barbados end the day maybe 200 for 2. Come tomorrow, make a lot of runs, and then the Jamaicans under pressure. That's how the game goes. It's an easy pitch, but of course Jamaica will want to tell you they're going to get several wickets now, but that is quite a possibility. Barbados have really come back quite well, and it's been all Barbados today. Here's a ball pitched up, and Brathwaite is whipping the ball away. Where's that gone? Lovely shot by Brathwaite using his feet, and that goes away up towards wide long, and that's gone for 4. Not often that you see Brathwaite use his feet, but he timed that beautifully and goes up to 95 now, and I'll give Keith the honor of describing the 100, but this really has been a wonderful knock from Brathwaite. The 150 has come up on the board using this. Not often that you see the typical West Indian batsman use their feet nowadays, but he danced on the pitch and played a lovely shot wide off long on. That's gone for 4. Well done to Craig Brathwaite.
A shot of anger, Andrew. He hit that with disdain.
He did.
To move to 95.
Well, he's on 95. Here's Merchant, comes up now, he's in, and bows to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is forward. And ball pushed up towards cover. That bat is as broad as Blackrock, where he's from. I think he's a Wavell Avenue man, they tell me. I know that Michael Sobers is from that area. He roams there at night, I'm told. 151 for 2. He must go home and sleep with Dodger at night. Here is Merchant, comes up now, he's in, and bows to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is on the back foot, clips the ball away for a single, past the forward short leg. Is that Lug running after it? Yes, Basin, yes, he's a big man. Brought up in the Ackee and Saltfish and Living Banana of Jamaica. So, at the end of the over, I shall leave you. 152 for loss of 2. No, Keith. Keith, I've been on for too long. I need to go and get that big hand cutter that Barry Wilkinson has left for me. No. I have to go, Keith. He wants me to stay on to describe the 100, but I can't do it. I really need a break. I need a break.
Well, Andrew slips, so I'll tell you that Craig before this season would have scored some 4,360 runs from 65 games, 112 innings. So if he gets his 100 here, it will be his 11th 100 for Barbados, the highest total of 182. And he has an average of 42.74. So he is firmly entrenched. 96 against his name, 169 deliveries. He has a good partner at the other end in Raymond Reefer. An underrated cricketer in West Indies, probably one of the better all-rounders in the West Indies cricket for quite some time. 11 against his name, solid 11, 56 deliveries. We're going to have a bowling change and a double change as Keith Holder will take over the commentary, and joining him will be Roland Butcher. Keith.
Thank you, Lyndon. 152 for 2. And Brathwaite pushes Harty down to the short leg. There's no run. Harty, the left arm spinner now in his 10th over. 4 maidens, 1 for 25. Barbados Pride 152 for 2. With Brathwaite, the captain, on 96. A slip and a short leg. And this one beats the keeper, racing down into the boundary in front of the Coppin, Cozier and Short Media Center, and umpire Jonathan Blaze signals buys. So that's 156 for 2. Jamaica made 328 all out in their first innings, and I have been rejoined by Roland Butcher. Andrew's been having a party on us. You know, he spent the morning and afternoon session doing his bit on the first T20 international between India and West Indies, which West Indies lost. And now coming to Kensington Oval, so he needs to express himself and unwind to the real cricket here at Kensington Oval. With a drive from Brathwaite down to mid-on for an easy single, takes him to 97. And he moves within 3 runs of what would be his 25th first-class century. Also brings up the 50 partnership between this Wanderers pair, of which Reefer's contribution is only 11, coming in 77 minutes off 119 deliveries, 157 for 2. Jamaica made 328 all out in their first innings. Welcome back, Roland.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. And he needs to make a tone, because those long shifts we had this morning.
Reefer goes back to Harty and plays it into the covers. There's no run, but we've maintained from day one that this is an excellent surface for batting.
Yeah, most definitely. And you know, Craig has scored 96 out of 152.
A slip on a short leg. Harty forces Reefer back, and he riskily turns it down to square leg. There is no run. The batsman out, Mosley, caught that first slip by Campbell off Minley for 4. That was 7 for 1. And Brooks caught that short extra cover off the leading edge. Campbell took the catch off Harty, the bowling operation. He made 39, 107 for 2. At Tate was 128 for 2 from 43 overs. Brathwaite was 82 and Reefer 2. Harty goes over the wicket. Back is Reefer. Again turns it down to square leg. And again, there is no run. So the over has been completed. Harty now with 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 26. And Barbados Pride 157 for 2 from 56 overs. 25 are left in the day's play. So we'll have some overtime after Jamaica were bowled out for 328 from an overnight 299 for 3, losing their last 7 wickets for 29 runs in 14 overs and 1 ball, with Reefer being the chief wicket taker, a career best 6 for 23 from 13 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens.
Yes, and Craig Brathwaite just 4 runs short of what would be a well-deserved century. He never looked in any trouble from the time he came to the crease, recognizing the quality of the pitch and determined to cash in, as all good players should when conditions are in their favor. He's making sure that he doesn't miss out on this very good batting pitch.
Minley has had 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17, has had a long rest. Gordon, his new ball partner, 9 overs, none for 28. Harty, we mentioned 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 26. And with Brathwaite on strike, 3 runs away from a century, a slip point. There's the deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, mid-wicket on the boundary, and backward square on the boundary. 157 for 2. And Brathwaite is forward and pushes it back down the pitch to the bowler. Merchant, the tall off spinner. He's bowled the most overs in this Barbados Pride innings. Now into his 19th, 1 maiden, none for 49. Should have had a wicket. And he goes from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end. Brathwaite forward, right on that front foot, plays it back down the pitch. Defensively picked up by the bowler, and there's no run. 157 for 2 Barbados Pride. Their captain, Craig Brathwaite, is on 97, and Jamie Merchant, the tall off spinner, bowling from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end. Short, and Brathwaite is off the back foot and punches it through the covers. They've gone for 1 and will come back now for the second run, just easing in. So he moves to within 1 run of what would be his 25th first-class century. 9 of them come in test matches. This is his 180th game at the first-class level. The 29-year-old Barbados Pride and West Indies test captain. Craig Brathwaite, 99. Barbados Pride, 159 for 2. And Merchant, with 3 balls left in his 19th over, a slip and a short leg, rather square, are the close catches. He goes around the wicket from the Marshall end. Brathwaite is forward, head well over the ball, and defends it out to extra cover. There is no run. So he has the patience, and in sharp contrast to how he batted and was dismissing both innings against the Leeward Islands here last week. This has been a very well controlled innings. On 99, Craig Brathwaite. Jimmy Merchant, the leg spinner, from the off spinner from around the wicket at the Marshall end, and Brathwaite goes back and tucks it down to the short leg. There is no run, fielded by the big, strong opener Leroy Lugg, who struck a brisk 39 in Jamaica's 328 all-out. Merchant, the off spinner, slip, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, the short leg, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a backward square. He will continue from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end to Brathwaite, and he goes back, and that's his 100, turning it down toward his fine leg, very fine. And Craig Brathwaite, the 29-year-old Barbados Pride and West Indies test captain, brings up his 25th first-class century in his 180th game. Barbados Pride 161 for 2. Brathwaite's 100 coming off 178 balls, 225 minutes, 10 fours. Here is Roland Butcher as the over is completed. Merchant's 19th, 1 maiden, none for 53.
Yeah, and very much a captain's knock. Craig Brathwaite, his 100 coming out of 161 runs, so it's been scored at a pretty good rate. And to have scored 100 and 178 balls, you must really give credit to the way he's applied himself on this excellent batted pitch here. Hard work for the bowlers, and really after some good work by the left arm pacer Raymond Reefer this morning, really Craig Brathwaite has got to work here this afternoon and constructed a very good innings of 100 and currently now on 101 not out.
Yes, and he made his first class debut 13 years ago for Barbados against the combined campuses and colleges at Roland Butcher's favorite ground in Barbados, the 3Ws Oval, Cave Hill. You can remember that, Roland. Then you were the director of sports at UW, I reckon.
I can remember that, but what makes you think that 3Ws Oval is my favorite ground?
Well, let me say Beckles Road then. As a former YMPC player, or even Bayfield at home. I'll drive on the offside. Am I not right in saying that 3Ws Oval is your favorite ground, the best appointed ground outside of Kensington Oval here in Barbados?
It can't be my favorite ground when I've played here.
You played at the old Kensington, but it's history, Roll. I'm just teasing you. 161 for 2. If I'm to go into a certain supermarket in St. Philip, as Reefer goes back and plays Harty out on the offside and run into a particular lady, she's going to say to me, I have told you time and time again, leave my friend Roland Butcher alone. You give him a hard time. I don't give Roland Butcher a hard time. I just make certain points, and Roland responds. This is a drive down to the deep mid-on by Reefer for a single. It's now 162 for 2. Andrew Mason believes in giving me assignments. He wants me to talk about the Barbados Cricket League, both Lyndon and Andrew. The refreshment card is coming up soon, and I'll have a chance to discuss it with Roland before Barry comes in. He's a very busy man, Barry, but it's a good question to raise because roots, as we would say, Roland, we all know of the Barbados Cricket League growing up and clubs and the strength of the Barbados Cricket League, and to find that they virtually come to naught is very sad as Brathwaite defends back down the pitch on the onside and there's no run. We'll also update you with play in the other two games because finally there has been a resumption in the match with Trinidad and Tobago, and they have the Windward Islands on the run at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba. But here at Kensington, from around the wicket, the left arm spinner Patrick Harty now completes his 11th over. 4 maidens, 1 for 27. Craig Brathwaite is on 101, his 25th first class century. With him is Reef on 12. They've put together 55 for the third wicket, and Barbados Pride 162 for 2 after Jamaica were bowled out for 328 from an overnight 299 for 3, a career best 6 for 23 to Reefer from 13 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens, with John Campbell, the captain, top scoring 127 after starting the day on 123. Roland.
Yeah, and Jamaica Scorpions really running out of ideas, really. They've had no answer so far to the Barbadian innings. And really, apart from the first couple of overs with a no ball, really haven't looked capable of getting a wicket. It's been easy pickings. And Raymond Reefer's had a bit of a struggle. He's got 12 of 63 balls, but he really hasn't needed to up the scoring rate at all.
So Merchant, the tall off spinner, bowls over the wicket to Reefer with 3 close catches, a slip, silly point and short leg. Back he goes and turns it behind square and cannot score. So Reefer on 12 from 64 balls. He has been in for 87 minutes, 1 boundary. Craig Brathwaite 101 off 180 deliveries, 229 minutes, 10 fours. It's 162 for 2. And Merchant wielding away at that Malcolm Marshall end outside of the off stump. Reefer lets it go. Trinidad and Tobago made 326, and the Windward Islands are now up against it at 76 for 6 after 32 overs at the Brian Lara Academy in Tarouba. We'll give you a couple of the individual scores momentarily. Reefer goes back and clips it down to the short mid-wicket, fielded by Campbell, the captain. There was no run. Devon Smith, the veteran, now at age 40, got 16. Teddy Bishop, the West Indies under 19 batsman, didn't score. Kevin Hodge, the captain, also got a duck. Alec Athanaze, 33. Keron Kotoy, the vice-captain, 3. Dennis Smith, 2. Ryan John is unbeaten on 16. And Larry Edward, no S, is on 7. Reefer here at Kensington Oval reaches forward and pushes it up to mid-off. There is no run with Merchant in his 20th over. And the records of that inning so far: Anderson Phillip, the lively fast bowler, 3 for 28 from 9 overs. Jaden Seals, the relatively new West Indies test player, 2 for 28 from 10 overs and 1 for 12 to Brian Charles, the off spinner. Reefer swings high over mid-on, heading out towards the boundary, and will get there now in front of the Hewitt and in his stand, so releasing the pressure on himself as he repeats the stroke with his second boundary, moves to 16. It's 166 for 2. Brathwaite is on 101.
Yeah, and today Reefer really hasn't played any extravagant strokes. On this occasion, he's decided I've had enough of this and really just lofted that one to the long on area and gets himself a boundary. Just relieved a little bit of pressure that's been building on him.
The last ball of Merchant's 20th over coming up. No change in the field. Still the 3 close catchers: Slip, Silly Point and Short Leg. As he goes over the wicket, back is Reefer and pushes it defensively down to Silly Point. There is no run. The end of the over, it's 166 for 2. Barbados Pride with Craig Brathwaite on 101, his 25th first-class century. Raymond Reefer has 16. Shane Mosley caught at first slip by Campbell off Minley for 4. Shamar Brooks caught at short extra cover by Campbell, a leading edge off Harty for 39. And in the other game in Trinidad at the Queen's Park Oval, Guyana bowled out yesterday for 116. The Leeward Islands replying strongly now, 318 for 4, with Hodge 71, Powell 74. Devon Thomas continuing his fine form after a half century and a century against Barbados here last week. He got 72 from 73 balls with 10 fours and 1 6. Kofi James 11. Jamar Hamilton, the captain, is on 36, and Terrence Ward, the experienced all-rounder, has 26. Brathwaite on driving down to mid-wicket as Harty continues. This is his 12th over, 4 maidens, 1 for 27. It's 166 for 2. And the likes of Carter, Dowrick, Springer, Harding, Shemholder, Warrican and Simmons to come for Barbados Pride. 166 for 2 after this. Another 21 overs left in the day's play, so we'll probably go down to about 5:30 unless the sprinters come on. That's a delicate late cut by Brathwaite, just going back and guiding it behind point for 2 easy runs. He goes on now to 103. Reefer has 16, and it's 168 for 2, with Barbados responding to 328 all out by the Jamaica Scorpions. A slip and the forward short leg, the orthodox point cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep backward square. Harty from around the wicket, the left arm spinner. Back goes Brathwaite and cuts it in an identical fashion, or the identical fashion. It's moving much quicker across the outfield, but pull back inside, and again a couple runs for the Barbados Pride captain. He's now on 107, and it's 172 for 2, a partnership of 65.
Yeah, and a repeat of the
170 for 2.
The repeat of the stroke before, just allowing the ball to come on, and guiding it down towards third man.
So Harty 1 for 31, still from around the wicket. Brathwaite is forward, plays it out towards the short extra cover, and there is no run. Some shine being applied on the ball, rubbing it very vigorously, Campbell. And here is Harty again, still from around the wicket at the Joel Garner end. The left arm spinner. Brathwaite is forward, pushes it up on the offside of the pitch. The bowler does the fielding himself, and there is no run. And Harty about now to complete his over, and Brathwaite is forward. Palmer is actually out at that short extra cover, I said Campbell. And so now the refreshment cart comes onto the field, 170 for 2, and I'll get rolling involved in a little discussion before Barry comes in about the Barbados Cricket League. Gudakesh Modi has 2 for 78, 1 for 75, Niall Smith and Clinton Pestano 1 for 66 in that score of 319 for 4 by the Leeward Islands, hitting back after losing by 4 wickets to Barbados. And the former 5-time champions on the trot, Guyana, ball up for 116. Now, Roland, the question was raised. As a seasoned BCA board member, this question has been raised time and time again, especially in the last decade or so, about the problems faced by the Barbados Cricket League. And when one recognizes that at one stage, seemingly not so long ago, they had as many as 120 teams, and they went down to 29 in 2019. They were to start the 2021 season with 22, and ultimately that number came down again to just about 18. And I did an interview with some of their former presidents, including Owen Estwick, who was here again today and joined his lunch with you. Former Barbados first-class manager, long-standing BCL president, Austin Williams. One of the comments, I'm going to quote Austin Williams first. The refreshment card is on the field. And he was saying when they did that research and a feature back in August that the demise of the Barbados Cricket League is imminent. And he was saying from 120 teams years ago, there were 29 teams in 2019 and now only 22 in 2021. I've just given you that figure. And he says, when I left the Barbados Cricket League in 1992 as president, the figure was about 18 teams. Clubs are leaving the BCL to join the Barbados Cricket Association yearly. I want you to first respond to that.
Well, how can I respond to that? That's the truth.
You've been a board member for a while.
Clubs have been leaving the BCL to join the BCA. That is proof. It doesn't require any response.
No, he says the BCL cannot offer the incentives that the BCA is offering. For example, the BCA pays the umpires fees, gives clubs balls every Saturday and Sunday to play cricket. On the other hand, the BCL teams have to pull their pockets and pay the umpires, buy balls and supply lunch.
That's very true. I mean, it's difficult for the BCL to compete. And obviously, over the years, I guess clubs have wanted to play. As you know, years ago, some of the BCL grounds were not the most attractive to play at. So, where teams have had to change in not too great surroundings, I guess clubs over the years have got a little bit more ambitious and then wanted to play in the BCL competitions where I guess facilities are better, and as you said, the other attractions in terms of umpires fees and balls, etc., etc. So, the BCL has served Barbados cricket well over the years. I mean, if a president is ex-president who's very close to the situation, if he believes that the BCL is grinding to a halt, I mean, I think he's going to be in a much better position than any of us to actually say, because he's been in it. So, it is. I mean, what can you do to revive the BCL? Can you get more clubs? I mean, Barbados, as it is right now, I think they have too many clubs to start with. A very, very small island like Barbados has got so many clubs.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Let me quote Glenn St. Hill, who is the current BCL president, Roland. The players are about to finish their...
You've got the perfect man here to speak to.
Mr. Andrew Mason, with assistance from Mr. Michael Sobers, can you kindly place my good friend, my gentleman friend, Owen Linderson Estwick, into that chair? Elevate him, please. Put the headsets on and let me talk to good old Nobs. Welcome to you, Mr. Estwick. This is the perfect man.
This is the man to speak to.
Oh, yes, man. Mr. Estwick, no, you don't say anything until you go on air. Yeah, somebody says he's been kidnapped. Barry, I beg you for an extra 5 or 10 minutes. This is my mate. He treated me like a giant when I used to tour with the Barbados team, Owen L. Estwick. And he's one of the gentlemen I interviewed. And yes, Michael Sobers is going to clean everything for you, sanitize it. We want to ensure that everything is right. We don't want you to go back to St. George and say that Keith Foley gave you COVID. Mr. Estwick, it is always a pleasure to be with you. Just cease and settle, relax, and we are going to have a good little chat, Mr. Estwick, as play is about to resume. First of all, I saw you here yesterday. Did you have a discussion with the Most Honorable Desmond Haynes?
Yes, I did.
You did? Okay. And you wouldn't want to disclose at the moment what was the center of the discussion?
Don't even remember. I'm senile now.
Okay, Mr. Estwick, welcome. Well, we'll get down to the serious business of talking about the Barbados Cricket League. That's why you've been introduced. A drive here beats mid-on, and that will be a boundary for Reefer. And he's starting to open up now with a couple boundaries in quick succession. The first after the refreshment break, as he moves up to 20 with his third boundary, and it's 174 for 2. But it's very good, Mr. Estwick, to see you at Cricket at Kensington Oval, former Vice President of the BCL, now a life member. You serve as the BCL President for 17 unbroken years, and then you returned, and there was a guy by the name of Alston Williams who I quoted just now. You lost a battle with him, and you blame me for that defeat, 174 for 2. But we wouldn't go there. What do you think has been responsible for the almost now demise of the Barbados Cricket League, Mr. Estwick?
You know, I left the BCL in 1999.
Yes.
And
after this next delivery from the off-spinner Merchant, and the Reefer comes forward and pushes it back down the pitch to the bowler. Gather your thoughts. How old are you now, Mr. Estwick? 80 what?
You my godfather?
174 for 2. A slip on a short leg, and back goes Reefer and whips it wristily out through forward square. It's a fast outfield, but it won't get to the boundary and pull back just about now. But enough time for the batsman to come back for the third run as the return comes in on the first bounce to the bowler Merchant. Reefer goes to 23 from 72 deliveries, 177 for 2. Your son, the famous singer, Pee-wee Estwick Patrick, he was communicating with us during the last game by WhatsApp. I know you have your cell phone, but you don't send me any messages, Mr. Estwick. You always call me on my landline.
I don't have the skill.
You don't have the skill. Okay, sir. 177 for 2. But focus on the question at hand, and I know that the Barbados Cricket League has been so dear to your heart for many years. Andrew Mason and Lyndon Yard raised the topic, and that's why you are here. So don't say that I instigated it. I'm just trying to help the cause. You know how I feel about the BCL. I don't want to go into every single detail. You went over 100 matches in the first division and couldn't win one. And I told you that was a period when you were president, that was perhaps the start of some of the problems from a top division perspective in the BCA. Outside of the off stump, Merchant opted to bowl from around the wicket to Brathwaite, and he lets it go to Morris, 177 for 2, Brathwaite 105. The partnership now worth 70. This is a pair at the crease who play for the Wanderers Club in Darrells Road, Barbados' oldest club, founded in 1877. Back goes Brathwaite and swings it down behind square for a single. He's now 100, and thank you very much, Mr. Mason. He wants to quench my thirst. 178 for 2. So, Mr. Estwick, 1 ball is left in this over, and I know you have your answer well prepared. I remember you played a match down here some years back with the late Sir Conrad Hunt. I think you went for an extravagant drive and had your off-peg knocked back. Sir Conrad Hunt played in that game. Long time. Don't try to rack your brain. Concentrate on the BCL as Reefer goes back and whips it out through forward square for a single. He goes on to 24. Brathwaite 106. After 61 overs with 20 left on this, the second day of this second round regional first class match here at Kensington Oval, Barbados Pride 179 for 2. Let's get down to the business, Mr. Estwick. What do you believe really was responsible for the Barbados Cricket League going downhill?
Okay, if you must know that I have always said that social mobility was the prime cause why the BCL went into decline, because the BCL was at some stage the feeder for the BCA, and after BCL players could gain ready access to the clubs, there were a few clubs who didn't take them immediately, but then eventually the BCL, after we won the cup in 1993. No, it's
You're talking about.
I'm talking about after our success no spectacular success. In 1973, where we won all
okay, you did the triple in 1973. You won the first division, now called the elite division. You won the intermediate division, and you won the Derek Robbins, which was the forerunner to the Barbados Fire Cup, now the Surgical General Super Cup. So that was in the second year of Derek Robbins. That was played 72, 73, 74. So 73 was your greatest year. After this delivery, and Reefer is forward and whips Harty, the left arm spinner, down to the straightish mid wicket. There is no run. Reefer 24, Brathwaite 106, 179 for 2. And some reaction is coming in relation to the discussion, Mr. Estwick. The spinners are on, so you can gather your thoughts again. A slip on a short leg, and Harty goes over the wicket. Back goes Reefer, turns it down to the short fine leg, and there is no run. A partnership of 72. Reefer 24, Brathwaite 106, Mosley 4, and Brooks 39. The batsmen out 179 for 2. Jamaica made 328 in their first innings. The left arm spinner Harty is in his 13th over, 4 maidens, 1 for 31. Reefer is forward and lifts it down to the long off boundary, oozing now with confidence in the last 3 or 4 overs. And that's his third boundary in 4 all told in quick succession. Goes on now to 28. A stand of 76, and Barbados Pride 183 for 2. You must be happy to see that yet another Reefer is in the picture. I know you can talk about the days of Tony Reefer. I was telling some individuals during this commentary that you've always said to me that as far as Owen Estwick is concerned, Tony Reefer was the best of the Reefers, Owen.
And yes, he was not natural striker of the ball. I played with Tony's eldest brother.
Back goes Raymond Reefer, turns it down to short fine leg. There's no run.
I played cricket against Floyd's father.
Errol. Yes.
He played for George Park while he played for Hadley.
Okay. Were you the captain of Hadley?
I was the founder and captain.
Okay, you were the chief cook and bottle washer.
Not always.
Okay, a drive. Lovely straight drive by Reefer for another boundary. That was sweet, Owen Estwick. I'm certain you enjoyed it. Can you clap, please, for that shot? Let me see you clapping for that shot by a Reefer.
I passed the stage when I get excited over one or two shots.
Okay, you're an old man at this thing now. 187 for 2. Reefer goes into the 30s on 32. And with Brathwaite 106, Barbados rolling on. It's 187 for 2. You'll talk some more about the question and the point which you raised, and then the incumbent president, Mr. Glenn St. Hill, has sent me a WhatsApp message. So after you comment at the end of this over, I will tell you what Mr. St. Hill reckons is one of the problems with the Barbados Cricket League. So a slip point cover mid-off, and after giving the ball a vigorous rub at mid-off, the captain, John Campbell, tosses it to Harty, who is about to complete his 13th over. Back goes Reefer, turns it behind square, cannot score. The over is completed. 62 overs have been bowled. 19 are left in the day's play, and Barbados Pride 187 for 2. Craig Brathwaite 106, Raymond Reefer 32. They've put on 80 for this third wicket. 328 all out Jamaica Scorpions. Yes, Mr. Estwick, you were telling us.
You know that Alston was the beneficiary of a coup.
Well,
of which he was the victim.
I told Andrew Mason yesterday that you were ousted by Alston Williams.
I wasn't ousted, it was a coup.
It was a coup.
Matter of fact, the person who succeeded him orchestrated it, but he wasn't intelligent enough to know that, see it coming.
Well, I tell you what, I interviewed 4 individuals who were presidents who were presidents. Yourself, Glenn St. Hill, the incumbent, Alston Williams, and the former police officer, senior police officer, Lyman Sobers. But continue with your point. This is what Glenn St. Hill, the incumbent, has to say, Mr. Estwick. He says, "Hi Keith, I'm listening, read decline of the Barbados Cricket League. Kindly note that lots of the clubs having received pavilions have gravitated towards the Barbados Cricket Association as they look to win more prize monies, which we are unable to provide at present." Your response?
That was factual. The then secretary of the BCA, Basil Matthews, facilitated the exodus and expanded the BCA in the process. And it was straightforward. It had nothing to do with my loss of management skills or anything. It is just that as the BCL players, clubs got better grounds, they were encouraged to use them and were facilitated in entering the BCA competition.
How sad are you, though, Mr. Estwick, now in your mid-80s, to see...
No, that's mid. I passed the mid-80s.
Oh, you're closer now to 90.
Well, what does my age have to do with it?
Well, I'm just...
You're testing me for my intellect or my
No,
my strength?
I'll never test the intellect of a lodge boy.
No, Lodge didn't give you sense. It was inherited intelligence.
You're my mate. You managed me when I traveled with the Barbados team. Do you remember when Desmond Haynes, now the most honorable, won the Right Strike Cup in 1991 convincingly? When you were the manager?
Yeah.
Changing bowling from the Malcolm Marshall line short and cut down to the deep point by Brathwaite for a couple. As finally, Merchant, the off spinner, has been replaced. 21 overs, 1 maiden, none for 66. Nicholson Gordon returns. This is his 10th over, none for 30. You remember that moment quite well.
I remember one night you had to, we were in Ghana, and you had to file a report. And you came to my room, and I was getting rest prior to dinner, and you asked me to accompany you to take these reports up, because there were a lot of things happening between the hotel and Cipriani's place. Was the restaurant?
Yes, actually, I think we were staying then at the park, Cipriani's, a couple of years earlier, as Brathwaite slaps it again through the covers, and we'll get back to that in a moment. More work running around to do the fielding, and with those couple of runs, Brathwaite goes on to 110, 191 for 2. Yeah, you're bringing up some interesting history.
Yeah, well,
Lug is a big man. He had to run from deep point towards the cover boundary proper.
I was from you and Andrew Mason liabilities during the course of my management, because I remember you were having to go and file this report, and you wanted a bodyguard because there was a lot of thuggery going on up your road.
Yes, that was a period, 1993, when there was a lot of choking and robbing in Georgetown.
And you thought that it was the best person to protect you?
Well, 191 for 2. Short again, and Brathwaite in a similar position, and they will look to turn for the second round. Lug is now on to it for the third consecutive time, having to run from point out to the deep cover proper. And Brathwaite goes to 112, 193 for 2. Well, you're relatively accurate. Yes, it was a period of choking and robbing in Georgetown. There were also problems in terms of blackouts, and I needed some assistance in filing my report back on that first class game. And I asked you to accompany me, and your response to me was, with Milton Small and Mark Seeley in this Barbados team, how could you pick on the smallest man to walk up Georgetown?
Well, Mark might have attracted a good ransom. But
Gordon is in again. This is his 10th over, pitch on the pads, and driven out through mid-wicket by Brathwaite for a single. He goes to 113. Mark Seeley, outstanding all-round sportsman for Barbados. Squash, hockey. He's still playing squash with the Masters, opening batsman. Do you recall when he went to Antigua and the crowd at the ARG were saying that they didn't know that Barbados team was changing again?
Yeah, I remember being criticized by the local journalists for opting to open it with Mark Seeley.
Yes, against Ambrose.
And it had nothing to do with merit. It's purely a question that I had never had any problem with the reason why some people wanted Mark excluded.
194 for 2. Here is the next delivery, driven straight by Reefer, but cut off at mid-on, and umpire Brathwaite signals a no ball. So Reefer remains 32, Brathwaite 113, a partnership of 88, 195 for 2. We are talking to the successful former Barbados team manager, Owen Estwick. Why I go back to 1991, if my memory serves me correctly. Barbados won the Right Strike Cup convincingly. The most honorable Desmond Haynes was the captain, And you actually won the tournament before the last match at Sabina Park against Jamaica, which you also won when the Right Strike Cup was presented. But there was something about that game against the Leeward Islands at the ARG, which Barbados won comprehensively. More on that again, outside of the off stump, about sent and off, as Gordon, the pacer, bowling from around the wicket at the Marshall end, and the referee plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. I think it was on the eve of a general election in Barbados, and Desmond Haynes won that game just around tea, and you would say, look, we'll all get ready because we believe we can beat the Leeward Islands. And you hustled the guys up to the VC Bird Airport to get a flight back so that you could vote the next day.
So I could vote?
Yeah. General elections were being held the next day.
I don't remember that detail. The reason why getting back home is that I think we had gone to Ghana, and we were out of the island for about, what, 2 weeks?
Yeah, reefer pushes back down. You may be a bit mixing up what happened in 1989, but this was 1991. If you recall, Desmond was in his second year as the Barbados Pride captain. Your mate Andrew had given not out of 10 the previous year, and then he won convincingly.
Oh, yes,
and
yes.
When the most honorable Desmond Haynes won the game, he came off the field, walked straight into the dressing room, shook hands with Sir Vivian Richards, who he was interviewing at the particular time. And then you say we didn't have time to waste. We needed to get to the airport to take the flight coming up from Kingston.
Yeah, but I thought Desmond reminded Andrew that his nickname was Joe Louis.
Yes.
And Mason backed off.
Precisely. Your memory is coming back, Mr.
I remember that Mason suddenly, all of a sudden, after Desmond said that he was, the Joe Louis thing came up, it was obvious that Andrew had read enough boxing history to know what he was standing against.
Yeah, 195 for 20. I want to take you back, though, because I don't want to harp on the BCL as though I'm attempting to pull them down and send them 6 feet deep. But let's look a bit at the national level in 1980, when you became the first team manager to have the record of a side winning all of its games in the Shell Shield under the captaincy of Albert Padmore.
Yeah, but subsequent to that, when you became a rookie journalist, I came across an article recently in which you lambasted the BCL, probably out of inexperience and I think you never accepted my explanation.
Harty is around the wicket and driven down to mid-on for a single to Brathwaite, 114. He is 32. Reefer, 196.
You know, there was a time when the BCL went to play Spartan in the park, and Bulldog did not let me in.
Yeah, he was a big Spartan supporter.
Yeah, but no, I was scoring. No, it was even before that. I was scoring for law school. I think I was scoring for law school at the time.
Harty was a short one, and Reefer whips it down to the deep forward square for a single. 33, 197 for 2. You've gone way back when now, Mr. Estwick.
Yeah, because I used to score, you know. You think I started as a cricket manager?
No, so you were from the ARG to the manager, and you don't remember playing a game down here and being bowled off stump?
I remember making 9 runs. I can't remember how he got out.
Yeah, I think Sir Conrad Hunt bowled you down off stump.
He bowled me off stump?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I now remember. You just jogged my memory. I told him I didn't know you used to in swing.
Definitely, yeah. This one has been swung into the fine leg boundary and well executed by Brathwaite. It's his 11th 4 going on to 118. The 200 comes up for Barbados Pride. 201 for 2 in the 64th over. The partnership is 94. Brathwaite 118 off 195 balls with 11 boundaries. Reefer has 33 from 83 deliveries with 5 fours, and Jamaica made 328 all out in their first innings. But in all honesty, having established that record back in 1980 when Albert Padmore was the captain, I think then one saw at the turn of the 80s with the Shell Shield having started in 1966, Barbados went on to win the championship for 5 years on the trot, first establishing the record before it was emulated by Jamaica, and then in the last decade, Guyana joined in that band as well by winning 5 consecutive titles before Barbados won the last championship, which was aborted because of COVID, but they're way up front. They were way out front, 201 for 2. But seriously, Mr. Estwick, 1980 team led by Albert Padmore, BCL man, you would have been extremely proud.
Well, I was always proud because in those days, that team, when he first became manager, that team comprised of the 13 players. I think 9 of them had come under my hand at Blenheim.
Yes. Great. Yeah, I have an old book there that I can pull out, but I wouldn't want to dwell. It's just that I know of, as a Barbados team manager, you served different eras, the 80s, the 90s, and I think even at the turn of 2000. Were you still around, or you had demitted office?
I thought you had orchestrated my removal from Blenheim. And you supported an officer of the constabulary because I think you were afraid of him.
201 for 2. A slip and a gully, pitch on the pass and sweetly clip. And on drive down to the long on boundary. And with that boundary, Reefer has really now started to go into a different gear. It's his 6-4. He goes on to 37, 205 for 2, Mr. Estwick. That ball went in front of the Hewitt and in his stand. Called the name Hewitt, Mitchie Hewitt, a BCL stalwart.
Mitchie Hewitt was the founder of the Barbados Cricket League. And in those days, he didn't live. He died the same year when the BCL entered the
first division.
The first division,
1969.
As a matter of fact, he had put all the arrangements in place.
Gordon ball short and pulled with disdain by Reefer. Out through mid wicket, lugs after it, and picks it up just inside of the boundary. And for big man, it's good work. With a couple to Reefer, he now goes on to 39, 207 for 2.
Yeah.
So the 100 partnership comes up, as pointed out by our scorer Susan Bell, in 2 hours. This is good brisk batting, 174 deliveries with Reefer on 39. Brathwaite's contribution to that 100-run partnership is 55, and all told 207 now for 2 Barbados Pride. A strong response to Jamaica's first innings of 328 all out. We're talking with Owen L. Estwick, former long-standing president of the Barbados Cricket League, former very successful Barbados team manager, and still active watching the cricket. He goes into the president's suite. He's a former vice president of the BCL, pitched up, and Reefer forward and drives it out to extra cover. There is no run. But you were telling us about Mitchie Hewitt, his passing in 1969.
Yeah, former president of the BCL, Keith.
Yes.
You're slipping.
Former president of the Barbados Cricket League.
Yeah.
For 17 years unbroken. And former team manager of the Barbados senior team.
And a life vice president of the Barbados Cricket Association.
A life vice president.
It's who has to wear.
Okay. So that completes your titles. Here is Gordon in again. And Reefer behind it plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. If I want to get professional, the former long-standing permanent secretary. You have a lot of long-standing titles, Mr. Estwick.
Well, no, I was a permanent secretary. Yeah.
Tell us a bit more about Mitchie Hewitt before we take my break.
Mitchie died the same year he had organized that the BCL should enter the BCA competition. Mitchie died in March of that year, and the only reason that we could pursue the plans was because of a fellow who is now dead also, Johnny Miller, Nathaniel Miller.
Yes.
Was his assistant, unofficial assistant, because there was no structure, there was no formal structure. We used to hold annual meetings, but there were no rules requiring you to meet in April or May or any year. Mitchie would call meetings as and when required.
Here is Gordon into bowl to Reefer, pitches short, and he wristily turns it out through forward square. Lug comes off the boundary to do the fielding. Reefer goes on now to 41. Brathwaite 118. It's 210 for 2. And it's the end of Gordon's 11th over. He has none for 45. 210 for 2. Brathwaite 118. Reefer 42. Yes, when you were saying.
Mitchie was also editor of the Advocate, and he held he used to meet at the press club. He was president of the press club, so we used to meet at the press club. He and Tony Hines, who was the president of the BCL.
Yes.
But Mitchie was the secretary.
Yes.
We used to meet at the press club, because the two of them were colleagues at the Advocate.
Okay.
And next to the Olympic Theatre, Olympic Theatre, I don't know if you're old enough to know where the Olympic Theatre was.
Yes, I believe I'm old enough.
To know where the Olympic Theatre was?
Yes, sir.
And you could actually leave home and go there?
No, sir. I used to go to the Oystins Plaza.
Oystins Plaza?
Yes.
But the Olympic Theatre was older than the Oystins Plaza.
Yes. Well, we are talking about a mass and vast age difference. I stayed in my comfort zone as a Christchurch man.
Well, you were always shy to walk about. That's
210 for 2. Here's a left arm spinner, Harty, short, and Reaper pulls it through square leg backward. They've gone for one and will turn and come back now for the second run. So he's been outscoring his captain in the last few overs, Reaper. Now on to 44, 212 for 2.
Yeah, I was saying, Alston was misguidedly led to believe that he should do the pushing to remove me because the league was not producing. And he survived 13 months, after which he was turned out. But I think when you were and Oscar was discussing my tenure, you should also ask him how long he served. He did succeed me, but then the other fellow wanted it more than he did.
Harty is driven by Reefer down to long on for a single, 45 Reefer Brathwaite 118, 213 for 2.
And that guy went for 4 years, I seem to recall, and then Glenn Sinton took over from him.
Yes, he's been going for quite some time now.
Glenn?
Yes.
He has great resilience.
But do you fear that the appeal for leg before wicket as Brathwaite comes forward, not out says umpire Carter? In all seriousness, Mr. Estwick, do you believe that the demise of the Barbados Cricket League is very imminent?
Last time I talked to Christopher McCollin, the long-standing secretary, and indeed Glenn, they tell me now that they're less than probably about only 30 clubs.
Yeah, well,
So-
you played your last season, which was aborted with about 16 teams, if my memory serves me correctly, down from an original 22.
Well, I didn't
which
know
had
it.
signed up before the season started. Turned down to the fine leg for a single. Brathwaite 119, Reefer 45, 214 for 2. I've had a long spell, so go ahead.
But you think, I thought that you and Joel Garner said I was a blight. Prior to the continued decline. I'm sure you must have written something pointing to the fact that
Reefer used his feet and clips Harty down to deep mid-wicket for a single, 46. He has 119 Brathwaite, a partnership of 108. 15 overs are left after this, 215 for 2. I'll give you 5 more minutes to make your summation so that I can take a break, Mr. Estwick.
You've been trying to get information out, picking information out.
No, you were brought here and I was asked to do the interview. I can go on, but people may determine, well, this is being stretched out now. But it's an honor, it's a pleasure to have you here.
But the public is not being deprived of the information about the cricket.
No, so you could smoothly move on. You are now beginning to open up.
You got to put the questions, though.
Yeah, but the questions keep flowing. My last question was, do you see the Barbados Cricket League folding up in the next year or so?
I'm not in a position to pronounce on the BCL's future. Keith, this is the year 2022. And I left, as you know, in 1999. What year I left? 1999?
Here is Gordon into Reefer and driven just past the hand of the bowler down to mid-on. There's no run, 215 for 2. We're talking with...
Yeah, that scrapbook that you got there. You got my presidency. What?
The scrapbooks are at home, Mr. Estwick. Look, I have information here on your presidency, but I want to take you back to this one. 110 First Division games, now called Elite Division, without a win. And I'll give you the period, Mr. Estwick, because you were the president. And you have to answer the question as to why that would have happened. Lifting delivery well handled by Reefer, turning it down to fine leg. Gordon, the pacer, operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. Reefer goes to 47, 216 for 2. Between the last round of the 1995 BCA Division 1 season and the 5th round of 2004, the Barbados Cricket League played 110 games and didn't win one.
I don't recall it was as bad as that.
Well, that's the record. Those are the stats and the facts.
Is your records?
Precisely, in black and white.
And they can confirm elsewhere?
Well, they can be confirmed elsewhere in the archives.
You spoke to Glenn. Glenn succeeded me. But
216 for 2, a slip and a gully, pitch on the pads, and whip down behind the square for a single. So Gordon with his line and length not on target. He's in his 12th over yet to bowl a maiden. With that single, Brathwaite goes to 120. He's now faced 200 balls, 270 minutes, 11 fours. Reefer is within 3 runs of a half century. They've added 110 for the 3rd wicket. Barbados Pride 217 for 2.
You must be aware that during the last years of my presidency that I had the dubious privilege of managing both Joel Garner and Carlisle Best, who used to write columns.
Here is Nicholson Gordon, right arm fast over the wicket, and this one pitched up, played out into the covers. Mr. Estwick, one of the 3 names adorning the media centre at the far end, the very first Coppin, OS Coppin, then the Coziers, Tony and his dad Jimmy, ELC, and Peter Short, who was a former long-standing president of the Barbados Cricket Association. My question to you will relate to OS Coppin. Short delivery as Reefer ducks over his shoulder, and it goes through to Morris, 217 for 2. What can you tell us about OS Coppin?
Well, he was a journalist, but he also attended cricket on Saturdays and would write the column. He was just here, and because I think Don Norville was then working for the Recorder or one of those other things before he joined the Advocate.
Yes.
But O.S. Coppin used to come to, when I was a schoolboy, he would be at lodge on Saturdays watching the cricket, and his main article would be on the match that he watched. But I first met him at the law school when I was scoring for the 1st division.
What sort of writer was O.S. Coppin?
I thought he was very good with.
A very good writer.
He used to make it very interesting.
Yes, I once had
matter of fact, he was regarded as the authority at the time.
Yes, Sir Charles Griffith spoke highly of him. He thought that he gave a wonderful description of cricket matches. He called a spade a spade. So it's good that you can educate us, because people come to Kensington Oval and see the names Coppin, Cozier and Short Media Centre. They may be au fait with the Coziers, Tony and his dad Jimmy, as well as Peter Short, but I'm certain that the younger generation wouldn't know about O.S. Coppin.
Well, the Coziers, dad, he was an old scholar of my old school, as well as Tony. Tony was my contemporary.
Yes.
And then Peter Short, also an old scholar.
Here is Harty from around the wicket, and this one is pushed out on the onside. Was O.S. Coppin not a Commermerian, if my memory serves me correctly?
Yeah, I think O.S. was a Coppin.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
It was a Commermerian,
yeah,
and the Coziers and Short were from the lodge.
Right, that's it.
Okay. This one turned behind square. Coming to Kensington Oval nowadays, though, you know, Mr. Estwick, that's a single, 218 for 2, Brathwaite 121, Reefer 47. Haven't seen so much cricket at Kensington Oval. Compare and contrast the period when the stands for regional first class game, not going to the highest level, would have been relatively packed. And now to recognize that they're only patrons at the northern end of the 3W stand. You know, how do you feel about that? Here is Harty, the left arm spinner, back goes Reefer, turns it past the short leg. He's going for a non-existent single, sent back by Brathwaite, and there's no run, 218 for 2.
You have the capacity, but you don't have the spectator interest to think. I could recall watching cricket after work from the grounds over by the scoreboard, because I would have to get time off from work to come down here. But my first experience was watching.
Reefer drives Harty down to the short mid-on. There's no run fielded by Campbell, the captain. Just after this delivery, Mr. Estwick, 2 balls are left in Harty's 16th over. He goes over the wicket at left arm spinner. Reefer comes on the front foot and pushes it down to extra cover. There's no run. Reefer 47, Brathwaite 121, a partnership of 111. That's a Nelson. Barbados Pride 218 for 2. 4 Mosley and 39 Brooks. And Reefer uses his feet and clips it down towards mid-on, feeling the ball virtually by the side of Brathwaite and playing a little game with his opposite number is John Campbell, who got a wonderful 127 in Jamaica's 328 all-out as the over is completed.
Yeah.
So you were saying, Mr. Estwick?
Yeah, you're talking about his stance.
Yes.
My greatest memory of sitting in the stand was sitting next to Sir Gary as a teenager. And in the same year he sat next to me, he went out and played his first test match against the Australians.
Right.
And I saw Lindwall and Miller quarreling because Sir Gary had pumped, I think, 28 in 1 over of.
So you had a combination of Ray Lindwall and Keith Miller.
Yeah.
And I was told about an innings in which Sir Gary made about 42, but boundaries after boundary after boundary.
He made 43 with 28 boundaries.
With 28 runs and boundaries.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember he square cut in. He square cut. I think it was Lindwall. He square cut him inside the Kensington stand, and Keith Miller went up quarreling with Lindwall, and it was reported that they exchanged expletives at each other, because I think one man told the other one, "Why don't lick off the blasted boy's head?" And he said, "What do you think I was trying to do?" And every time he tried to do it,
Sobers
was cutting or pulling.
Okay, let's turn the attention here to a left-hander not in the mold of the right excellent Sir Garfield Sobers. Sir Gary, is he still here today? He was here in the afternoon session. Did you leave him over in the President's Suite, Mr. Esther?
I actually sat next to him at lunch.
Oh, you're showing off on me then?
No, I always gravitate towards great people.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just an ordinary guy. 219 for 2, Reefer 47. And he's facing Nicholson Gordon, the fast bowler, in his 13th over. Over the wicket from the Malcolm Marshall end, and it's played out into the offside, and there's no run back. Those are wonderful memories. And now I have none other than KHL Tony Marshall give me a call. Send me a WhatsApp message, Mr. Marshall. I'm talking live with Owen L. Estwick, so I cannot talk to you now as it stands, Mr. Marshall. So send me a WhatsApp message, please.
He's obviously hearing you at the broadcast. I said I talking a lot of crap.
No, I think he once told me about that innings that I'm referring to, so I want to ensure that I have it right. So I believe the boundaries that you're talking about against Australia.
You would never see a short end of that. The only thing that came close to being compared with that is Lawrence Rose.
302.
48? No, not this.
The 48 out, the 302.
The 48 not out.
Out the 302.
Yeah.
Right here at Kensington Oval, 1974 against England. 3 centuries in that series, Mr. Estwick. Over 600 runs. Reefer is 3 runs away from a half century, and he drives into the covers square. There is no run. I would love to hear from Mr. Tony Marshall. I know he's told me about that particular innings by the right excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, but if you can kindly, Mr. Marshall, send me by WhatsApp. I know you have use of the technology, and Mr. Estwick normally would call on a landline, but he's still... Are you still walking around with that mobile phone, Mr. Estwick? Where is it? Which pocket do you have it in? It looks as though you have it in your right pocket.
Could even be in your car. It's not one of the modern things. You all called it a dinosaur one night. I was in the nation, and somebody asked him, "What is he doing with that dinosaur?" And you said it. You told him it didn't belong to you. It belonged to me.
Precisely.
You denied ownership. But I got another phone though.
Wonderful, 219 for 2. Was that a birthday gift? You are a Christmas Day boy. Belated happy birthday on Christmas Day. That was your 88th? Nicholson is into Reefer short, looking to hook down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket, and umpire Brathwaite is not interested. And poor Nicholson Gordon has run all the way down to the keeper Morris. He's found himself at leg slip, just to give you an indication of how confident he was. And now he will turn and march right back up the road. I want to look on closely, Mr. Esther, to see if he's going to have a word with Mr. Brathwaite.
I don't know.
It looks really a sight to behold. Meantime, Reefer has dropped his trousers as if to indicate that it probably touching somebody on his leg. And let's see the replay coming. Look at it, Mr. Estwick. Turn to your left and look upstairs. Turn to your left there, Mr. Estwick. There he goes. Look and see how far he runs down. Mr. Green, give us that replay yet again as Reefer pulled down the leg side. He's still fixing his trousers and adjusting his gloves on 47. A very accomplished appeal. Here comes it short. Reefer pulling at it, and Morris comes up their appeal, and look at Gordon running all the way down, and umpire Gregory Brathwaite just has his feet lapped. The left leg
did I hit him in his navel?
Twirling. 219 for 2. It's 10 minutes to 5, Mr. Estwick. 12 overs are left after this. We've had a very long spell.
And you want to dismiss me?
I don't want to dismiss you. You can remain, but Barry will come in and talk with you.
Barry?
Yes. Do you know Barry Wilkinson?
I know of him.
Oh, you know of him. Okay. Well, Barry, can you kindly... hold on. Barry, look at that. The over has been completed. I can talk until the cows come home, Mr. Estwick. But Barry needs to come in to complete. You need to speak to
Barry?
A much younger guy, especially you are in the vintage of his dad, Samuel.
No, I was about to tell you that Barry is aware that his father and I would be contemporaries.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if that would save me a little respect.
Yes. He tells me to do one more over. Don't leave, Mr. Estwick. We'll take you down to the close. If you have any problem, you always tell me that after 6 you don't like to travel. Is Mr. Pee-wee around, your son?
No, I'm here alone.
You're here alone? Okay, well, it darkens now around 6:15, up from around Christmas when you celebrated your birthday. So you are in safe land. We will look after you, Mr. Estwick.
No, I have another 10 minutes here.
That is fine. You can spend those 10 minutes with Mr. Wilkinson, taking you up to just around 5 o'clock. And then you can head to the central parish of St. George.
You're really saying that you had enough of me?
I'm not. No, I had enough of you. I've had enough of myself. It's 219 for 2. And here is a delivery driven down to long on by Brathwaite for a single. So with that single, Brathwaite is now 123, 220 for 2. You know I always enjoy talking to you,
no,
Mr.
Estwick.
You looked after me pretty well when I was a rookie reporter. When I got a bit older, you looked after me. You walked me through the streets of Georgetown and Miss Choking and Robin. I owe a lot to you.
Oh, I remember you because I think I had to protect you in Antigua as well as Guyana.
220 for 2. You have been a wonderful servant, a wonderful team manager, Mr. Estwick. Harty is over the wicket and Reefer drives it down on the onside. Campbell has positioned himself virtually about 2 feet away from the stumps at the non-striker's end. Reefer is on 47, a slip on a short leg. Harty goes over the wicket. Reefer uses his feet and drives it straight down the ground. And that's a boundary and a wonderful way to reach his half century. Having an outstanding all-round game. Raymond Reefer, former stalwart for Guyana, when they win 5 straight titles, playing his first season for Barbados Pride, and he reaches his half century of 109 balls and 141 minutes with 8 fours. He's on 51. His captain and Wanderers clubmate, Craig Brathwaite, has 123. They've added 117 for the 3rd wicket, 224 for 2. As we head towards the close on day 2, 11 overs are left after this, so comfortably we will go down to 5:30. You can't go beyond 5:30. Normally the close will be at 5 o'clock, but the extra half an hour barring rain or some unforeseen circumstance would be implemented. In this case, they will go down to 5:30, or when the further 11 overs are completed. Last delivery down the leg side, the bill is removed. I will be leaving within a minute when Barry comes on, Mr. Estwick, and you will remain with Barry for another 10 minutes, and then you can head to St. George. I want you to stay safe and drive safe. How has COVID been treating you?
Well, I don't know. It hasn't treated me.
It hasn't treated you. You have remained safe.
I am protected.
Okay, so you were fully vaccinated. Did you get the booster?
Thanks for reminding me.
224 for 2. What was your glorious moment managing a Barbados first-class team, Mr. Estwick? I refer to 1980. I talk about 1991, comprehensive wins. Albert Padmore and Desmond Haynes, 2 products of the Barbados Cricket League. What was your greatest moment?
The time when we won, we finished in Jamaica. I think we...
1991.
In 91.
Yes, you went to Jamaica just to receive the cup. And there's a picture. If you go over to the Nation Library, you'll still find that picture. I remember reading the story right there at Sabina Park. And you were saying you knew you won the tournament, but to actually touch the Right Strike Cup was so much of a great feeling. Short delivery and punch into the covers. If you recall, Shell Shield went from 1966 to 1987.
I think...
and then Right Strike took over, so it would have been the first time that you tasted and held the Right Strike Cup in 1991.
I can tell what was not glorious. When I got to Barbados, after winning in Jamaica,
yes,
the public address system said that they wanted me urgently.
Precisely.
And I thought, of course, that I had an emergency at home. It was Sir Lloyd Sandiford.
Yes.
Who was calling to congratulate the Barbados team.
Yes, 225 for 2. Here is Gordon into Reefer. Back he goes to one pitch short, pushes it into the covers. Your memory is coming back bit by bit, but it's now speeding up as I'm about to leave you. And that was the very same year that your Democratic Labour Party government retained power.
Is it the same year?
You won in 1991. I say that you hustled the team from the ARG when you defeated the Leeward Islands. Because elections were being held the very next day. I'll never forget it. You say to me, Keith, walk with your suitcase at breakfast because you were confident that you would defeat the Leeward Islands by tea time, and so you did. It was a wonderful year, Mr. Estwick, for Barbados' cricket.
I don't know. There was...
And you climaxed at Sabina Park in Kingston, and that's why Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford wanted you for part of congratulations with winning the Red Stripe Cup in 1991 under the captaincy of the now most honourable Desmond Leo Haynes.
But you know, Sir Lloyd played cricket too.
Yes, I'm told he made 100 for Harrison College in the first division, and after that he made 3 consecutive ducks, or 2 consecutive ducks, something like that.
I thought it was 4.
4, well. 225 for 2. And I have 3 more balls. You have been a gracious...
I encouraged Sir Lloyd as a schoolboy, lodge against Harrison College.
Yes.
In the immediate. And they brought me on from the Robert Street end.
Bowling what?
Bowling. I was attempting some off break, but my hand wasn't big enough to turn the ball.
226 for 2. Brathwaite is 124. Reefer is on 51, and here's Gordon into Reefer. We were down the leg side and taken by Morris. And 226 for 2, a partnership of 119.
And Sir Lloyd hit me over the headmaster's thing into Robert Street from the small ground. And then he got promoted and he went on
to play the first division, and he scored 100.
Yes.
I've been given that story by a good old gentleman from Pegwell Gardens named W.L. Bourne. Benny Bourne, wonderful historian. He has every single cricket magazine under the sun. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Bourne. Trust all is well. 226 for 2, and Reefer is forward, pushes it back down on the onside. You have been a wonderful guest. Do not leave. Barry will finish with you. You will have a few minutes with Barry A. Wilkinson. I realize that you shifted from your mate Andrew Mason, who you used to protect as well.
Andrew doesn't speak to me now. He's a better...
I can't believe that. And your son works with Andrew?
Well, yeah, matter of fact, occasionally I remind my son to say hello to Andrew, but I don't know if he would send back a message, so...
226 to 2, Mr. Estwick. Give me a punch of the hands, please. It's been wonderful chatting with you. Remain firm, and Barry will come to take you to the close. But have a few minutes with Barry. It's 226 for 2.
You mean escort me out or interview me?
No. I'll escort you. He will come and interview you, and he takes over from me. And then Linda Yar will replace you, Mr. Estwick. So you just relax yourself, Barry.
You have questions for Barry to answer?
Well, ask? No, because he's from the younger generation. So you know how it goes. I think I've had every single thing I could have asked from you, and I really want to thank you very much for partnering me after such a long time. I saw you shouted me last week and again at the start of this match. I'm glad to see that you're still
I remember seeing you on Twitter that you look fat. I didn't recognize you.
226 for 2. I think you're going to have the last word. Barry's busy on his phone. Come in, Barry. It's coming up to 5 o'clock, virtually 5 o'clock. Now 10 overs are left in the day's play, so you have half an hour's work to do, Barry. Call it 35 minutes all together. And Brathwaite is 124. Reefer has 51. Mosley was caught by Campbell off Minley for 4. And Brooks was caught by Campbell off Harty for 51. Those wickets fell at 7 and 107. Minley 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Gordon 14 overs, none for 50. Forward goes Brathwaite and drives it down towards mid-on. Harty is in his 18th over, 1 for 56. Williams 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 27. Merchant 21 overs, 1 maiden.
Why doesn't Mason come to Bordeaux now? Because
Bonner 1 over for 5 runs. So Mr. Estwick, yes, you relax. Barry will join you in a couple balls, and then I will escort you after you speak with him for 5 minutes, and Linda will join Barry. So I'm going to take you back to Safe Harbor so that you can journey up to St. George before the sun sets.
You got unusually generous, man.
Yes, well, you looked after me well over the years, and I have to return the favor.
Oh, you actually remember?
I will always remember. 226 for 2. A slip and a short leg.
Can't be told.
And here's Harty short and punt square on the offside, heading out towards the boundary. That's a good stroke by Brathwaite for a couple runs. He now moves on to 126, 228 for 2. So 2 balls are left in the over. 228 for 2. You're tickling. You're 228 for 2. Brathwaite 126. Reefer is on 51, a slip and a short leg. And here's Harty in again. Brathwaite is forward, plays it back down the pitch on the offside. And there is no run. 228 for 2. Barry, are you ready? This is the last ball I'm taking, and you will then have it until they close. Harty from around the wicket into Brathwaite, and he defends on the onside. It's the end of the over. And 228 for 2. To take you to the close, it will be Barry Wilkinson along with my friend, Mr. Owen Estwick. Thank you very much, Mr. Estwick. Thank you. Your parting words.
My parting words. It's been a lot to reminisce on, and a great privilege and pleasure to be here. And I don't know why you monopolize, because I know Barry, I know Andrew, I know most of the people in here, but you didn't want them to have any part of me.
Thank you so much. Owen, just before you go, I got a call from none other than Tony Marshall, one of the best presidents that we've ever had in the BCA, and he said to make a correction. That 43 made by Sagari, it was 10 fours, a 2 and a single. I believe you and Keith might have said 7 fours. Yeah. I never got Tony Marshall. Yes. So
it was 10 fours.
10 fours, a 2 and a single.
It could be. I was bare slaughter. I don't remember. I could have dropped off on 2 of the fours.
Jamie Mercer is the ball again from Margaret.
I just also got a report. Trinidad and Tobago. There's no electricity at all in Trinidad and Tobago. The entire island has had an island-wide blackout for the last 2 hours. So that's one of the reasons we've been having some trouble getting the scores out, and the stream, of course, is down. So if you're watching the stream here in Barbados, the stream for the matches in TNT is offline because there's been no power at all in TNT for the last 2 to 3 hours. I just spoke with the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board of Control, Azim Bazarath, who said he wanted me to get that message out on the local stream here because of the persons have been inundated with calls about why the stream is not up in TNT for those 2 games, and it's because of the power outage that has affected the entire island. He said it has also affected Trinidadians for getting a firm word on if that rumor that's been circulating about the death of the mighty sparrow is indeed true. They have not been able to reconfirm that with his family, and that's why they haven't been able to reconfirm, because of the power outage. Getting hold of persons have been difficult. So Azim, I've done as told, and I hope that TNT is back up with power pretty soon. This is a bad time of the year for TNT to be without any power. But back here, the lights are on and many people are home. It's 228 for 2. Craig Brathwaite is 126. Reefer is on 51. And it's Jamie Merchant, the very tall off-spinner bowling. Short outside the off stump, Reefer is on the back foot, punching it to cover. There's no run. It would be, it would really be good for Reefer to finish the day in the middle, because he started the day with such tremendous force. 6 wickets. And to finish the day unbeaten on 50, this will certainly be his day. Lyndon Yard, welcome back.
Yes. Hello to you, Barry. Good to be back, and Reefer continues to bat well.
Here comes Merchant now and bowls to Reefer, and Reefer is on the back foot, defends, plays the ball square into the offside, and there's no run. He has a very, I would call, nervous approach when he's just shaking his back, almost like if he's uncertain, but then he plays with a certain amount of assurity that he looks good when he actually plays his shots.
I think that's a habit that the fellas pick up in the nets when you're up against the bowling machine. Really just
Oh, I see. Good point. Here comes a Merchant now and bowls to Reefer, and Reefer gets a short ball that he's turning down to fine leg. Should get one, perhaps two. He's going to come back quite easily for the second, and 2 more runs to Reefer to take him now to 53. The partnership is 123 and 230 for 2. Now the Barbados Pride, they're looking very good after dismissing the Jamaicans for 328.
Yes, it is a partnership really that has put Barbados in the ascendancy against the Jamaican Scorpions. Would be very disappointed having started there on resume today on 299 for 3. The captain John Campbell well entrenched on 120 odd, and to be dismissed within 7 overs for 29 runs. Losing 7 wickets for 29 runs, beg your pardon, 14.1 overs. They'd be very, very disappointed with their middle order and that early morning collapse. Hence, the reason that Barbados have taken full advantage on a pitch that continues to play extremely well. Easy, very, very easy for battling Captain Craig Brathwaite, making up for his blunder in the first game where he got out with 2 injudicious shots. He has accomplished 126, his 11th century for Barbados. Not his first class, but 11th century for Barbados from 212 balls. And with him is the ever-reliable Raymond Reefer, interested at 3 in the first game, now at number 4 because of the return of Shamar Brooks. He's played beautifully for his 53.
So it's going to be Bonner bowling now, and this one is driven straight to cover, and there's no run. I just got a WhatsApp from none other than the Admiral Nelson, Admiral International, one of the best voices in Caribbean radio now for decades. And Admiral is saying that the Mighty Sparrow is definitely very much alive. So, Admiral, thanks for that. I know that you would have perhaps done your homework on that, and thank you for that information. So, perhaps you could debunk those rumors in Barbados about the Mighty Sparrow. Admiral International says he's very much alive. I wouldn't be surprised if Admiral would have even spoken with him because he knows these gentlemen very well. This is delivery that's short and pulled straight there to the field at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Owen, I want to thank you very much for coming in. You've been fantastic. You didn't have a short stint. You were very long with Keith Holder. And very, as usual, I mean, you and Keith, when you get together, you guys are like frat boys. This one is short and pulled away through mid-wicket. That's another boundary there for Craig Brathwaite. 100 now and 30 he moves on to. And Barbados 234 for 2. Your last words?
Thanks for accommodating me or inviting me to share the broadcast with you, but of course you know that it's difficult for me to join with Keith in anything.
Well, I don't know. You guys go way back.
But that's the difficulty.
This delivery is difficult.
But of course, I am among friends because Andrew Mason and I. He's deeply indebted to me. He hasn't paid up yet, but
what does he owe you?
I will share you all what the reason for the debt. But if in case he wants to know, I could remind him at the door and tell him that if he denies it, I will ask you all to give me an opportunity to speak about it publicly.
Well, what I can tell you is I don't know what the debt is about, but I'll let you know you're not going to get your money. Not once it has anything to do with Andrew Mason paying. Oh yeah, you were a former ball commentator for CBC for many years, and then in 99% of the matches you did for the BCL.
That's Andrew and I have been long-standing friends, but he owes me.
Okay.
And I was not on any bet side. I don't bet.
All right, thank you so much. Andrew wants to get him off the air because I believe some secrets might be coming out. So I understand why Andrew wants to hurry you off. I think we should stay for another over. I believe that we are on the verge of getting some information.
There'll be other things, but he does remember.
We'll get some information off.
That's his way of begging off.
Thank you very much.
Then. Thanks a lot.
So, we're going to have a continuation. We're going to have the president of the BCA join us in a minute, the Honourable Conde Riley, as this delivery is short. Outside the line, the all stump and played down to the short point area, and there's no run. 236 now for 2.
And a day that Barry certainly dominated by the performance of Raymond Reefer. He's had an excellent day, along with his 6th career best 6th at this regional level. He scored some 53 not out. Has been a very solid and composed innings from 122 deliveries as we go deep down the home stretch. And Barbados, firm and in charge, Barry.
So here comes Merchant in again now and bowls to Reefer. And Reefer gets the delivery down the leg side, taken there by the keeper. Hello to Mr. Conde Riley. First of all, congrats. The Lord Gavin Award was again presented here at Kensington Oval today. I'm sure you're happy about that continuation of cricket scholarships.
Absolutely. Because of COVID, we couldn't have the presentation for the last 2 years. Lady Gavin, as you know, Lord Gavin left us in 2015. And Lady Gavin graciously has continued the scholarship. Today was special in that it's the first time a lady won it.
Who was the winner?
In Alicia Gordon.
All right.
And I was very pleased that we managed to pull it off today.
So congratulations to her. As the shadows begin to lengthen here at Kensington Oval, we have some 3 overs remaining. As Merchant continues now with his off spin and bowls to Reefer. And Reefer gets the delivery that's full, driven out into the extra cover area. They're going to actually walk a single. And that will take the total now to 237 for 2. And Reefer goes to 53. Why are you clapping, Andrew? Oh, I thought it was some significant landmark that Reefer had made. 237 for 2. Are you happy with the 2 first-class matches being held here at Conde?
Absolutely. We really need some cricket at Kensington Oval.
Oh, yes.
As you know, the wickets get better because they are being prepared regularly. And for the last year and a half, we haven't had any cricket. When we tried, COVID came and we had to stop. So we're all very thrilled that we're having cricket at Kensington Oval again, and we're looking forward now to the test match in March.
I've got a question for you, Conde. How difficult has it been, the transition of getting the wickets prepared after the ash from the volcano to get the wicket to this stage now?
Well, Prof. Edwards was in charge of that whole operation. They scraped it, they washed it, you know, to get that volcanic ash out. And it really is looking good, the entire square and the outfield as well. The best I've seen it in a long time.
Just as a further...
And actually, for the 5 T20 internationals, we got our pitch reports were good or very good for each of the 5 days.
Excellent.
So the ground staff should be complimented, led by Prof. Winston Reed. They put in a lot of work.
As a further follow-up to that rumor that's been circulating about the mighty Sparrow, the Admiral has informed me that he spoke to Crazy, of course Crazy, the well-known Calypsonian, and Crazy spoke with Sparrow. So that chain of command suggests that the mighty Sparrow is indeed alive. And speaking of Sparrow, I can see, Andrew, a lizard crawling across your book. Where's the lizard going? So it's going to be Bonner to continue. And he bowls now to Brathwaite. And Brathwaite gets a delivery that's well flighted. He's on the front foot, pushes into the offside, and there's no run in the yard.
Barry, is he bowling rollers? Does that seem to be easing up the back of the arm? The introduction of Bonner here. And we haven't seen a lot of balls turn, either from Harty or from Merchant.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This delivery is short. Set the line of the off stump. He cuts, doesn't time it, goes down to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, that seems to be sliding out the back of the arm. No turn whatsoever. And Craig electing to go back on the back foot. But he's firm, he's in a good trench, good steady. He's had a wonderful knock, 133. And typical Craig Brathwaite innings. Once you get a wicket like this, and I think this is, we saw, I think we heard 3 batsmen from the Leeward Islands today missed out. All getting out in the 70s.
Here he comes again and bowls. Brathwaite is on the back foot, plays the ball straight to the offside, and there's still no run. Barbados perhaps just batting for the remaining 3 overs, trying to bat out and just go back home and come fresh. Brathwaite, of course, trying to warm up for those test series and those test matches being played in Antigua. Hopefully he does well enough to be in Barbados and then Grenada. You think his play is safe, Lyndon?
Yeah, I think typical Craig Brathwaite. I don't think that the clothes will really make a difference to him. This is just his nature, his normal game here where he will play the ball on merit. Now, you can call this the horse out the gates already, because that ball he played forward, the ball bubbled to where short leg would be. Now the short leg comes into position. And I'm sure that wouldn't phase Craig, because he's really in his all. He's at his best here, where he's playing up and down the lane, playing ball on merit.
Short ball by Bonner. Cut away again, straight to point. Still no run. Brathwaite has really batted well. He's been out there for some 305 minutes. He's faced 225 balls, unbeaten on 133. This delivery is short again, and there he is, turning into the onside, out to short fine leg. And he gets another single, 238 for 2. If Adrian Smiley Bailey is listening, Andrew Mason has asked you to give him a ring. You were saying?
Yeah, it would be remiss of me if I didn't take this opportunity to wish the Proverbs family, St. Catherine, my condolences on the passing of young Proverbs. He was...
Roger Blades. You mean Roger Blades?
Sorry, wrong. Roger Blades. I never played with him, because I would be old to him when he went to Cormier. I would have left Cormier already. But I always followed his career from roundtree right through to intermediate. And a really nice guy. And I was very sad when I heard of his passing. So on behalf of the Barbados Cricket Association and myself, I'd like to offer sincere condolences to Roger's family and the St. Catherine Club. May he rest in peace.
I read a fantastic tribute from Pearson Bevell. Wrote a really good tribute there for Roger Blades. Roger was 58, I reckon. I would have played against Roger about 20 years ago.
Yeah, he would be around 50-something. He would have played with Pearson Bevell. And Pearson Bevell would be a bit old himself. Pearson's around 60, 61. Roger should be around late 50s, 58, 59.
As this full delivery there by Jamie Merchant is actually, it's a new ball, it's actually Blackwood. This delivery is flighted and just stroked out to the mid-wicket area for just one.
139 for 2. Brathwaite 134 from 226. And Reefer 54. Barry, I think you called it right. It seems as though they've shut up shop, and the fact that Jamaicans are just trying to get through the overs now, rather than trying to pick a pep, as they say, before you go in.
Here comes Blackwood now and bowls again. A delivery that brings Reefer on the front foot. He's defensive, playing into the offside. There's no run. Do you think Reefer has been undone in West Indies cricket? He's been picked to play in some Test series and unceremoniously dropped, never seen again.
I'm not surprised he hasn't played a lot of Test matches, but I believe that he should have been more involved in the ODIs and the T20 with his returns.
He spoons this one in the air, but just to the wide mid-on, the bowler was unable to stop it, and they sneaked a single. He's one of these cricketers that is underrated. You know, you look at him and you figure, well, he's not strong as a bowler, not really strong as a batsman. Then he brings it together and he gets results.
But I think his strength is really his batting.
Short ball turned forward of square for another single there by Brathwaite. He did so much work for the Ghana Jaguars team.
Yeah,
for a number of years.
He had excellent Ghana. He had excellent returns for the Ghana side. And what I think his strength is situational awareness. That is where he's strong in terms of saving a game or setting up a game for you nicely. No matter the position you put him to bat in, it might be a little different with the ball. Sometimes you need to do that containing role to stop the flow of runs. He can do that as well.
Blackwood bowls, and this time Reefer's on the front foot again. The ball goes straight to the offside. Lugg is there. He had a very pugnacious knock in the first innings. Struck the ball really hard.
He was rough from the beginning. Didn't last long.
Well, he made an impactful 39, I think, from 20 balls or something like that. As Blackwood comes in again and bowls to Reefer. Reefer again is on the front foot, defends the ball into the offside, and there is no run. One over left then.
A quick one on Lady Gavin. She was hoping that she would get 2 centuries today. She said the last time she was in England and Jason invited her to cricket. And that's when she made 2 centuries in that test, and Craig made a century and a 95.
94.
So she was hoping that Shamar Brooks would get 100 and Craig. So she got 1 century. She wanted 2.
Well, so, she might get one tomorrow, Reefer.
She might get one tomorrow. But she was talking mainly about her boys, as she calls them. So she still has a number of them to come. Shamar Springer, all them are Lord Gavin awardees. So I'm going to go and wish her goodbye as this last over. We talk again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
President of the Barbados Cricket Association, Conde Riley. And we thank him. And of course, the Lord Gavin awardees. Short, outside the line of the all-stump, stroke to cover, no run. We've had no interruptions today, Lyndon, which is good because the rain yesterday certainly ran right at one stage. Here comes Bonner in again, and bowls, and this delivery is driven back to the bowler. Bonner threatens to throw back at Brathwaite. All in friendly gesture, they're good friends.
But I think that's the only thing the stunts be threatened today.
That's right. Well said, Lyndon. Very well said. Bonner in again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is on the front foot, defends and plays the ball back to Bonner. There's no run. Just about 4 balls left, or 3 balls left.
As we look, the day will climax at approximately 5:30, 77 overs and 3 deliveries. Barbados 242 for 2. Brathwaite well entrenched on 136.
As he comes in again, Bonner with his off spin and bowls, and this delivery is just pushed out to the backward point area, or forward point really. Brathwaite not looking to do anything silly at this stage. He's 136. He's played some attractive shots. How many 4s has he struck? 12 4s. Not like the Sigari innings that we would have heard about earlier. Short, cut away for an easy single. Sigari making 43 in a match, 10 4s, a 2 and a single.
So Bonner having brought up the long off to long on, and to mid on, sorry, and the long off to the mid on position for Raymond Reefer. So just changing personnel at the other end.
Sigari has been here, the right excellent cigar officer has been here watching cricket today. As Bonner comes in again now and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump and defended, and there is no run. The over ends, and that's it for the day. You guys were telling me 5:30, but I always go with Miss Bell. She never has it wrong. She did indicate that that was the last one, and she was right. Thank you, Miss Bell, for keeping it right. That's it for the day then. Barbados 243 for 2, with Brathwaite 137, Reefer 55. Let me get your comments, Lyndon, and I'll give you the scorecard for the day.
Yes, and Barbados will feel good, having dominated day 2. And it was 243 of 78, 243 for 2 of 78 overs. Led, of course, by Captain Craig Brathwaite.
Thank you for joining us today. Wish you a very good night.
In partnership
and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Also not out. And of course they would have lost early in the day Shane Mosley, along with the number 3 batsman Shamar Brooks, who would have gifted his wicket. And all in all, I'm sure that the Barbados pride will feel good about the returns today. 243 for loss of 2 of 78 overs. Having started the day by dismissing Jamaica, who resumed on 299 for 3. And John Campbell was not out on a ton and looking for a big score. But the man of the day for me, Raymond Reefer, and he tormented the Jamaica Scorpions sack first innings, the middle order. He really ran through it, and he collected 6 wickets in that devastating spell. We saw the Jamaican Scorpions in his bowl for 324. Barry?
Thank you so much. So it was 299 for 3 overnight, but the Jamaicans fell to a calamitous 328. They lost 7 wickets for just 29 runs in an unbelievable spell from Raymond Reefer, who picked up 6 wickets and left the Jamaica team breathless. When Barbados came out to bat, they lost an early wicket themselves. Shane Mosley was caught by Campbell, the captain, off of Mindy for 4. Then we saw a neat little partnership between Craig Brathwaite and Shamar Brooks, until Brooks was caught by Campbell as well off of Harty for 39. But Reefer and Brathwaite came together, and their partnership so far worth 140. It has been dominated by Brathwaite, who resumes tomorrow on 137. 233 balls, 312 minutes, 12 4s. And we've had Reefer 55 from 131, 8 4s. Earlier though, it was Reefer 13 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens, 6 for 23, undoubtedly the player of the day. Your thoughts on Raymond Reefer for his 6 for 23 and his 55 not out?
Yes, Barry, obviously the player of the day, fantastic performance, figures of 6 for 23, 13 overs and 4 deliveries, 4 maidens, 6 for 23, and that really broke the back of the Jamaican middle order, having resumed on 299 for 3. And the wickets that his 6 wickets included Captain John Campbell for 127. He got rid of Paul Palmer, who was also not out. He went for 76. Alwyn Williams went for 2. And then his next 3 wickets at the tail were Jimmy Merchant for 12, Marquino Mindley for 9, and Patrick Harty without scoring. Jamaica all out 328 off 95 overs and 4 deliveries. And innings that saw 13 extras, 4 byes, 1 leg by, 4 wides, and 4 no balls. Barry?
So we had John Campbell, who was caught harding ball Reefer for 127, didn't add, 12 fours, 1-6. Paul Palmer was bowled by Reefer for 76, he didn't add as well. Alwyn Williams was caught Mosley ball Reefer for 2. Romain Harrison was bowled by Simmons for a duck. Jamie Merchant was ball Reefer for 12. Marquino Mindley was caught harding ball Reefer for 9. Nicholas Gordon came not out, and Patrick Harty was caught Carter ball Reefer for a duck. 328 all out with the bowling figures reading. Harding 13 overs, no maidens, none for 61. Simmons 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 62. Warwicken 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57. Shamar Springer 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 44. Raymond Reefer 13 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens, 6 for 23, a career best. Shem Holder 12 overs, no maidens, none for 54. Jonathan Carter 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. And the captain Brathwaite 2 overs, no maidens, none for 15. And then when Barbados came out to bat, like I said, Brathwaite will resume tomorrow on 137, 12 fours from 233 balls. Mosley was caught Campbell ball Millie 4. Brooks caught Campbell ball Harty 39. And Raymond Reefer resumes on 55 from 131 balls, 8 fours. And we've had some 8 extras, 4 byes, 1 leg by, 1 wide and 2 no balls. 243 for 2 with the bowling figures there reading. Minnie 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Nicholas Gordon 14 overs, no maidens, done for 50. Alwyn Williams 13 overs, 3 maidens, done for 27. Jamie Merchant has been a little expensive, 23 overs, 1 maiden, none for 71. Patrick Harty 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 58. Bonner 4 overs, no maiden, none for 12. And Blackwell is 1 over, just costing some 3 runs. So Barbados trail by some 85 runs, 243 for 2. Final comments then from Lyndon Yard before we wrap it up here on day 2.
Yes, a day that clearly went to Barbados, dominated with the performance of Raymond Reefer, career best. 6-wicket haul and returned to score 51 not out in partnership with his captain, Craig Brathwaite. A wonderful 11th first-class 100 for Barbados. Not first-class over, but first-class 100 for Barbados. His 11th century for Barbados, Craig Brathwaite. 138 not out. Beautiful innings. And Reefer, as solid as a rock, advantage to Barbados. 85 they are in arrays on first innings, and they will want to come out tomorrow, and their first mission is to get this 85 runs and then press home their advantage, because Jamaica, they can actually ruin the fact that they lost some 7 wickets today for just 28 runs, and not ideal situation for them to be in on a pitch that is playing very, very good. Barry?
So please rejoin us on day 2 for coverage, day 3 rather. It's been an interesting day, dominated by none other than Raymond Reefer. Craig Brathwaite also had a very dominant day. In fact, Craig Brathwaite was the only cricketer who was on the field all day, because he captained and then he came out to bat and batted the entire day. So he really was out there for the entire day. Join us, we'll be here for the entire day tomorrow. Play will start at the normal time tomorrow, 10 o'clock tomorrow, and we have live coverage for you. On behalf of Lyndon Yard, Andrew Mason, Keith Holder, Roland Butcher, Michael Dodger Sobers, our lead technician, Susan Bell, our scorer, David Green, fantastic job there again with the streaming, and none other than Adrian Woody Richard, who has been fantastic. We look forward to hearing some more of him tomorrow. And tomorrow we also have to hear Bulbulia, who will be rejoining us. and we look forward to that. We also look forward to the report in the Nation newspaper tomorrow, the leading newspaper of Barbados. We look forward to reading about what they have to say about Craig Brathwaite's 100 and Raymond Reefer's fantastic performance. I'm Barry Wilkinson saying goodbye, God bless from Kensington Oval. Until we meet again tomorrow, day 3 of the regional first class season. Bye-bye for now.